So big. A girl exclaimed in shock as she saw the spectacle in front of her. Curious, her friends rushed over to see what had caught her attention. To their surprise, she was pointing at an enormous pizza, fresh out of the oven and covered in an outrageous amount of toppings. It was a pizza so big that it could easily feed the entire group. In the group of friends was a guy named Finn, who was also speechlessly looking at her. They were initially in the living room enjoying some music when they heard her. Considering their age, they all shared some dirty thoughts when they heard her words. They were here for the Christmas party, and it wouldn't be surprising if their friend was doing something suspicious in the kitchen alone. Fortunately, it was not the case, or the remaining party would have become awkward. Finn was also relieved. He, along with others, returned to the living room, and the party resumed again. They enjoyed the food and drinks, with some music. The party was soon over. One by one, everyone started leaving. It was snowing outside, and Finn had brought his umbrella along. With a final goodbye to others, he also left. He was quite satisfied and full. It had been a great time for him. The scenery was also beautiful, with all sorts of colorful lights around. People were still out and partying even at late night, so the streets were lively. It's snowing a lot. Exhaling slightly, he thought. For some reason, the street lights were flickering a lot as he went by. It was quite dark and lights were flickering, but he still continued walking. He predicted that the snow won't be stopping anytime soon, and it was better to reach home as early as possible. Swish! He heard some rustling sounds as he crossed the dark road. Narrowing his eyes, he looked over, and in that instant, his life flashed before his eyes as a massive truck sped towards him. The driver was out for some reason, maybe alcohol or something. A terrible carelessness. Unfortunately, Finn soon suffered the consequences of the driver's inappropriate action as the truck rammed into him. A moment of pain before it all blacked out for him. Underscore 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 underscore. I died. Fuck. He was shocked beyond belief. At the moment, he was unable to see anything or feel anything. It was as if he was nothing more than a ball of consciousness. He was unexpectedly calm, which scared him. Usually, he should be panicking at the moment or even wailing in pain, but he was unable to feel any intense emotions. Such calmness scared him, but he was unable to do anything at all. Suddenly, he felt as if something was tugging at him. Initially, he didn't feel much, but soon the tug became stronger and stronger. It was as if someone was yanking him, trying to pull him somewhere. And with such strong force, he had no choice but to be pulled wherever he was being taken to. In a dimly lit room. Cries of a baby were the only sound that could be heard in the room. The room was simple, open space, with straw mat flooring. Sliding doors made of paper screens separated the room from the outside. Inside, low wooden tables were placed on the floor, surrounded by cushions for seating. The room was well lit with soft, natural light filtering through the thin screens. Pants of a woman echoed throughout the empty room. After all, the woman had just given birth. Murmurs of midwives filled the room as they shuffled around, tending to the woman and the baby. The cries of the baby slowly ceased as the infant opened his small eyes, the world before him blurry, getting used to the light. Huh. Did I reincarnate? The baby thought, an expression of curiosity mixed with shock on his tender face. He was an avid reader of fantasy novels. He was familiar with this kind of setting too. He was just surprised that this fantasy of his turned into a reality. He could not help but remember his family back in the previous life, and felt quite uncomfortable in his heart. He was keenly aware that he won't be able to meet them again, and this saddened him greatly. They might be in too much of a shock. *THN0VL, IR.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He pondered, his mind going to his caring mother, who was always worried about him. Truth to be told, he was a disabled person and had some vision problems. But thanks to God's grace, it was not too hard on him and he could still perform daily tasks. It was also because of this that he had to strain himself to spot the incoming truck in the night. I hope they don't feel sad too much. I would like to let them know that I am quite fine here. He decided to not think much on this matter for now. Although he was sad, he also was excited about this scenario. He no longer felt his vision problems and this was a new world that he wanted to experience. He looked around the room and felt that this room resembled the old Japanese design. As he was scanning his surroundings, his gaze fell on a designated alcove showcasing a piece of artwork. For some reason, he felt that the symbol etched on the wall behind was quite familiar. Before he could think of anything more, he felt himself being lifted by the midwives and handed to a woman lying on a bed. He observed her features and felt a chill. The woman before him had short ashen gray hair with a pair of piercing silver moon eyes. She had a gorgeous face, with soft-looking pink lips and a button nose. But her expression at the moment was nonchalant and her gaze was cold as ice. He felt her eyes scanning him as if he was an object whose worth was being measured at the moment. He didn't know why, but he felt her eyes become colder and colder as seconds passed by. His heart stirred at the sight. Although he felt a feeling of déjà vu when looking at her for some reason, but at the moment, he did not think much of it. He heard her say something. A cold monotone voice was all that sounded in the room as she expressionlessly commented. Useless. His heart was beating fast. This woman before him was supposed to be his mother. She was supposed to be a woman who had just experienced the pain of labor and birthed a child. Yet, he felt that she had no particular emotion towards him. She didn't even show an ounce of tiredness. She almost felt like an emotionless robot. Useless. He heard her say. He could automatically understand her words for some reason. His heart sank as he heard the word useless. Wait, I am not going to be killed, right? Just after I was born at that. He panicked. He didn't want to be killed for being branded useless. That would be the most wasteful death he could experience. Of course, he didn't care about the woman either. It was fine if she did not like him for some reason. He held no strong feelings either. He already had a mother in his past life, and the thought of suddenly accepting another woman as his mother was impossible. But the situation now was peculiar. He was experiencing a crisis, praying that he won't be killed. He could not run away with his current state either. Knock knock. At the moment, a small knock disturbed the eerily calm room. Speak. The gray-haired woman commanded. Her tone was authoritative and even colder. Madam, the clan head wishes to know about young master. It was a man behind the paper door. The flames of the candles reflected his shadow from the other side. His tone was respectful, tinged with a bit of fear. Not worth it. Tell them. She responded, not moving her gaze from the baby in her hands. The man behind the door paused as if he was shocked, before he solemnly replied. As you command, Madame Ophelia. With that, the man left. The room was once again returned to silence. The woman named Ophelia moved her head slightly, and he was taken away by a midwife, put into a wooden cradle, and covered with a thin sheet. His mind was in chaos. A single name was all he could hear inside. Ophelia. Now I remember why I felt she looked familiar. It seems that I have reincarnated into the novel Divine Banishers, and not only that, as one of the children of the wife of the patriarch of Mystic Purge clan. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He was now a bit reassured that he wouldn't be killed for being useless, but the clan was a bit difficult. The novel called Divine Banishers was a hot serialized novel, and he was quite a fan of the work. He had invested money to support the author as well for his work. The novel was about exorcists and evil beings called demons. The world was filled with demons since ancient times, and these demons feasted upon human souls and were tyrannically dominant. However, soon some selected humans rose and hunted down the demons. They used supernatural powers rivaling those of demons and killed them relentlessly, claiming the world back slowly. These powerful humans called themselves exorcists. The world was soon thrown into chaos as it became a battleground for the exorcists and demons. The protagonist of the novel was a young exorcist who led others and annihilated the demons, bringing the world to peace. It majorly focused on the protagonist's journey and his challenges as he became stronger bit by bit. According to his memories, the exorcists were mainly controlled by 5 major exorcist clans. These were the strongest clans, consisting of some of the most powerful and terrifying exorcists. They were the major leaders of the world at the moment. The Mystic Purge clan was one of the 5 great clans, having ancient roots. But, it was an extremely cruel clan. For greater benefit, they were willing to use any extreme methods, going as far as to kill their own comrades to annihilate the demons. Their methods were frowned upon by many, but no one dared to openly criticize them either. After all, each official exorcist from the clan was a master. The clan had also earned itself the title as the clan that purged the most demons. This is troublesome now. He was a bit helpless. The clan was not only cruel to the demons but also to its members. their training was ruthless and inhuman, clearly not a place for weaklings or soft-hearted people at all. It was a nightmarish place, to be honest. But what bugged him more was that he had been branded useless by Ophelia, his so-called mother in this life. Ophelia was one of the strongest female exorcists, she had multiple abilities and was feared by demons and humans alike. What made her even more terrifying was the fact that she barely showed any emotion to anything, she was just like an emotionless doll who ruthlessly slaughtered her enemies. He didn't dare doubt her words. If Ophelia had classified him as useless, then it meant that he really was. She possessed a special pair of eyes that let her discern a person's worth and their talents. It was one of the 4 special eyes after all. But what should I do now? I must not have any talent for being an exorcist. How am I going to live here? He was quite worried now that he was aware of his situation more clearly. Not only that, but I am not even a special character, just a mob child of the clan with no talent for being an exorcist. How lame. He knew that the moment he stepped outside, he would either be killed by demons or would be kidnapped for his bloodline. Not only that, the Mystic Purge clan is quite infamous in the exorcist circle. Even in the novel, they had multiple clashes with the protagonist for not sharing the same morals and beliefs. Just as he felt all hope was lost, he heard a sound in his mind. Ding. Ding. Conditions met. Binding system has been activated. System? He froze for a second before becoming overjoyed. His golden finger had arrived after all. He had initially planned to become that guy who uses his manipulation skills and becomes friends with all major characters for his safety. It was a troublesome choice, but he was planning to do that if he had nothing, but now it didn't seem necessary. The binding system allows the host to bind himself to one character, and as they grow stronger and achieve a milestone in their progress, the host will receive 10 times the result. What the fuck? This is so insane. He was shocked beyond words, the system was extremely powerful. But the next moment, he calmed down and focused on the words milestone and progress. Hey, system. Are you there? Can you elaborate further on what this means? He wanted to learn about the basic details, the words felt ambiguous. However, even after waiting a minute, he received no response and became aware that the system was not sentient. Well, this is also good. I don't like those, anyways. From what he could understand, the system would allow him to bind himself to a character, and as they trained and became stronger, he would receive 10 times the benefits of their training and rewards. It was undoubtedly a cheat. But considering he could only bind himself to one person at a time, then his rate of growth would be limited to that person's talent and hard work. Well, that wouldn't be too big of a problem. He remembered that there were many geniuses among geniuses in the novel. They were excellent exorcists despite being young and worked tirelessly daily to achieve greater heights. Of course, his goal was different. There is no better candidate for binding than the protagonist. He could not help but smile as he remembered the monster the protagonist was. Not only in terms of talent, but also hard work, there were few who could dare to even keep up with the protagonist in the entire novel. For now, however, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Not only was he useless, but he also believed that his treatment in the clan would soon become worse. Although he did not like the sound of that, he could do nothing for the time being. He first must find a temporary candidate to bind to until he meets the protagonist. Mystic Purge clan, huh? Thinking about the clan, a few suitable candidates popped up in his head. They were quite good and talented. He knew that if he did not bind someone soon, he might even suffer permanently. The clan was infamous for its cruel nature exorcists. He knew they wouldn't even care if he was killed by a demon or attacked someday. He needed strength to keep himself safe as long as he was in the clan. Maybe I will do that. She's suitable, surely. Saw the N0VL.IR.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He decided on a suitable candidate for as long as he was in the clan. Nadia Mystic. The 4th young miss of the clan. And an important character in the novel. She was born with the greatest talent in the clan, inheriting the traits of both the patriarch and Ophelia. She was the genius miss from the clan, showing greater talent than any of her siblings. People often compared her to the founder of the clan in terms of talent. The moment she was born, Ophelia showed intense expressions for the first time after many years. In the novel, Nadia was trained by the best exorcists in the clan and had countless resources at her disposal since birth. She was a monster who could keep up with the protagonist of the generation. However, her personality was shit. Perhaps it was due to the presence of ruthless Ophelia and the cruel patriarch that she had a vicious personality upon growing up. Cold, ruthless, inhuman. These words could not do her justice. In the novel, exorcists from the other clans had given her a dark nickname for her inhuman tactics. Demon in a human skin. A shameful nickname for any exorcist, to be compared to a demon, their worst enemies. It was the greatest taint an exorcist could experience. Yet, Nadia was uncaring throughout her time. She slaughtered demons and hunted the humans who stood in her path. She was indifferent to everything. The relationship between her and the protagonist of the novel was platonic and unclear to readers. Even the strong-willed protagonist failed to persuade her to change her beliefs. She was that staunch. Now I need to know if she had been born already. Well, who am I even? He thought helplessly, not even knowing his own name. There were many children, and he hoped that Nadia should be there already. He prayed that he be younger so he could quickly bind to Nadia and start reaping benefits quickly. For now, all he could do was wait in the wooden baby cot, having nothing to do. He started to revise his knowledge about the novel that he would be needing in the near future. This should be the beginning stages of the novel considering the time. Ophelia had just birthed me, so there's no doubt about it that the novel has yet to enter the main arcs. The beginning arc was a bit bland as compared to other arcs. For now, the war between the demons and exorcists should be at a stalemate. The clans must be preparing their younglings for the future. Then there will be the academy arc where the main drama will begin. Till then I need to get a good amount of strength. The candle lights in the room flickered violently, and a dark aura was enveloping the entire household that night. Unknowingly, Ophelia had birthed an anomaly that she could not determine. An entity that was beyond her comprehension and might. It was not clear what the future held for their clan or even the world. But one thing was sure, demons and humans both would suffer the turbulence alike. It all depended on him now. 5 years later. A little boy with short silver hair on his head and beautiful gem-like amethyst eyes was sitting on his knees, quietly. In front of him was a middle-aged woman with a wrinkled face and stern expression. Master Oliver, now solve this problem, she said, sliding a sheet containing a number of math problems towards the calm boy. The boy was none other than Finn. In the past 5 years, he had learned a lot about himself and his situation. He was born as the 4th son, Oliver. Which meant Nadia was his twin sister. This relieved him when he came to know about it. He was glad that he didn't need to wait a lot. Apparently, she was born just before a few days he was born. In the novel, Nadia was not supposed to have a twin sibling, but perhaps it was due to him that this changed. Nonetheless, it did not halt his plans. At the moment, he was being taught by a teacher hired specifically to educate the children of the clan. No matter how pathetic his talent as an exorcist was, he still had the blood of the clan, so he was also taught. The family only needed excellent children, the pathetic ones shall be discarded. Although he had not shown any talent in being an exorcist, he had shown brilliant academic brilliance. Saw the N0VL.IR.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Which meant that he still had some worth as a scholar and could probably aid as a strategist in the future. This was quite surprising to him. He had thought initially that he would be thrown out of the clan soon, but unexpectedly, they still kept him and raised him normally. It seems they still care about their blood. Oliver felt happy that he was left alone and was not denied too much. Of course, he was still despised by the clan members for being born weak. He was too lazy to bother with them and focused on showing his academic talents. Naturally, he didn't have any talents, it was just that the education for a 5-year-old was just too damn easy for him. In the field of technology, this world was not much different from his previous one. Here. He calmly filled in the answers and returned the sheet. Excellent, Master Oliver, as expected. The teacher nodded and praised him upon seeing all sums were done correctly. She knew that the level of the problem was not something a 5-year-old should be able to solve, but here she was. It was a pity that Oliver didn't have any talent for being an exorcist, or he could have achieved much greater heights. Whatever, she was here to teach, and she would do just that. She dared not comment on him. In the end, he still belonged to the direct lineage of the Mystic Purge clan. Oliver knew what she was thinking and didn't comment. He was quite excited today as he could finally meet his sister, Nadia. In the past 5 years, he was not permitted to leave his room much, but after persistent begging to the maids and the guards, he was finally permitted to roam in the household. He didn't understand their logic of not letting him leave his room, but in the end, he succeeded. In the past 5 years, he had shown terrifying brain and mental aptitude which earned him a bit of praise from others. And this was precisely why his persistent begging was paid heed to. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been allowed to get outside and stay in his room forever. Maybe they felt that I would shame them by showing my face to others, huh? He had some guesses as to why he was under such harsh conditions. But he couldn't care about that. He could finally meet Nadia and bind to her. After that, he didn't care if they imprisoned him or whatever, he would automatically become strong. Then, I will leave now, Oliver said to the teacher and left the study room. The whole house was made in a Japanese style. From the houses, to the roofs, to the flooring, everything was made out of traditional materials. It gave him a grand and ancient feeling. He walked on the wooden flooring, his white socks rubbing against the floor. He was dressed in modest clothes at the moment, with a simple shirt and pants. He was searching for Nadia. He had asked around a few maids and knew about her whereabouts. The household was extremely humongous, and he lived in some isolated corner. Whereas Nadia lived quite close to the center of the estate. So, he took some long routes and reached her courtyard shortly. Clang! He heard some sounds as soon as he reached there. It was the sound of clashing of weapons. Peeking from behind a rock, he saw her finally. There she was, in her training clothes, thrusting her sword and swinging at the metallic training statue. His eyes widened when he saw her. She was literally the same age as him, but the way she was swinging the sword and hammering the metal dummy was astonishing. Despite her mere age, she was monstrously powerful. The metal dummy shook with every impact of her swing, as if ready to fall apart at any moment. As expected of Nadia, the demoness. Oliver sucked a cold breath. He was sure that one hit from her would send him to the afterlife. Nadia paused suddenly and twisted her body and stared at the rock where he was hiding behind. His scalp went numb when he was easily detected. Is she even human? Oliver cursed, a bit worried now. Show yourself, Nadia spoke, her voice as cold as ice. She didn't have an ounce of fear. She knew it was the main estate of the household, and the person hiding was likely not an enemy. It was highly impossible for someone to infiltrate their main household where the strongest exorcists lived. Hey? Hey. Oliver was unsure of how to interact with her and awkwardly waved at her after coming from behind the rock. Nadia narrowed her eyes, observing his features and feeling quite intrigued. He was terrifyingly similar to her, with silver hair and amethyst eyes. It was known throughout the clan that she was the only one with amethyst eyes and silver hair. The amethyst eyes were something she had inherited from the patriarch of the clan and held deep significance. She was aware that none of her siblings had amethyst eyes, as far as she was told. The eyes held a deeper meaning than just their beauty. The rest of the children mainly inherited some other features of their father, hair and all, and the rest was from their mother. But a person's eyes held deep meaning in the exorcist world. After all, it was known to the world that the patriarch of the Mystic Purge clan possessed one of the 3 special eyes. One of the powerful ones at that, so it was obvious she had also inherited them from him. Saw the novelfire.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It's just that she had yet to awaken them, but nonetheless, her perception range was astonishing. She easily found Oliver hiding from a distance. But more importantly, she could not help but stare at him. Her mind was filled with curiosity. She wondered who he was. Not only were their features almost similar, but she also felt a strong connection with him as well. He just needs a bit longer hair. She thought about how he would look exactly the same as her if he grew his hair a bit more. Being children, their faces carried traces of baby fat and feminine features, so it would be difficult to tell who was who if Oliver did that. Who are you? Nadia questioned. She had to know who he was and how he had the same eyes as her father. I am Oliver, the 4th son. He said, a bit unsure if she would believe him. 4th son. These words resounded in her mind as she realized that there was actually another sibling she was unaware of, and not only that, he seemed to be her twin. She experienced a complex emotion at the moment, a pang of excitement and amusement. More or less, her other brothers and sisters were either all older than her or younger. She rarely met them face to face. But she suddenly remembered her mother's words. Nadia, you are the heiress of the clan, one of the 5 great clans. You must always behave accordingly. Don't show too much emotion, don't be dragged down by others. Be ruthless to those who are hostile and never trust anyone other than yourself and me. She forcefully suppressed her excitement and went back to her cold face. She asked. Why are you here? No one is allowed to enter here without my permission. I got lost and ended up here. Haha. Oliver joked, which made Nadia's expression even weirder. He got lost in his own house? She didn't believe that. She could easily remember every route in her memory. She was not aware that she had a strong memory, unlike Oliver, who came out for the first time. Anyways. You are my sister, right? Man, they didn't allow me to leave my courtyard, and only now did I manage to sneak into this area. But to think I will meet my sister. Oliver faked enthusiasm. He had to maintain a good relationship with her, plus he had to be in her presence or touch her once to bind with her. Hey, what's your name? I never knew that I had a twin. We even have the same features too. I am so happy, all the others won't even talk to me. Oliver made up some things. It didn't hurt to tell a little falsehood to establish a strong foundation. Plus, due to their shared bloodline and being twins, he felt a strong connection with her. Nadia. She replied, her voice a little low. For some reason, she also wanted to know him more. She felt a strong connection with him. No matter how much she tried to suppress herself, she was still a child, and there were some things that could not be helped. Her mind told her to follow her mother's words, but her heart did not listen. This was the first time she had lost such composure. She wanted to know why she was feeling the connection with him. If he was someone important, or if something else was the case. Wow, Nadia, what a good name. Oliver praised. His tongue was quite good at pleasing others after 5 years of consistent begging to be allowed out. Well, it was a different matter since he was still not allowed to come near the central area and had intentionally sneaked there just to meet Nadia. It was just a small skill he had acquired and, coupled with his innocent childish looks, this worked like a charm. Nadia, would you come with me? I will show you my secret hideout, we can play there. Oliver didn't know how to spend some more time with her. He had to touch her once at least to bind, so he decided to sacrifice his hidden spot that he had found behind his courtyard. It was a good hiding spot where he usually was when he was not studying. No. I cannot play. I am the heiress. Her voice was low and small. She really wanted to deny him and continue training as per her mother's instructions. Tug. She watched as Oliver took her hand in his small hands and tugged her. In the end, she let herself be dragged away to see what the place he was talking about was. I need to know if there's such a hidden location in the clan, then I can report back to mother. That's right. Nadia told herself and went with Oliver. Ding. Nadia Mystic. Does the host wish to bind with the individual? Yes. Oliver was overjoyed as he finally received the notification. Binding. 1%. 69%. 100%. Successful. Nadia Mystic is now the target. Finally. Oliver mentally exclaimed as he led his cold sister to his hideout. He felt Nadia was too intelligent for her age and too stern. She needed to relax, or she would really grow up to be a killing machine. If possible, he would like to avoid such a dark future for her. He could see in her that she was born with plenty of emotions, it was just that her parents and upbringing had managed to kill off her emotions. He knew that he could not tamper with the plot too much. All he could do was let her experience some joy that she won't forget and have a soft spot in her heart. Oliver led her to a place covered by willow trees. The land was cushioned by soft green grass, and sunlight filtered through the gaps between the trees, making a serene mix of light and shadows. Occasional relaxing winds breezed through the trees, making the leaves rustle and keeping the spot warm and relaxing. It was truly a wondrous spot that had somehow come under his courtyard accidentally. Nadia was flabbergasted, her eyes trembled for some reason. The spot was simple, yet exquisitely beautiful and peaceful to her. Her heart, which had been tense since forever, always under an invisible burden, suddenly relaxed. Ah! She could not help but let out a sound. She was at a loss for words. She wanted to express something, but didn't know how to. For the past years, all she had done was train herself and study. She never knew about appreciating nature or taking a break. And it was understandable since she was the hope of her clan's future, and the world was under threat from vicious demons that she needed to exorcise. She didn't have time for such silly things. Yet here she was now, a strong feeling of unwillingness surged in her heart as she saw the calm nature. As her eyes moved to the center, she looked at him, Oliver, a boy who suddenly barged into her daily life, claiming to be her unknown brother from the same mother. She bit her lip and stopped herself from moistening her eyes at the moment. Crying was something only weak people would do. She had once cried but was scolded by her mother, and after that, her memories were a bit blurry. She could not remember the reason she had cried that time and what had happened afterward. But one thing she was sure of was that she never shed a tear after that. So why was she like this now? There was nothing to cry about here. It was just a normal place with some ordinary trees and a common sibling of hers. She had many siblings and had seen many expensive artworks, then why? Saw thnofire.nt website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Why did she feel like crying now? Drip. 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 Tears fell from her eyes unintentionally. She felt her willpower was not enough to stop them. Are you crying? Oliver was busy admiring the place. When he saw her shedding tears, he felt awkward. He was never good when it came to dealing with children. In fact, he didn't even know what he had done to make this strong girl suddenly cry. In the novel, it was mentioned that she had been extremely strong-willed since childhood, and to think she could also cry. No. I am not crying. She shook her head as she hurriedly wiped her tears only for more to keep coming. Oliver felt a pang of sympathy, so he tried to console her in the way he considered good for a child. Patting her back, he said, "Hey, don't feel sad, okay? You can always come here if you like this place." He didn't say too much, just a few words, and rubbed her back. Soon enough, she composed herself. All that remained on her face was a heavy blush and some embarrassment. After a moment of silence, Oliver thought of something and said to her, "What do you think of this place?" "Okay." She calmly replied, gaining back her composure with a light blush. "Oh, I don't have any toys to play with, what should I do?" He suddenly remembered that he never bothered asking for anything from his parents or maids, knowing he would be rejected. Not that he wanted any toys, considering he was an adult inside. No need. I don't care for such things. She rejected the very notion herself. If anything, she would prefer to duel with him. But, glancing at his frail body and undeveloped muscles, she knew he was not fit for any sort of combat. Too weak. She could not believe that a child of the main lineage of her clan was this weak. All her siblings were quite good, although not at her level, but still at a decent level for their age. So, why was he like this? There were too many unknowns about him. Hey? Oliver was taken aback. He forgot for a moment that she was still that Nadia from the novel, even though she had just cried like a little girl. But he felt it would be quite wasteful after coming this far and letting her leave already. I need to build a good relationship with her. In the future, I could reap some extra benefits this way. Plus, he thought as he looked at her once again cold expression. She's too pitiful. He could not help but feel that she was quite alone. From the novel, he could tell that she had always been alone in her life. Always on guard against others, even against her own family members, ready for battle to the death, vicious schemes, politics, demons, and whatnot. He didn't know if he as an adult felt that their parents had failed in their job in raising their kids. It was quite ironic how the two considered each other pitiful in their own way. Maybe it was the environment of war that they and their previous generation grew up in, witnessing the loss of their loved ones, that they were like this, but for once, he could not relate to them. He was a person who never experienced such cruel hardships, so he never blamed them. But still, he could not leave her alone. His mind told him it was not his business, and he agreed, he was not going to go out of his way to correct every action of theirs. That would be too hypocritical of him to impose his beliefs onto others. But Nadia was someone who he needed to grow strong, if possible, stronger than she was in the novel. So, he would try a little to not completely ignore her now that his system has bound to her character. He was not so selfish to freeload off her. He had his own principles as a man. But for now, he should entertain her a little before sending her back. He had an idea as to what to do. How about I tell you a story? Story? She was curious. What story was he talking about? She doubted there was something that could interest her. His lips curled into a smile. While I may look like this, I am quite smart, you know. Even the teachers praise me. Anyways, I have a few stories that might interest you. Oliver knew that although the world was as developed as his, but the media and entertainment sectors were underdeveloped due to the wars and demons. It was like 10 to 15 years lacking behind his previous world. Without wasting time, he picked up a few popular children's stories. There were many. One was about a hungry caterpillar as it becomes a butterfly after many hardships, one was about a clever mouse who saves a ship from sinking, another was about a bear who lived on a snow mountain. Nadia, who was initially not believing that he was good enough to entertain her, was fully immersed since his first story. Saw the n0vulfur.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Oliver also knew this, she was a kid, and all the stories he had selected were very popular among children. After an hour or so of continuous stories, he started to get a little worried. If someone came to check up on Nadia and saw her absent from her courtyard, it would stir a storm in the clan, so he quickly wrapped up everything. Nadia was still in a daze when she heard him say it was finished for today. Unintentionally, she uttered, "So soon." But the next moment, she realized her mistake and blushed again. She quickly got up from the grass she was seated on and dusted her clothes. Then I will leave. And don't sneak in my courtyard next time. She loudly said to cover her embarrassment and left, leaving Oliver alone. Oliver's lips twitched as he heard her arrogant tone. Who was the one that just said it was finished so soon? She is still a kid. Don't feel angry. He had gained a lot from the day, and now all he had to do was just wait in his room and wait for results. Nadia quickly returned to her courtyard and shut herself in her room. Her face was red, and she was panting a little. She dashed straight to her room. What have I done today? Why did I act so weird in front of him? She walked back and forth in her room, tugging at her short hair in frustration. She felt she had acted too shamelessly today. She was the pride of her clan, and she lost her composure so badly today. She even cried in front of someone. Too much. This was too much for her to bear. She wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Wait. Why am I being so conscious? A sudden thought came to her mind. Practically, he was a stranger to her, and there was a chance that they would never meet again. So it should be all right, right? And if he dares to expose her, there was no proof on him, plus no one would believe his words. She was the pride of her clan after all. But still, a trace of unwillingness flashed through her eyes. She was not willing to lose so much face in front of him. She was a prideful and strong woman while he was a weak man. She had to settle this matter somehow. And to do that, I must meet him again and settle scores. She nodded at her intelligent decision. Naturally, this was the optimal situation according to her. Composing herself once again, she threw the weapon she was carrying to the side and crashed into her futon. She felt extra tired today and needed some good rest. Oliver resumed his daily routine. There was not much response from the system afterwards, which meant that Nadia had yet to reach a milestone in her training. His studies kept getting harder and harder as the tutors were impressed by his scholarly aptitude. In the next half year, he managed to earn the title of the smartest youth of the clan. Even though the difficulty level was increased, to him, it was all child's play. He was not only taught the basic subjects, but also knowledge about the world, demons, and clans, which he pretty much knew already. He knew that he had shown some value to the clan, and he won't be abandoned now. He had pretty much secured himself a place for the time being. And soon, he received the first ever system notification of the reward. Ding! Target has awakened one of the 4 mythical eyes after undergoing rigorous training. The Abyss Eyes. Ding! Obtaining 10x benefits. The Cosmic Void Gaze has been obtained. Eyes will be awakened in the host. Oliver was just lazing around in his courtyard when he received the notification. It was just too sudden. Barefooted, he ran to his hidden spot in case of something unexpected happening. And just as he arrived in his hideout, a bone-crunching pain suddenly boomed through his head. Ag dash. Arg dash. He clutched his eyes as if wanting to pull them out of their sockets to stop the terrifying pain, but to no avail. He cried hysterically. The pain was heart-wrenching, and he was unable to endure it without prior preparations. He rolled on the ground as his wails continued, tears soaked his fragile skin. No one came to check on him either. He lived pretty much alone, and only maids came to clean his house or deliver food. He was technically isolated from the rest of the clan. Huff. 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 After what seemed to be hours of continuous pain, his cries finally dimmed down. He was sprawled on the grassy floor, not even having the strength to get up, and he felt extremely tired. He could not even open his eyes, and he didn't know when, but he fell asleep. It was soon night, and he finally woke up and found himself still laying on the ground where he had fallen asleep. Ugh. He let out a groan as he mustered up some strength to get himself up. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The world before him was momentarily blurry before it started to clear. What he saw before him surprised him. Not only was his vision extremely clear, he found out that he could make out even minute details of his surroundings, from the veins on the leaves to the textures of tree branches even in the dark. More importantly, I can see it. He thought as he saw numerous colorful particles in the air, densely filling up the air. These particles were the source of an exorcist's powers. Espera. The source of all supernatural power that exorcists and demons have in common. Something that also determines the power of an exorcist. It is present everywhere, and those who could wield it could do anything. The more Espera they have, the stronger they become. When Oliver was declared useless, it meant that he didn't have the talent to properly harness or utilize Espera. Of course, this did not also mean that he was just an ordinary human with no compatibility with it. That was not possible since the blood of Mystic Purge clan flowed through his veins, so naturally, he was born with some Espera. But when Ophelia said that he was useless, she meant that he was unable to satisfy even the minimum criteria to be qualified as an exorcist. He had a very poor aptitude for being an exorcist overall. I can see why she said that I was useless now. He thought as he looked at the countless Espera particles revolving around him, but only a very tiny portion of them actually came to him. Saw the novelfire.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. So useless. He shook his head in resignation. Anyways, I will eventually get the talent too. I need to be patient. He felt excited as he obtained a 10x stronger version of the Abyss Eyes. In the novel, the Abyss Eyes were one of the 4 mythical eyes and were extremely powerful. There were many benefits Nadia abused, such as providing dominion over the void and shadows, manipulating darkness to create portals, induce fear, and drawing power from the abyss. It also gave some mysterious and formidable set of abilities tied to the darker elements in the later parts. Oliver recalled the events and thought speechlessly. He was already content if he just received the same abilities, but now he had a 10x stronger version. System, display the ability obtained. The Cosmic Void Gaze. Ability 1, Dominion over Cosmic Voids. Description, provides control over not only darkness, but the vast void between cosmos. Superior form of darkness element, void unlocked. Ability 2, Master of interdimensional portals. Description, possessor no longer limited to the same dimension anymore. Portals can be used for instantaneous transportation. Depends on the level of mastery. Ability 3, Enshrouding of Death. Description, has the power to induce overwhelming fear on a grand scale, affecting entire battlefields or even entire legions. Fear is no longer a psychological aspect anymore, but a tangible force that weakens target and strengthens the possessor. Ability 4, Circuit of the Abyss. Description? Ability 5, Planar Imprisonment. Description? Ability 7? Oliver was quiet for a while after looking at the cheat. Fuck, was all he could say. Calm down, me. Calm down. Oliver wanted to shout that he had finally become a cheat character but forcefully suppressed it. If he made too much noise, he would draw the attention of the clan guardians undoubtedly. There are some abilities that have no description. It seems I would need to train this to unlock more information, and there are even more abilities. Oliver was riled up now. He finally had something to do while he spent his time alone. He was not allowed to leave the clan at any cost, nor was he allowed to use the special training facilities. He was just too miserable in the clan. His teachers wanted to nurture him into a battle strategist and make him serve his siblings in the future, and it seemed the supervisors responsible for training the direct children of the clan also agreed. While his other brothers and sisters were learning powerful weapon techniques and exorcism skills, here he was learning theory and schemes. Well, I have the system, so I have no complaints. Oliver got up and whistled as he made his way back to his courtyard. But he forgot one thing in this whole scenario. The awakening of mythical eyes always triggers a lot of disturbances. And he, who had awakened something 10 times stronger, was bound to make a tremor. This meant that such an anomaly happening inside one of the strongest exorcist clans was hard to go unnoticed no matter what. It was one of the major places in the world that no one dared to easily step into. A place where the most crazy and insane exorcists of the generation lived and practiced their bloody techniques. And now, such a huge disturbance had occurred. What was that? A figure in the dark exclaimed. What was that? A dark figure floating in the sky observed Oliver down below, who was going back to his courtyard. As moonlight fell upon the figure, the full body was revealed. It was not a human, but a white-colored kitten. I came here due to the large amount of Aspera disturbance, but this is... The white kitten spoke human language perfectly. She glanced at the spot where the boy had just been and landed there gracefully. What was that ominous power just now? A demon? No, a demon's Aspera cannot even compare to this. What exactly was it, and why was it coming from that boy? The cat mumbled as she dazedly glanced at particularly nowhere. But in fact, she was witnessing the Aspera particles in front of her being slowly disintegrating as dense black and purple particles collided with them. She seemed to see even more details than what Oliver could see. After all, she was no ordinary kitten or cat. She was the clan guardian of the Mystic Purge clan. Each of the 5 great clans had their own clan guardians. These are the entities that their founding exorcists had formed contracts with, and these contracts were always changed whenever a new patriarch or matriarch assumed the throne of the clan. This is interesting. If I am not wrong, this is the one that the Ophelia girl said was useless at birth. It stirred a storm at that time that someone from our lineage could be born with no talent for exorcism. The cat stretched as she wondered. And here we are, what has this boy awakened? It was ominous enough to make me on guard. Me, the great me? If I tell this to Ophelia, she would probably make a good expression. Ha ha ha. The cat laughed as she jumped on a nearby tree. But unfortunately, both of them are out at the moment, or they would have reached here by now. Is it fate that this was not to be seen by them? She had a questioning look in her eyes as she stared at the sky, as if staring at strings of fate. After a moment, she shook her head. I can't see the fate, this boy's fate seems too complex for my level. Should I ask that person to read his fate? No, I better not, or it will create trouble, but still, what to do now? She had a thoughtful look on her face as she calculated the next course of her actions. I need to keep him under my supervision. Whatever the power he had awakened, it is not something he could handle at his level. Plus, I need to observe him and understand how did that Ophelia was unable to see his potential? She jumped from one tree to another, her direction, Oliver's courtyard. That boy clearly has immense potential, more than that Nadia girl. If he is not put on the right path from the beginning, he might turn astray. Or who knows, he might have already started bearing a grudge against the clan. Well, can't blame it on him either. The clan has developed some weird policies. Her speed was normal, just like that of a cat, and she was about to reach his courtyard. I think I would need to take on the role of babysitter myself. I cannot trust anyone else with this. Has it already been a few centuries since I had to raise someone? A look of sadness flashed through her eyes as she remembered something while jumping, but it disappeared as quickly as it arrived. But that boy sure is phenomenal, to be able to conceal his emotions and expressions for so long and act so composed. This is indeed something for someone his age. She smirked. Sach *thovlir.nt website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It was as if he had not awakened that terrifying power from before at all and was just a bystander. She did not know about Oliver being famous for being a genius for his age. She hardly paid attention to things that did not concern exorcism and demons. And not only her, most of the major figures in the clan did not care about such things. Oliver, at most, was only a little famous among his maids or some servants. The clan believed in power. Intelligence is necessary, but as a tool only. As long as you are intelligent enough to properly use your immense powers, you can crush someone who is extraordinarily smart easily. As long as one meets a certain threshold of intellect, they are enough. The rest depended on their power and exorcism skills. As for the elders, it seems I would need to make up a story to satisfy them, huh? Well, they are just kids anyways. She mused as she thought about the worried elders of the clan who had also sensed the ominous Aspera before, but she took the initiative to investigate. She did so because she knew that the sudden ominous Aspera was threatening enough for her to act. Sending the elders was not worth the effort. Albeit the ominous Aspera was only there momentarily, it still was something to worry about. But now that she knew about the cause, she had to handle it her own way. She cannot leave this matter to the current patriarch and his cold wife. If I leave it to them, they will probably try to turn him into a killing machine like they are doing to Nadia. These brats won't listen to my warnings. She thought about their nature and values. She did not know when, but somehow she had neglected how the clan heads were being raised, considering it petty things, and before she knew, the clan had turned like this. Considering this, she had also failed a bit as their guardian. Although it was not her duty to interfere in their way of parenting or raising their children, she should have paid attention occasionally. But Oliver was an entirely different case. She cannot leave him to them at all. If he was raised wrongly, it would not only be harmful for the clan but could even impact human society. Demons were cunning and vicious, and there were cases when powerful exorcists in the past had betrayed humanity for demonkind and caused inhuman destruction. She had to observe Oliver herself. If he was bearing a grudge against his useless parents, she would try to help him and give care, but if she determines that he can no longer be corrected and has gone truly astray, then she would have to kill him. It is easy to eliminate such a dangerous threat while it is still in its growing stage. Even earlier, when he was sleeping, she had this thought to finish him once and for all, but she refrained from doing so. She decides to take the risk. If she can nurture him properly, he might become the key to putting an end to this everlasting war between exorcists and demons forever. Swish! She is finally at his courtyard. Meow! It's time for some babysitting. Unknowingly, Oliver, who thought he would just remain a side character forever and become strong silently, had attracted a notorious entity to him. Oliver, who had just returned from an exhausting day, was about to crash into his bed for some sleep when he heard his paper door being scratched from outside, which made him flinch. He had just returned, and something was now scratching at his door. But he thought about it. His clan was guarded by exorcists 24/7, so there can't be an intruder. So who would come at this time? He looked towards the paper door and saw a shadow beyond. His eyes focused, and he saw something wondrous as the shadow converged and countless black lines solidified the figure hidden behind. And soon, a figure of a clearly defined cat formed in front of him. A cat? Did it sneak in somehow? How is that possible? He cautiously moved towards the door and slowly opened it. A pristine white cat was at his feet. Meow. It affectionately meowed at him as it nudged against his clothes. Hee, I will coax him with my cuteness. The cat thought, as she was quite confident in her cuteness. Unless he was an emotionless doll like his mother or sister, he would definitely take her in. Oliver stared at the nudging cat and then moved his hand from behind his back. Bang! Meow! What the fuck? The cat exclaimed in shock as Oliver just tried to smash her with a broom. Damn cat, I don't have food. Fuck off. He cursed as he once again attacked the cat with his broom. Meow. The clan guardian ran as Oliver followed behind with his broom. Bang. 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 He intended to drive away the stray cat from his yard. He didn't like animals much since his past life. Meow. 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 For some reason, the cat kept running away from him inside his courtyard only, not leaving. The darkness didn't hinder him either, thanks to his special eyes. Bang. 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 Get out, you little dash. I don't have food for stray animals like you. Bang. 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 Oliver kept swinging the broom as he chased the cat. He made sure not to directly hit the cat. He was no animal abuser, so he just swung the broom hard on the ground near the cat to drive it away. What is wrong with this kid? Is he insane? Hitting the clan guardian with a broom? No one has ever dared to disrespect me like that. This is animal abuse. The cat thought while running away. She thought Oliver would accept her, considering she was pitiful and came to him in the cold night, but it seemed that the boy had no kindness towards her. People had begged her to grace them with her presence, offering her countless treasures in her life, but never had someone dared to so blatantly chase her away with a broom. What was more shameful was that she was hit by the boy accidentally. She was forcibly suppressing her speed and strength so as not to make a mess of his yard, but this boy was not stopping at all. She really wanted to beat some sense into this impudent brat. Saw the nofire.nt website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Meow. Another hit grazed through her butt as she cried out in shock. Bam. In her game of chase, she did not see that there was a wall in front of her and crashed into it. Ow. It hurts. Oliver, who had been following closely behind, also looked at the cat speechlessly. Was this cat dumb? There was a huge wall in front of it, yet it still collided straight into it. Seeing as how he had her cornered, he did not hit her anymore. He felt that the cat was a bit pitiful, laying there pressing her forehead in pain. Huh? Doesn't this cat act humane-like? Normally, shouldn't a cat lick their injuries, so why is this dumb-looking cat pressing its head instead? He puzzledly looked at the cat and felt something was odd. Stronger version of mythical eyes awakened. Check. A huge disturbance produced in the middle of the clan. Check. Someone sent to investigate. Check. A weird cat came to him in the middle of the night. Check. All of this happened just after he awakened the special eyes. Check. The clan guardian of the Mystic Purge clan also has the form of a cat. Check. The clan security is extremely tight that no animal could enter. Check. Oliver threw the broom away as he rubbed his hands. Indeed, he understood what was happening. Unexpectedly, he had been attacking the clan guardian with his broom. Anyways, it was not his fault, the guardian should have assumed a proper form if it was coming to meet him. Hey there, cute kitten, does it hurt? I remember that I still have some leftover fish from afternoon. I will feed it to you if you are hungry. Seeing the sudden shift in Oliver's attitude, the cat felt suspicious. For some reason, it had a bad premonition. Why was the brat who was brutally beating her suddenly changing his manners? Did he finally feel pity for her after seeing her hit herself into the wall? So he was human after all, and here she was about to assume him to be some vicious demon instead. Seeing that the cat was looking at him suspiciously, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had indeed done something terrible just now, whether it was the clan guardian or not, he still hit her with a broom. So, he went back inside and brought out some fish. Putting the fish in front of the cat, he didn't say anything and just went back to sleep. If the clan guardian wanted to keep an eye on him, then there was nothing much he could do with his current power. So, it was better to cooperate with the cat and make it fat and lazy. He properly seasoned the fish before giving it to the cat also so that she won't mind too much. How could he know that the clan guardian had tasted delicacies that he could never imagine, and he just gave her a leftover fish, which was another great humiliation to the entity. But what could it do? Tell him about it and expose her secret? She had come in the disguise of a normal cat to observe Oliver more closely, so she cannot do that. All she could do was accept the fish. It was surely not due to the fact that the fish looked quite delicious. Damn it. This kid is too much. Nom nom. If this fish was bad, I would have had him executed publicly. The clan guardian quietly munched off the fish and rested outside for the night. It would try again the next day. Soon, it was morning and Oliver felt more refreshed than ever. His eyes were now relaxed and he felt his sense of vision was amplified hundredfold. One thing to know was that he was visually handicapped in his previous life, so for him to see things so clearly was a pleasant experience. After taking a bath, he moved towards the mirror to comb his short hair, but he saw something wondrous instead. His eyes, their color had changed. They had mutated. Earlier, he had deep purple-colored eyes, but now the color had changed completely. Instead of just being a shade of amethyst, there were some other colors as well, red, black, a bit white. And not only that, with his enhanced sight, he could see a complex pattern in the middle of his iris. He felt dizzy just glancing at the pattern. He dared not to stare at it too much, lest it drained all his mental power. He believed it had something to do with the cosmic void gaze. And not to mention, he felt a mysterious charm in those eyes. They were beautiful and awing to look at. It was as if he was looking at a piece of beautiful and valuable art. It was a dangerous feeling. He wanted to just keep staring in the mirror at himself. He shook his head to distract himself and quickly combed his hair and left his room. Outside, he saw the clan guardian napping peacefully on a grassy patch. Perhaps sensing his presence, the cat woke up and ran up to him meowing at him pitifully. He scoffed, the clan guardian was really good at acting. Did she think that last night he had felt pity for her and let her stay? If so, then it was good. He no longer intended to offend her. She was an ancient monster that should not be provoked in the early stages of the plot. Despite her harmless appearance of a white cat, she was way darker than a demon inside. Looks can be deceiving indeed. Oliver nodded to himself. In the novel, there were many wolves in sheep's skin that he had to be careful of in the future. Do you want me to adopt you? Oliver looked at her and asked the obvious. The cat furiously nodded, which made his expression weird. Do you not realize that by nodding your head, you're technically telling me that you can understand human tongue and are definitely not an ordinary cat? He felt that perhaps the clan guardian had grown senile. Nevertheless, he had made some arrangements beforehand. All right, I will own you from now on. Meow. The cat jumped happily. Finally, I succeeded. Then I will need a name for you. How does Socks sound? Oliver sucked at naming, so whatever came to his mind, he spat. Socks? Are you kidding me? I know that I have the same color as your socks, but still, how the fuck do I look like a sock? She growled at him, making him rethink his decision. Huh. This is tough. How about Zippy? He thought for a moment and remembered that a stray dog from his past life was also called Zippy in the neighborhood, so he said that. Seeing the cat was satisfied, he nodded. Now that everything was settled, he let the cat enter his house and took out a fluffy cushion. Zippy, the clan guardian who had been named, thought it was supposed to be her seat and was about to sit on it when she saw Oliver sit on it. Huh? What are you looking at? Is there a rat in the house? He looked around confusedly but found nothing odd. After that, he ignored her and assumed a meditative posture, feeling the Aspera around him. He tried to draw in the Aspera towards him, but the flow was pathetic. It was as if only one particle out of 200 entered him. It's no use, unless I obtain an inherent talent from Nadia, I cannot try this. And for that, I would need to wait for her to make a milestone in her Aspera training. Well, it should be coming soon if we follow the novel's plot. He grinned to himself, not minding the weird stares of the cat. What is this kid doing? His flow is so pathetic. I can't believe someone from our main lineage could be born this lacking. Then what was that ominous power from before? It can't be that I was mistaken. I can smell it on him. Saw the novelfra.t website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Zippy was confused at him. She thought of some treasures that she had which might help him raise his potential slightly, but they were too precious and there was no guarantee that he would obtain a great talent after consuming them. So she just laid down and watched him do his things. If he really could not achieve anything in the end, she would feed it to him and then test out her doubts. Something was better than nothing after all, plus she had no need for those treasures herself. Knock. Knock. Young master, it is time for your lessons. A cold voice sounded from the other side of the door. It was his maid, who often came to deliver food and recite his schedules. All right, send the teacher, I will be ready shortly. After taking his routine lessons, he was once again free. The cat had wandered off to somewhere, so Oliver did not care much. Now then. Stretching his arms, he looked at the sky with a thoughtful gaze. I should probably help Nadia achieve a milestone. Indeed, after much contemplation, he had arrived at the conclusion that the faster he would help her grow her strength, the stronger he would become as well. So instead of lazing around in the courtyard all day, which was a bad habit, he decided to do what he could at the moment. Although his scope of operations was limited to the Mystic Purge clan, there were still some things hidden here and there in the clan which he could potentially obtain. Saw the novelfire.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In the original novel, those items were usually obtained by some minor characters, so he thought that he might as well give them to Nadia to increase her power. Anyways, they were just some booster items he could spend on her for growth. He had decided that rather than just sitting idly, he would help the main characters grow so he can obtain more benefits. If I know from the novel correctly, near the oak tree at the western area of the clan, there should be a huge rock, and 29 steps away from it just beneath the ground should be something that could greatly benefit Nadia. He quickly finished his business and went out towards the western part of the clan. The clan was a huge place. It was not an exaggeration to claim that their clan was no smaller than a city itself, just that it was secluded and not many people knew the exact location of this place. The clan had everything one could need. It was a self-functioning city in itself. The town was divided into regions: east, west, north, south, and central parts. From tall and traditional-styled houses to shops selling weapons and food, everything was properly arranged in the town. The central area was the place where his father, mother, and rest of the siblings lived. Along with them, the important elders or the important individuals also resided there. His house was located in the east, just a little away from the central area. This was also probably why that most people were unaware of his existence. He sighed. The world was really cruel, but his family was even more. He was mature by mind, so he did not care, but had it been a real child, to be isolated like that from their family, it would have severely affected their psyche. Anyways, his goal for the day was the western area of the clan. He quietly left his courtyard, and after an hour of traveling, he directly reached the specified spot. He received a few strange gazes on his way, probably due to his symbolic white hair, but he ignored them naturally. Pat pat. It should be around here. He kicked the ground with his feet and measured exact 29 steps from the rock near the oak tree. It was an unimpressive spot that no one really cared about. To think, there would be a treasure item hidden just beneath this place. He shook his head and retrieved a shovel he had brought along him and started digging into the spot. It did not take him long before he felt some resistance. Clang. That's it. He threw the shovel away and used his hands to clean the dirt and soil away from the metallic box. It was a small and ordinary-looking gray metal box. However, the box gave off an ancient vibe upon looking. Body-strengthening elixir, this is great stuff. His eyes shone as he inspected the contents of the metal box. Elixirs were potions that upon being consumed provided the person with a permanent advantage in their aspects. Elixirs were a rarity, and countless alchemists worked daily to produce one. Yet, it was not an easy feat to be achieved. Only master alchemists with a fine control over aspera and excellent dexterity could dare to produce them. And each elixir once produced was sold at sky-high prices in the market. The art of potion crafting was ancient and was strictly regulated by the clans. Even in his clan that had multiple strong alchemists, an elixir was still a rare item to be obtained, and people would send endlessly to get their hands on one. The advantage was too great after all. Who would dare to reject a permanent boost in their abilities? If someone was lucky enough, they might even awaken new powers through consumption. In a world of demons and wars, for a hunter, such a thing was priceless. Alchemists were highly respected for this reason alone. They were known for their ability to produce miracles. This potion in his hands was also probably the work of some ancient alchemist of the clan who might have hidden it for some purpose, or just leave it as an inheritance for their future generation. Unfortunately, their family either did not continue or this precious item was lost by them. Whatever it was, now it belonged to him. No, it belongs to Nadia. He laughed and went back with the box. It had been some time since he last met her, and he was quite curious how she will react after seeing him. She should not attack me like last time probably. I made sure to leave a positive impression on her last time after all. With that thought, he went back to his courtyard first and stored the metal box somewhere. The elixir was inside a long glass tube and was radiating a shiny and sparkly bluish color. It was quite beautiful to look at, one of the features of an elixir. He carefully stored the elixir in the pocket of yukata. That's right, the culture that his clan followed seemed to be closely tied with the Japanese culture in his previous world. Although now that the world had become plagued with wars and demons, the concept of countries and boundaries was now vague, and everything where humans lived was considered a human territory that was under the rule of one of the 5 clans. He made a trip to the central area of the clan once again. He was no longer restricted to his courtyard anymore and was allowed to move around. But when he entered the central area, he felt a chill on his back. It was as if he was being observed by countless eyes. He discreetly tried to look around and found that people were minding their own business, not exactly paying him attention. No, they are definitely observing me through some means, or it could be the hidden guards in the area watching me. Earlier, when I visited the central area, I did not feel anything, but now after awakening the special eyes, I can feel them. He instinctively felt the urge to use his special eyes to counter, but refrained. He dared not to show anything lest he was taken directly to his mother. He made up his mind and ignored the hidden gazes and moved along the street towards the courtyard of his sister, Nadia. It was still some distance away. It should take him around 20 minutes to reach by walking. He exhaled slightly. His entire body was tense from the feeling of someone constantly watching his every step. He could not help but lose focus again and again. It was very irritating. He wished that they could leave him alone. It is as if I am some sort of enemy of theirs, that they must keep watch on. Oliver annoyedly thought as he kept moving forward. He was already in the central area of the town, and all around of him were tall houses with entrances to the courtyards of important people of the clan. As he walked deeper, the amount of people became less and less, signifying the importance level. And that's how I defeated them, brother. Suddenly, Oliver's ears picked some noises from ahead as he raised his head and narrowed his eyes. There was a group of people walking his way. They all seemed to be older than him. All of them were wearing traditional yukatas. From just one glance at their clothes, anyone could tell they were lavish. They were much better than Oliver's plain cloth. No way, why do I keep encountering troubles? Oliver's mouth twitched. He quickly recognized them to be his older siblings. They were his two older brothers, the second and third oldest sons along with the third oldest daughter of the family. They seemed to be walking out to somewhere and he just happened to bump into them. Although there was not much info about these side characters, but from the nature of the clan and their upbringing, he was sure that they all must be trash among trashes. Pretend I didn't see them. Oliver tried to lower his presence, as much as he could try to do so. He hoped that they will just ignore him as a passerby and he could reach his destination. Last time, he did not encounter any troubles at all, but this time, he was met with all annoying things, from hidden guards to these siblings of his. Hey, who are you? A voice sounded from behind Oliver, making him feel goosebumps all over his skin. He immediately turned around to see the third oldest brother of his looking down at him. Just one moment ago, they were in front of him and now they were behind him. This level of speed was terrifying. This area and beyond is only accessible to direct family members of Mystic Purge clan, don't you know? The older boy commented in a plain tone. There was something like this as well. Oliver exclaimed. Sure enough, this seemed possible in such a huge clan. Shane, look at his hair, why does he have the same hair color as mother? The third miss of the clan also came near and observed his features as she asked her twin brother, the one who had approached Oliver the first. Usually, white-haired people were only the direct family members of the clan. It was not that they all had white hair. But since Ophelia had white hair and majority of children inherited her hair, so they were known by their hair color throughout the clan. Now that you mention it, he does share the same hair color, but I can't recognize him though. Saw the N0velfire.nt website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The oldest of the three also came forward and now Oliver was surrounded by them. All three of them gave a strong pressure. It was as if he was surrounded by three ferocious beasts in the jungle. I will ask again, who are you? What do I say? It's better to be truthful here. It's not like I did something offensive that they will hurt me, right? With that thought in his mind, he calmly replied. I am Oliver, Oliver Mystic, the fourth son. Before he could continue, a powerful slap connected to his right cheek. The force sent him throwing backwards. Cough dash. Oliver coughed out blood. The inner skin of his cheek was peeled by the force as blood filled his mouth. How dare you say yourself to be a mystic with that minuscule amount of strength? Are you looking to die? The third miss was the one who had sent him throwing. She coldly looked down at him. For some reason, looking at his face reminded her of someone strong, so she could not help but be pissed and attack him. She did not believe that he was their sibling at all. Every single member bearing the blood of the Mystic clan's direct lineage was a living legend, and so were their descendants. A weakling had no place in their family, and Oliver was the exact definition of weak. She could sense that he barely had any aspera inside him. It could not be possible that he had so much aspera in his body that she could not sense. After all, there were only two cases where either the person's aspera level was too high or too low that one cannot sense it. From the looks, Oliver was younger than them and therefore it was impossible for him to surpass them in aspera quantity unless he was some exception genius, which he clearly wasn't, or else they would have known of such a sibling. Impersonation of the direct family members of the Mystic clan was a serious crime and demanded on-spot execution. Get up and explain yourself. A condescending voice echoes above Oliver as he slowly looked at them. Get up. Shane also joined her and ordered him to stand back. Who are you? And why are you here? Oliver slowly raised his head as he tried to get up, only to receive a strong blow to his abdomen. Shane had just kicked him in the stomach. Ugh dash. Cough dash. Oliver once again crashed into the wall. He felt as if the air was sucked out of his lungs. The kick was very strong. I cough. Cough dash. He was not even allowed to speak before he was thrown over again by her. Weakly, he looked at them only to see devious smirks on their faces. It was at that moment he realized something. They did not care whether he was genuine or not, they wanted to beat him to death for their fun. They were enjoying the process of beating him again and again as he tried to get up and explain. They were both sadists. No, the entire family was a bunch of cruel psychotic sadists. He realized this. In the novel, it was especially mentioned the clan's alignment and nature. The Mystic Purge clan was dark, and people from this clan harbored sadistic tendencies. It was due to the way they were raised since birth that their mental state was bent towards torture and death. He had not seen such a nature in Nadia last time and had ignored the fact as such. When he saw her cry pitifully last time, he was placed under the illusion that all was good. Who knows that he might not have seen her true nature yet? She might not have shown her true self last time. He frowned as he felt a sharp pain in his arm. It was as if his bone had been dislocated. They had not intended to listen to him since the beginning. He was already a target for them the moment they spotted him and saw his weakness. Bam! Bam! In the next few minutes, the quiet surroundings of the road were filled with bashing and slamming sounds. It was as if someone was hitting a wall with iron pipes or using a punching sandbag. While this was the sound of Oliver being beaten, at the moment, his state was quite serious. He was bleeding from several areas of his body, and one of his arms was twisted backwards. His legs were bent, and his smooth and fair face was filled with scars and bruises. In front of him were Shane and his twin sister, the third miss, as he laid on the marbled ground. They both had flushed expressions and were panting slightly, as if aroused from the scene in front of them. Oliver, on the other hand, was miserable. He tried to squint his eyes but couldn't. Hot tears had filled his eyes, blurring his view as he looked at the clouds in the sky. Due to his condition, his mind didn't even think of using the special eyes to stop them. He had yet to get accustomed to his special eyes so that his brain could use them. The oldest of them had not moved from his spot since the beginning. He seemed uninterested and just observed from the side. He could not care less if a weakling or two died. Finish your thing, we have somewhere we need to be, so don't waste time. His cold voice served as a reminder for the two siblings as they glanced at one another. I will finish him off. Also, Shane, don't forget to remind the guards to not let weaklings like him ever step foot in here. She said as she glanced at thin air as if she could see all the hidden guards watching them. Shane just nodded as he watched excitedly his sister finish off the boy. Just as she was about to land the final blow, a chilling voice interrupted everyone. What are you doing? The voice was icy cold, seemingly devoid of any emotion at all. *THN0VL, IR.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Everyone present felt the temperature drop by a few degrees instantly, and they could not help but look at the source of the voice. With silvery white hair floating against the wind, cold amethyst eyes, and an emotionless expression on her face, Nadia was standing just a few meters away from them. But what shocked them the most was that none of them could sense her approaching. They all instantly recognized her, Nadia, the monstrous genius of the clan and the possible next matriarch of the clan. They all sucked in a cold breath when they saw her. She was famous for being a ruthless, cold-hearted witch. From excellent academics to near-perfect exorcism abilities, she was someone they could not hope to reach. At that moment when they were asked a question by her, none of them was able to speak a word. Finally, the oldest of them all mustered some confidence and moved forward to speak. We were just taking care of a pest that seemed to have sneaked in this haven, haha. Even though he was older and stronger, he still felt plenty nervous at the moment. In terms of talent, Nadia far surpassed any of them. Nadia listened to them and glanced at the almost broken Oliver. She looked at him for a moment, observing his injuries. She felt nothing. For a moment, she seemed disappointed but nothing more. Then she glanced at her siblings and saw their faces etched with silly and nervous smiles. This was indeed the reaction she expected from them. They were, after all, inferior. Leave. One word was all she said, and the faces of the siblings changed instantly. They all understood what she meant. Apart from Oliver, everyone was to scram right at this moment. Her word was like a command rather than a request. Shane and his twin sister were unsure. They did not dare to offend Nadia and waited for their older brother to decide. The older brother in question also had a flushed face. Nadia's command was an insult to him. He was older than her but was treated as such. Don't go too far, Nadia. I am the older. He could not even finish his sentence before he retreated 10 steps back quickly. His hand went to his face, a fresh cut was formed on his cheek that started leaking blood. His eyes had a trace of fear, he almost could not catch up to her movements, and she had already managed to harm him. This was the difference in their abilities. I will leave. He quickly knew that any further confrontation would only be a disaster, so he tactfully surrendered. I will leave. He quickly realized that any further confrontation would only result in disaster, so he tactfully surrendered. Saw THNFire.nt website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But before leaving, he glanced at the half-dead Oliver with a fierce glint in his eyes. He had some thoughts at the moment that no one else knew about. After the trio left, Nadia slowly walked up to the unconscious Oliver and crouched down, observing his bruised face. She looked at the sky, and her eyes shone in a strange color. In the next moment, all the hidden eyes suddenly left their vicinity, leaving the two alone. This was her authority. With this, we are even, Nadia said as she took out a small glass tube carrying a green liquid and slowly poured its contents into Oliver's mouth. She watched as the injuries on his body quickly started to recover at a tremendous speed, and in a minute, he was fully back from his half-dead state from before. Cough. Cough. With a few coughs, he suddenly inhaled a large amount of air as his eyes opened wide. He quickly sat up and saw Nadia looking at him with no particular emotion. We should be even with this, she said as she got up. My injuries are all gone? Did she use a healing potion on me? He wondered as he touched his face and felt his smooth skin once again, indicating a full recovery. I am saved. He felt weak from inside, he had never been beaten so badly in his 2 lifetimes. At the time he was being beaten, he felt death closely, he was scared, and powerless. Suddenly, a burst of rage surged from within him. He should have used his special eyes on them at that time. But upon further thought, he believed that it was a good decision that he did not use them. The entire area was surrounded by hidden guards making note of everything. 2. He still did not have the appropriate mastery over them, and 3rd, he was beaten so fast that his brain could not process even to think of using them as a means to save himself. This all suggested that he still did not have enough experience in using his special eyes. He felt like a retard, even after having such great power in his hands, he still got beaten up. What was the use even after all this? He shifted his thoughts away as he saw Nadia walking away, back to her courtyard. He quickly followed after her. What? She paused and looked back, her eyes still cold as ice. Wait a moment, Nadia. Originally, I came here to give you something, so take that before you leave. Oliver also did not want to stay there anymore, he quickly wanted to go back to his courtyard, form a revenge plan, and rest. He had decided that the trio from before were as good as dead from this moment forth. Nadia furrowed her brows. He came here to give her something? Suddenly, her heart rate accelerated as she watched him take out a blue glass tube from his pocket. An elixir. A body-strengthening elixir. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened, she didn't know why, but looking at him taking out a body-strengthening elixir made her feel itchy in the chest. No, it was not because of the body-strengthening elixir, she could have gotten one for herself if she had asked from the clan. It was due to something else. It was because of the fact that he had come all the way here to give this elixir to her. Why? She opened her mouth, but no words seemed to come out at the moment, she seemed to want to say something but could not speak. Why can't I speak? She asked herself. She wanted to interrogate him about how he found this precious thing. She felt as if there was a lump in her throat prohibiting her from speaking. He had come here to give her an elixir and was almost beaten to death. She knew the rarity of an elixir, although she could easily get one from the clan, it did not mean that they were not precious. She knew that even her siblings would need to spend many resources to obtain one of the elixirs. Logically speaking, if by any chance he got his hands on an elixir, it should be obvious for him to use it on himself rather than give it to someone else. Wasn't he much weaker than her? This was so foolish, she wanted to be disappointed at his lack of intellect, but found it hard for some reason. Instead, her heart rate increased, and her face felt hot for some reason. She was feeling a sudden burst of unknown emotions, she did not know what was happening. Suppress. She tried to suppress the loud beating of her heart, she did not want him to accidentally hear her loud heartbeat. It would be a great blow to her pride if that happened. She was shocked once again that she could not calm herself down. This feeling, it was the same as that time when she cried for the first time, and it happened in front of him at that time too. She had thought that she had grown up after that shameful incident last time and has increased her mental resistance as well. She did not understand what he did that always made her lose herself. She would never act or behave like this whenever she was around others, but now. And why was it that it always was him? Didn't her mother also provide her with extremely precious and rare resources all the time? So why did she not feel like this for her mother? This all felt too confusing for the little genius. For someone like her, who had been learning to discern people from a glance, felt conflicted with herself. Here, take it quick. Don't refuse. I am very lacking in talent, and this won't work much on me, so it's better for you to use it and grow stronger. Oliver, who did not know what his expressionless sister was thinking, quickly stuffed the elixir into her hands. He did not want to stay in this place any longer lest some more nuisances popped up. If someone annoying really did come this time, he did not think that he could restrain himself from using the special eyes like earlier, especially now that the guards were not there either. He had to plan for his next steps and search for other treasures and opportunities for her if possible. Taking her hand in his hand, he put the elixir carefully and quickly left the scene. Nadia, who saw all this, could not help but tremble a little after he left. She was shocked at herself. She actually let someone hold her hand? She, who would never let anyone be in 2-meter radius around her, actually allowed this. No, more importantly, she realized that she was not on guard at all. She had always been trained to remain on her guard at all times, even against her own family, every second of the day. But now she did not even realize when he took her hand and put the elixir on it. How can I be so careless? She mumbled to herself as she stared at the elixir in her hand. She could still feel the warmth of his hand. Unexpectedly, she did not hate this. As she returned to her courtyard, she once again looked at the bluish glowing elixir and paused. Should she have someone verify it for poison? But when she thought of his face, she expelled the idea. For some reason, she did not think that he would try to poison her. Have I gone crazy? Was it due to their connection as twins that she felt this way? What am I doing? She touched her head, her eyes slowly widening. Why am I behaving like this? It's normal that I get it tested for poison, so just why? Just why am I hesitant? She clutched her short hair in frustration. She had always been rational and always took the best decisions in every situation, yet now she was acting so stupidly. A moment ago, she was thinking that he was foolish and now she was being even stupider than him. It frustrated her. Never in her life had she felt frustrated over something, yet she was like this now. It was all because of him. No. He surely can't poison me. He should be aware of the consequences of it. I am the best weapon the clan could polish. If something happened then he would too. He must know this, right? Nadia thought of many reasons that this elixir was not poisoned by him, connecting her assumptions. But some part of her mind knew that she was just making up things to satisfy herself, that she did not needed to get this tested for poison. Saw thfullfray.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After minutes of self-contemplation, she made up her mind. If this thing really carries a poison, then so be it. I will test myself through this. If I am weak, I will die, and if not, then I will survive. It will be my fault that I took this, so it does not matter. Pop. She opened the lid of the tube and a rich and strong aroma spread in her courtyard. This elixir seems to have been preserved for a long time. This rich smell and thickness, it is definitely not the same as the ones that are made now. She quickly analyzed the elixir. It was said that the more aged an elixir was, the more potent its effects become. And the one in her hands right now was very ancient, she could tell from the smell alone. Her amethyst eyes shone in a strange light as she looked at the elixir for a moment. It was as if she could see everything in the elixir at the moment. She was currently using the abyss eyes that she had awakened some time ago to see through the elixir. I still lack proper mastery. I should have been able to tell if it carried poison or not just by a look. I will train harder from now on. Oliver could not have expected that just a simple action of him giving her a potion could help her steel her resolve even further. It seemed to fuel her more. Gulp. 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 She drank the elixir in one go and quickly circulated the aspera in her body to ready herself for the effect. Boom. underscore 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 underscore. Ding. Target has consumed a rare body strengthening elixir. Ding. 10x benefits obtained. Ding. Permanent 10x increase in physical strength. Oliver paused, suddenly feeling a warm current flowing throughout his body, reaching every part of him. He sensed a strong surge of vitality and energy coursing through his veins. Every cell in his body felt recharged, brimming with energy. Crack. As he stretched, he heard the sound of his bones popping, as if they were adjusting to become more compact and stronger. Clasping his fists, he felt the growing strength, making him believe he could punch through metal. Status. He muttered, having tried earlier without success, to see a panel. Nevertheless, he attempted once more, curious to see if his increased strength would reveal his status. He had experimented countless times before with the system, hoping for a full body analysis, but usually to no avail. Trying again, he wondered if there was a required trigger or if such a feature did not exist at all. Deciding to give it one final attempt. And he guessed correctly as a black panel suddenly opened before his eyes. Name, Oliver Mystic. Race, human. Strength, level 3. Espera, level 1. Charisma, level 3. Luck, level 2. A general overview of his body's status appeared before him. Carefully observing the attributes, he had no clue what determined these levels. He wondered what the maximum limit for these levels could be and was greatly shocked by his strength. Even after obtaining Cosmic Void Gaze and increasing his strength tenfold, he was still evaluated as only level 3? Then how strong would level 10 be if he already felt capable of punching through metal? Damn, this feels both motivating and depressing at the same time. Shaking his head, he only needed to wait for Nadia to quickly raise her strength, and he would naturally reap benefits. But still, my Esper talent is so pathetic. He couldn't help but feel speechless. It was quite shocking that someone born from the genes of Ophelia and the clan patriarch could be so weak. More importantly, I need to deal with them. He thought to himself, already forming a revenge plan against the trio who had beaten him today. He was narrow-minded and could easily hold grudges when wronged. It was a mentality he had followed in his past life as well. He would never provoke others, but if provoked, he wouldn't hold back. Although it was somewhat cliché that first he was beaten by them and then he sought revenge, what else could he do? He was furious. If not for Nadia's healing elixir, he might have died there. He wanted to teach them a lesson for messing with him. He was almost dead if not for Nadia's intervention. He couldn't let them go easily. Of course, he couldn't kill them under the watchful eyes of hidden guards surrounding them. It was outrageous that he wasn't assigned any guards, considering his lacking abilities, but it granted him greater freedom and privacy than any of his siblings. Picking up a rock nearby, he slowly clenched his fist, and the rock soon broke into multiple pieces under the force of his hand. Amazing. He marveled at his strength, it was superhuman. He was quite sure that no normal person could do what he had just done, not in this world or his previous one. Noticing the absence of the clan guardian, he wondered if the cat had gone to attend to some business. Well, all I can do now is wait and train some more. Just like that, a day passed. Oliver had mostly adjusted to the newfound strength in his body by now. He felt like he had finally become a superhuman by the standards of his previous world, which made him quite excited and happy. As he meditated to train his special eyes, he suddenly heard discreet footsteps. He felt as if all his senses had been significantly enhanced. His hearing had improved by leaps and bounds, he could even hear the distant sounds of leaves rustling in the wind. He quickly sensed the approaching footsteps. Folding his legs, Oliver observed from the paper door of his room, his eyes narrowing. Through the transparent wall, he could make out a distant blackish silhouette walking towards the courtyard gate. Who could it be at this time? He thought in confusion, slowly standing up and sliding open the door. And he quickly identified the visitor. It was the same second sibling who had watched him get beaten earlier. It was the same second sibling who was earlier watching him get beaten. And later competed with Nadia only to get embarrassed. But what was he doing at his place? Oliver wore his sandals and looked at his surroundings. His eyes, which would automatically filter out the world for him whenever he looked around, the cosmic void gaze, was quite powerful, he could not see any hidden guards around as usual. His courtyard was usually not monitored by the hidden guards unless there was something needed from him, so he did not feel surprised that there was an absence of hidden guards. "Why are you here?" Oliver asked. His tone was a bit cold. It was clear that he was not welcoming of this person. The second elder sibling, who saw that Oliver has completely healed, was surprised a little, considering the serious wounds he suffered earlier. He proceeded to question first, ignoring Oliver's previous question, "Where's your respect?" "I am your older brother." His tone was arrogant and condescending, as if he was looking down on Oliver. Oliver cringed at the thick-skinned and shameless sibling of his. An older sibling who watched his younger brother get beaten half to death and enjoyed the whole show without lifting a finger. "From your reaction, I am assuming that you don't care about what happens to me." The second sibling was silent for a moment upon listening to his sarcastic remarks of anger. "You are right, I did not feel anything. You should know that strength is everything. We, the Mystic Purge clan, does not acknowledge the weak. If you are weak, then you are nothing," he calmly said, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. "As expected from you." Oliver did not want to argue with him anymore. He directly asked, "What do you want from me?" The second brother of his paused and looked at Oliver's handsome face for a bit. Only now did he realize that his features were terrifyingly similar to Nadia. Earlier, he was too busy to look at his face, and only now he realized this. Looking at his face, the image of Nadia's face converged in his mind as he suddenly recalled the earlier incident where he experienced shame. His face turned ugly as he once again questioned in a superior tone. "Why are your injuries healed? It should have taken at least a week for your bones and skin to even start recovering." He abruptly stopped in the middle as he thought of something bizarre. His eyes widened at his own though as he asked in an impatient tone. "Don't tell me, did Nadia use a healing elixir on a waste like you? It can't be that. There's no way that girl would ever dash." Oliver looked at his supposed elder brother and felt amused by his expressions. Indeed, it was quite hard to accept the reality that the cold and ruthless Nadia had actually used an elixir on a talentless bastard. If this news were to spread, everyone in the clan would feel shocked, but more so, his mother and father would immediately isolate Nadia from everyone. Ophelia, his dangerous mother, wanted to cultivate Nadia into a perfect and superior existence. To her, emotions were an obstacle that would only get in the way of her daughter's path to greatness. Oliver was very sure that if this brat snitched on them, then his mother would do everything to kill Nadia's emotions, and it may be as worse as torturing and killing him in front of her. He shivered a bit as he realized the seriousness. He really cannot allow this fake brother of his to leave easily now. "Well, I had a healing elixir with me that I used." Even though he knew it was quite useless to lie in front of this guy, he still said a few words. And as he had expected, the second brother flew into rage. And as expected, the second brother was immediately furious as he said, "Do you take me for a fool? Are you saying that a pathetic waste like you can own an elixir? I don't think the clan would waste any resources on you. It is up to you whether to believe it or not." Oliver did not say any more. "You dash bastard, tell me what your relationship is with Nida and why she stopped us last time. I expect honest answers. If you dare to play games, then expect to lose a limb or two," he threatened. It was quite clear that he wanted to know why Nida interfered last time. Even though they were twin siblings by blood, it did not mean anything in the clan. Only strength was the norm. If possible, he wanted to gain an advantage over Nida, and he believed that Oliver may know something about it. Why else would she interfere? Oliver must have something important. "Do you think you are capable enough to make me say it?" Oliver chuckled, a hint of sarcasm evident in his words. He said, a coward older brother who ran away hiding his tail between his legs when faced with his talented little sister. "You still have the guts?" Ha ha ha. Oliver naturally had no intentions of revealing anything to this unimportant character at all. Although it was quite true that he might as well have run away cowardly when facing the terrifying Nida, but he did not have to say it. When it came to provoking others, he knew a lot. The characters of the novels were all read by him once, and he knew what triggered them the most as well. He knew that the children from the Mystic Purge clan despised being looked down upon by someone weaker than them the most. So he did just that to provoke this second brother, and the results were quite good as well, as he saw veins popping on his forehead. "Just because I did not face Nida, a weakling like you thinks that he can talk to me? It seems that I was quite lenient last time. Do you believe that she will come to your rescue here?" The second brother coldly sneered, "She is nicknamed the Dark Seedling, blood and familial bond mean nothing to her. Today, I will teach you what true strength means." He roared and directly attacked Oliver. He roared as he ended the sentence and threw a punch at Oliver. The speed of the punch was extraordinary, and the impact it could generate was enough to even break a tough metal boulder. However, to Oliver, the punch seemed to slow down considerably. Not to mention the permanent boost he received in his strength last time that amplified his senses, but he was also the bearer of the upgraded version of one of the 4 mythical eyes. The punch was as slow as a sloth inching its way across a branch. Each instance felt agonizingly drawn out and easily anticipated by his heightened senses. His lips curled into a small smirk as he had achieved what he intended. He wanted this brother of his to admit that Nida was the cold and ruthless girl they imagined her to be. He did not even want to leave a shred of doubt in their minds. By angering him through embarrassing provocations, he did just that. Bang! The fist collided, but the result was not what the second brother had been expecting. He was initially thinking that his punch would directly dislocate Oliver's shoulders and might even break his arm. But what happened was that his punch was caught by Oliver's small white hand. The second brother's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw what was happening in front of him. An impossible scene was happening at the moment. Just the last time when he saw Oliver getting brutally beaten, he could clearly tell that Oliver was definitely not this strong. From the way just light punches and kicks from his little siblings directly injured Oliver, it was bizarre that his punch, which was at least 5 times stronger than their punches, was stopped without any issue. He had seen Oliver's skin and bones getting bruised last time, so he was definitely not this robust and tough. So how did he become like this in just a single day? The second brother immediately retracted his fist. What? At that moment, he felt as if his fist had been caught in an iron grip. No matter how much force he applied, he could not retract his fist back from Oliver's hand. Looking at the unshakable jade white hand in front of him, his heart suddenly palpitated. A strong uneasiness was starting to spread in his chest as the realization dawned upon him that things were not simple anymore. "Dear second brother." Oliver's soft voice sounded, which drew his attention for a moment as he looked up at his face where their eyes met. What he saw in Oliver's eyes at that moment was something terrifying. It was an abyss. A swirling abyss of darkness and death, an endless void devoid of light or hope, emitting a palpable aura of dread and despair. In those eyes, he saw his deepest fears magnified 1,000-fold, his mind consumed by an overwhelming sense of doom. It was as if he was staring into the abyss itself, and it was staring back, ready to consume him whole, opening its black cosmic maw. This was all happening because Oliver had used the third ability of his special eyes, Enshrouding of Death. UGK. Bleg, saw thnovelfur.nt website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The second brother puked uncontrollably as tears flooded his eyes, but even then, he was unable to divert his eyes from Oliver's. He kept puking uncontrollably, he almost felt like throwing his guts out at the moment. His heart stirred, and he felt it was going to stop at any moment. Death had come to his door. He slowly lost all his will, he was going to die. Oliver stopped at that moment and used his other hand to punch the other party's stomach, and in the next instance, the second brother fainted almost immediately. He knew that if he did not punch him, the other party wouldn't be able to stop looking at his eyes, especially if the other person's mental resistance was not too strong. So he delivered a physical stimulus. Given his turbulent strength, he directly knocked out his so-called second brother. "That should be enough. That should be enough," he mumbled as he lightly kicked the unconscious body of the second brother of his. Although he felt that he has successfully diverted the attention from Nadia, but he still delivered a final blow just to seal this ordeal. He knew that he has fully conquered the second brother's mind with fear. He was quite sure that in the future, this brother of his won't even dare to appear in front of him, much less talk about him to anyone. The impact and fear he instilled was too strong. Well, Oliver would need to deliver him back to his courtyard first. After somehow finishing the delivery, he finally returned back to his courtyard and saw Zippy strolling near the gate as if guarding the entrance. Saw the Vulfray.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Looks like the clan guardian finished the business she left for. He came to his room and stopped behind the door as he thought about the previous day's events. Earlier, he could clearly see the trajectory of the second brother's punch in slow motion, but when he was getting beaten by them, he was having trouble. He realized that it must be due to the fact that the special eyes were too powerful for his weak body to adjust to. His nervous system has also been boosted in strength when he received the permanent strength boost last time. This probably allowed the special eyes to deliver the signals to his brain properly, and also the reason he could see the fast punch in slow motion. He felt that even now, there was a great margin that he could work on and improve. If he had such strength earlier when facing the third brother and sister, he might have been able to reduce his injuries significantly. Although he had the excuse that his aspirate talent was too pathetic, he should have focused on training physically then. He could not always wait for his target to make a breakthrough or achievement, he needs to train his body as well. He shivered as he realized that he might get left behind if he did not train just as much as the main characters. If that happens, his body might not be able to keep up with all the monstrous abilities that he might get in the future. Not to mention monstrous abilities, he would be receiving a tenfold version of those powers. If the vessel itself was weak, then naturally it would break. He doubted that anything could save him then. He might even need to train harder than those main characters in the novels in the future if he wanted to be ready to receive great power. I need to train hard, he muttered as his eyes turned serious. Yawn. Oliver was also feeling a little tired after all the drama he has been facing since the last few days. I am tired. He quickly went to his bed and slept for the rest of night, not waking until afternoon next day. He was going to train harder to not die out of overdose of power. In the second brother's courtyard, a group of people were gathered outside his room. They all shared similar expressions of confusion, tension, and impatience. They were some of the elders of the Mystic Perch clan. In the clan, there were elders who favored one sibling over the others and provided them with preferential treatment sometimes. These elders were the caretakers of the second son and daughter of the clan head. After receiving news from the guards that the second young master was found unconscious in his room by a maid, they quickly apprehended her and called for an audience. "You, servant, tell us what happened to him," questioned one of the elders sternly. The atmosphere was thick with bloodlust and pressure. The young maid trembled, her eyes wide with fear as she stammered, "Please, I don't know anything. I was simply going about my duties, serving tea to the young master, when I found him unconscious on the floor. I shook him, but he didn't respond, so I immediately called for the guards. Please believe me." Her voice trailed off in sobs, tears streaming down her cheeks. The maid explained everything that she had witnessed truthfully. The elders also noticed this. They were experienced and skilled enough to tell from her body language that she was not lying and was feeling genuine fear from them. And their common sense also told them that all the servants and guards selected to work in the Mystic Purge clan were trained rigorously. Loyalty was ingrained into their brains the moment they stepped foot into the boundaries of the clan. It was impossible for any servant to even bear thoughts like this. So they just ignored her and discussed among themselves. What happened to him suddenly? I met him just a few days ago, and he was looking absolutely fine. Wait for some time, the medics are evaluating his condition. We will know shortly. They waited for a few more minutes in silence, before being called inside by the doctors. He is awake but well, his condition is a bit strange. For some reason, he won't speak at all and would keep on shrieking from time to time. His mental condition looks worse, as if someone had attacked his brain. The medic gave his opinion. For now, I have given him a few doses of mind-calming medicine. If this persists, then we will have to think of something else. How can this happen so suddenly? It doesn't make sense. An elder could not help but shout. Calm down, it's highly unlikely that a high-ranking mind demon has infiltrated the clan. Given the barrier, it seems almost impossible. But then, what other reasonable explanation could there be? Another elder commented as she fell into thought. A demon? That's absurd. Are you out of your mind? The last elder, who had been quiet since the beginning and had a profound aura, finally spoke. We cannot make bold assumptions without any proof. This is a serious matter. A direct lineage member was attacked as such. According to the hidden guards, he left the courtyard ordering them to stay back and to not follow him, which is strange. The next thing they know is that he suddenly appeared back in his room in that state. His words made sense to everyone. I further asked for a report on his previous day's actions and found something weird. What did you find peculiar, Elder? The others questioned. He frowned and said, 2 days ago, he was with the third pair of siblings, and they met the fourth son on their way. They got into a fight, and naturally, as you all are aware, the fourth son is a waste, so they did him quite the number. But in the middle of the fight, young Miss Nida intervened. What? Unbelievable. Impossible. The other two expressed surprise. Nadia. The most likely future clan head. Not even the elders dared to be disrespectful to her, even though they were much above her in standing and power. They could, but none of them wanted to be on her bad side. She was called the Dark Seedling because of her deadly talent. Usually, every child born to the clan's direct lineage, to Mistress Ophelia, was highly talented. But Oliver was an exception. He was born just a few weeks after Nadia and was deemed utter trash. He had one of the worst inherent talents, truly not worthy of their clan name. However, they suddenly felt something odd. Nadia, who was born just before him, was born with extreme talent, and he was born lacking. It was as if she had sucked all of his talents and abilities while they were in the womb of their mother. This led everyone to make rumors that she was a dark seedling who stole her twins' talents, like a demoness. Of course, no one dared to say such a thing openly. Why would Miss Nadia, saw THN0VL, IR.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality? One of the elders couldn't help but be curious. This is something I am not sure about. Apparently she ordered the guards to leave the scene immediately after she made him leave in a somewhat shameful method. Sir, are you suggesting that the second young master sought revenge on her later, resulting in this? Did Miss Nadia really do that? No way, but it does make sense. Miss Nadia is capable of such actions, she doesn't care about anyone. Another elder said in a half-complaining, half-helpless tone. He was really helpless. He could not say anything to Nadia after all. She had the direct backing of the clan head and Ophelia the Great Witch. And not to mention, she was a growing monster. Every week, she would progress significantly. Anyone sane won't offend her, considering she had a great future ahead. Why would the second young master act so recklessly? It's hard to believe he didn't consider the consequences. He's impulsive, but not foolish. And why was the fourth son even there in the first place? If I recall correctly, he's not permitted to reside in the central area. This all seems rather perplexing. The elders bickered among themselves for some time. At this moment, the senior-most of them, the one with a profound aura from earlier, spoke, making them all silent. It is as you all know, we cannot come to any conclusions like this. We have to get our answers from young master himself. He paused, looking at all the elders waiting for him. Retrieve a healing elixir from the clan resource center. Use my name, I have a few elixirs left. He said calmly, shocking all the ones present. The medics had eyes filled with envy. Getting even a single elixir was terrifyingly hard, but the senior elder had a few that he could spare to use. This showed how influential and powerful the senior elder was. I'll fetch it immediately. The junior elder left directly. As long as they used a healing elixir, it was only a matter of time before they got to know everything. In just about 5 minutes, the elder who had gone to fetch the elixir returned. He was carrying along a bottle containing a pale green liquid with a lot of sparkles in it. Just looking at it made one want to have a sip of it. After all, it looked delectable and smelled good. Feed it to him. The senior elder said as he glanced at the second young master, who was tugging his hair so hard that they might just get uprooted. His eyes were widened and his pupils were dotted as a stream of tears kept going down. Young master, please open your mouth. The doctor quickly assisted, placing their hands on his chin. They gently pried open his sealed mouth, while the nurses held him. Drip. 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 Slowly the contents of the potent healing elixir were delivered in his mouth as everyone watched with patience as the tube carrying elixir slowly emptied. The doctors and other backed away after finishing the deed, allowing the young master to recover. They observed slowly as his eyes slowly started to relax. His trembling hands also calmed down as he let go of his iron grip on his hair. With shallow breaths, he fell back onto his bed. It was as if all strength had left his body. He could not and did not want to get up at all. Young master, are you back? The elder asked in a calm tone as he saw their young master's body jolt at being suddenly called out. Where am I? What happened? He asked, unsure of what was even happening. He opened his eyes and all he could feel his lack of strength and mental exhaustion. He tried to remember what had happened, but all he could feel was fog in his memories. His brain hurt a lot as he tried to recall what happened. Hiss. He hissed in pain as he felt a black wall blocking his access to the events that transpired the previous week. Every time he tried to access the black wall in his memories, he would receive a sharp pain. What happened? Why are elders gathered in my courtyard? He puzzlingly questioned as he did not understand this situation, but looking at the grave expression on their faces, he devised that something was wrong. It seems he does not remember what has happened. Should we wait for some more time for him to stabilize? We can, but looking at him, I doubt there would be any difference. I can sense his body and mind have healed perfectly. Then what should we do? We have already used an elixir, but if we don't dig out the source of this all, then we could not prevent such events in the future. For now, tighten the security of the young master's courtyard. Order the guards to be vigilant at all times and not leave him alone even if he asks so. Dispatch a team of investigators to find clues, and one of you go and check the barrier to see if there's something wrong with it. The elder paused, looking at the second young master. He further added, explain what happened to him and see if there's any reaction. With that, he left in a hurry, confusing the others. After coming out of the room, he stroked his chin as he looked at the surroundings. He wondered to himself in a somewhat serious manner. What's going on? A healing elixir is something that can bring back a person from the brink of death, but why was he not able to remember what happened? How can an elixir be ineffective? The elder pondered for some time. He had a bad premonition about something. Some days ago, the clan elite sensed a strange and ominous phenomena. It was so disturbing that the respected clan guardian personally went to check on it, which clearly meant that it was dangerous enough to be harmful to them. But then a few minutes later, the strange phenomena suddenly vanished as if it never existed in the first place. The clan guardian also did not say anything much on the topic and asked everyone to ignore it. Many of the clan members were unsettled by this and wanted to investigate it further. However, no one wanted to oppose the guardian. After the clan head and their wife, the clan guardian held the highest authority. Sach *THN0 Velfire.nt website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She has been overseeing the clan since ancient times. She's powerful and has incomprehensible powers. They did not doubt that she could not handle the strange phenomenon, but for her to not discuss a word about it with any of them made the elites restless. And now this happened with the second young master, something that cannot even be healed with a healing elixir. This is making me feel stressed. He muttered, as he pondered his actions. Now that someone from the clan was affected by something unknown, he can probably no longer obey the clan guardian. I would need to discuss it with others and do something. The clan guardian must not know about this, otherwise it would be a direct challenge to her. He had to do it. A power that can even defy the effects of elixir was not something one would see commonly. It was a sign of something big happening. His eyes shone, and with a flick of his finger, he disappeared from the courtyard. A few weeks later, Oliver was in his courtyard lifting weights. Not only that, in the back of his house, there were many equipment machines for physical exercise and strength training. He had requested the clan to provide him with these. They were just ordinary gym equipment he could think of from his previous world. This new world and his last world were quite similar in many things. This world was advanced in some aspects as well backward in other aspects compared to his last world. He was holding the weights in one hand while in his other hand, he was carrying a notebook with some notes scribbled on its neat white pages. The power ranking system in this world is exactly as I remember it to be from the novel. He flipped a page as he scanned through the contents. Exorcists are majorly categorized based on some crucial factors such as their aspera level, combat skills, and purification techniques. Apart from that, there are factors like formal training and field experience that are given in specialized academies. Oliver put the weights in his hand down as he read further. Exorcists could also be broadly classified into three categories. First are those who rely on their aspera, second are the ones who rely on their physical powers, and third are the ones who rely on artifacts and tools. He closed the notebook as he changed his clothes. For now, I need to quickly rise through the ranks. The exorcists are ranked into 7 levels. Rank 1 to rank 7. Rank 1 being considered the newcomers to the exorcist world, just beginning their training and having a basic amount of knowledge about spiritual combat and purification techniques. These exorcists have no particular exorcism style and typically work under the high-ranking exorcists. Rank 2 being the next step as they solidify their foundations on purification techniques and combat styles. They usually undergo rigorous training, and this stage has always been considered tough for beginners. They can handle minor demons. Rank 3 exorcists are one step ahead, able to operate independently without the supervision of a high-ranking exorcist and handle low to mid-level demons. Rank 4 exorcists are even more advanced, capable of dealing with high-ranking demons. Rank 5 level exorcists are in charge of leading other exorcists in wars, missions, and dealing with catastrophic demons. The later level exorcists are legendary beings. It was rumored that the clan heads of the 5 clans belong to these stages. Of course, it's unknown how these levels operate and how many of such exorcists exist. Creak. Zippy, I am going out to the market. I will bring you some meat. Meow. Oliver announced and left the courtyard. He had some things he wanted to purchase from the clan's market. His goal was quite simple. It was to use his special eyes to cheat through the market. In the novels he used to read, he was always fascinated by the protagonists who had special abilities to distinguish treasures among trash. Now that he had such means himself, there was no way he was going to be passing on such an opportunity. It was a great opportunity to collect some rare artifact to further ensure his future and, if possible, look for something to fasten Nadia's growth as well. He knew that there was no lack of treasures in this world. There were many things that were wasted or left unnoticed throughout the novel. It wouldn't be a problem if he could find them and use them for his own benefits. He was inherently weak, and obtaining tools and artifacts should ensure his future safety. He didn't even think about giving them to Nadia. It was more like he can't give them to her even if he wanted to. The reason was simple, yet had a complex explanation. Nadia would grow suspicious of him. First, he finds her a damn elixir out of nowhere and then provides her with all sorts of artifacts and techniques. She would not hesitate to either interrogate him herself or report to the clan. It did not matter if he and she shared the same blood. At that time, he would be suspected of being a heretic or colluding with someone suspicious and would then be subjected to torture to spit everything he knows. So naturally, he cannot afford to provide her with anything he found. He can only keep it in moderation and take it slowly so he continues to maintain a smooth relationship with her and grow stronger himself. Also, I need to be selective of what I give her. I should focus on what aspect I want to improve on and then provide her with an aid in that area. This way I can obtain tenfold benefits. He grinned as he mused about the future. Under the heart of the clan's fortress, nestled this shady market where he was going to visit. Over time, the market became a labyrinth, with countless shops and hidden corners. There were various kinds of goods, ranging from the mundane to the mystical. Forged weapons, enchanted tools for exorcism, scrolls containing various martial arts techniques, or even mysterious treasure maps. One could find anything in this market if one had the eyes to find them. Merchants wander around the market, hoping to hawk their wares to the clan members. Of course, among these treasures, there would be the occasional fake or useless trinket, so buyers had to be cautious. The market was rooted deeply in the clan and was specially managed by some of the top people of the clan. It was huge. It was not an exaggeration to say it was like a labyrinth itself. Saw the novelfire.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. And why wouldn't it be? The clan had been established for centuries, generations after generations had gone by, leaving behind their marks. Not to mention, this was a clan famous for its exorcists. Where there were exorcists, there were riches. It was a famous line among the merchant circle, so it was no surprise that each clan had its own extensive network of supplies. Merchants would have to avail themselves of a special pass to be able to enter the clan and set up their business there, which involved a strict and tough background check. Oliver felt like it was quite similar to how the passport system worked in his previous world. Well, at least he compared the two for his own ease of understanding. There were times when shady people would also get in to do business, which was why Oliver referred to the market as a shady market. The clan didn't interfere in the market unless absolutely necessary. The things inside the market stayed inside the market. This was the clan's simple statement. As long as the clan's official activities were not hindered or bothered in any way, the market was free to operate as they wanted. Any hindrances would not be tolerated. The clan followed a zero-tolerance policy. As long as the market thrived and kept making the clan a portion of profits, the clan would ensure security and provide other services. Respecting the decades of relationship clan shared with the various people in the market, they allowed them to do things freely even if it was slightly illegal. But what goes inside the market had nothing to do with the clan, so long as they don't interfere with the clan activities. His clan was really money hungry. Sigh, money works everywhere. Two big open gates marked the entrance to this market. They were tall and imposing and had two guards in uniforms stationed there. Oliver looked at their uniform and immediately knew they were low-rank exorcists, either performing part-time missions or were helping their supervisors. The guards at the entrance of the market had stiff expressions and were keenly maintaining a view on the surroundings. They were assigned to maintain balance, not let anyone cause too much trouble around. Although no one would dare to spread chaos in the clan, there were still some idiots who would do stupid things against clan rules from time to time. Oliver approached them with brisk steps. His temperament was great. The guards narrowed their eyes. White hair. Someone from the main family had come to visit the marketplace. But they had a ringing question in their minds. Who is he? They had never seen this young master before. Still, they did not dare be negligent and immediately rushed to him. Sir. Young master, greetings. The guards bowed as they greeted him with respect. Although they did not know who he was, his white hair was a symbol of respect. No one in the clan who had white hair was ordinary, they all had extraordinary backgrounds and powers behind them. Oliver nodded simply. I have some things to look for. Don't mind me. The two guards looked at each other with somewhat complicated expressions. How could they not mind? If something were to happen or someone were to offend him, then they would suffer grave consequences for not looking after him. Oliver understood this, so he said, Don't worry, I have my guards watching over. You two won't be held responsible. He said this in order to not have anyone following after him secretly. If he left as it was, then there was no doubt that one of them would come after him secretly, and he did not want anyone observing his findings and actions. Hearing this, the guards relaxed as they nodded. All right, feel free to call us if you need something, young master. They felt that this young master was quite smart and understood their worries. With that, he left towards the market. And no sooner did he enter, he heard a loud voice. Buy two get one free. Buy two get one free. Why stop at cluttering your life with just two unnecessary items when you can have a third for free, cluttering guaranteed? Scram. I refuse to be fooled, you are secretly trying to make me pay for the third invisible item. The shops were lively with customers bickering with the shop owners. There were shops arranged neatly, as one would expect from a festive market in his previous world. Oliver also realized something while strolling around. Although the clan was famous for its ruthless and crazy exorcists, in the end, it was still a clan that had always stood up for humanity against the demons. The normal people inside were happy and healthy, proper sanitation was maintained throughout the place. It looks like only those who belong to or are associated with the main family are the crazy ones. He wondered, there was not much specification in the novel when he was reading it. It was just mentioned that the Mystic Purge clan was extremely violent, ruthless, and vicious to their enemies, so much so they are feared even among humans. But looking at the lively market situated in the heart of the clan made him doubt the words he had read. He sighed and focused on what his purpose of the visit was. In the next moment, his eyes changed, a mysterious glint passed through his amethyst eyes, slowly shifting its color to something else. *novelfire.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It shifted from a light greenish blue to a bleached purple. The world in his eyes changed, everything became visible to him, whether hidden or not. He looked at a passerby, but what he saw was not a human but a walking skeleton. Oliver was able to vividly see all the 206 bones inside the person clearly. Not only that, he could also see the amount of esper present inside the person's body. Focusing more on his eyes, the scene once again changed, and although diluted, he was now seeing the person's blood vessels, their muscles, flesh beneath the skin. Although the bony structure was no longer visible, he could see more complex details. It was like layers in a body. Suppose the atomic and cellular constitution of a person is considered layer 0, then comes the skeletal and tissue layer above it, which could be said to be layer 1. Above that should be the muscular and vascular, where organs, vessels, and other major human body parts become visible to him. He decided not to view the layer 0 for the moment as he could feel the eyes were quite exhausting to use and he had a lot to use them for, so he took it slow. He did not have enough mastery and training to control the special eyes, so he could only compromise at the moment and use them frugally. For now, he limited himself to only see through when necessary, hopefully not needing him to use deeper than layer 2. Oh. Young man, would you like to buy something? I saw you standing here for some time. A voice interrupted his thoughts as he looked at the man beside him. It was a man with a large bushy brown beard covering his face. He had black eyes and looked quite average. From his clothing style, Oliver realized he was a shopkeeper. His clothing style was foreign and did not align with the clan's traditional style of clothes. That's right. I was looking for some things casually. Oh, then sir, would you like to come see my shop? I have plenty of good things for exorcists. From your refined attire, I am sure you are a distinguished exorcist yourself. The bearded man started buttering up as he praised Oliver's style. What do you sell? Show me. Since Oliver was here to buy some useful things, he decided to follow the man to his shop. There were many shop owners who would come out to attract customers. Actually, after watching Nadia's humongous talent and getting beaten by his siblings, Oliver felt he was quite vulnerable. Despite the system, he did not feel assured at all. The system only provided him with rewards at random times, which was not ideal. It would only provide the benefits when his target achieved a milestone in their training. He had to use his own strength to counter threats he might face. So he must be prepared. He has already received a tenfold strength boost, so he should at least train himself according to how an exorcist on the physical path would, for now at least. And apart from the system, the best strength he had was his knowledge from the novel, which was the knowledge about the future of this world. What was the use of it all if he could not even use that knowledge to his advantage? I may be a side character, but I am not that useless. Creak. The man took him to a decent-looking shop, which was likely his shop. The interior was quite spacious and looked clean. Here it is, buy anything you like. If you buy in bulk, I will even give you a good discount. Looking around, he saw many things. Firearms, cold weapons, medication, books, potions, exorcism tools, neatly arranged scrolls, and some random materials and substances placed in glass boxes. This was an all-purpose store. His pockets suddenly trembled a little. Although he was one of the young masters of the clan, his budget was definitely not young master-like. Of course, he had asked for some money from the clan a while ago and thus was allotted some amount by the supervising maid, but he felt it was not enough at all. From his knowledge, all the young heirs of the clan were showered in riches. And not to mention Nadia, who could buy anything she wanted with just a word. Fuck. I feel like a beggar. He could not help but exclaim. I need to prepare a source of money for myself soon. I can't be dependent on the clan always. Oliver frowned. He had many ideas in his mind that he would be developing in the future, and many of his ideas required massive funds to even start. He needed money. The human world had adapted a common currency, which was called Neden. For comparisons, a loaf of bread costs around 1 Neden. Sigh, money is always the problem. Oliver scanned the shop items for something he might be interested in. What's that book about? He suddenly pointed at a book in a brownish cover. The shop owner looked over with keen eyes and told. That book is a martial arts book. It records a decent martial art technique focused on movements. It's called 6 Thoughtful Steps of the Spirits. So it was that. Oliver raised a brow as he pretended to be in thought. In reality, the martial art technique focusing on movement was a common technique that could be found in multiple places. There was nothing special about it in the eyes of normal exorcists. They could find copies of this martial art distributed around the human territories. It was a decent technique to learn and master, and undoubtedly, it helped many exorcists who mastered it. But what people didn't know was that this was an incomplete technique. In fact, this martial art technique was a part that belonged to an important technique in the story. The technique was called Spirit Stretch. An unbelievably fast movement technique that spirits of the world used to travel. This technique needed to be joined with other parts of the main technique in order for all the conditions to be fulfilled. What was even more absurd was that someone was able to complete this due to a very strange reason. In the novel, a character in the Academy arc was able to collect all the parts of this technique and received Spirit Stretch directly from the spirits. How was he able to achieve that? It was all thanks to his severe obsession with anything related to spirits. It was borderline disgusting, but in a world where wars and demons were rampant, no one cared for some exorcist's weird fetishes. I will take this. Oliver told the shop owner, getting spirit stretch would be extremely beneficial for him, considering the character who had it in the novel was always able to escape whenever his class fell in trouble with demons. That'll be 500 Neden. Oliver cursed the shopkeeper, this was so expensive. What's the discounted price? He asked. I won't make much profit on it, so this does not have a discount. What? No, you must do something about it, otherwise, forget it. Oliver quickly applied the gone tactic he had learned in his previous life while performing bargaining and negotiations. The man was speechless at this moment. He hadn't made many sales since the morning, and Oliver was his first customer that he had gone to bring himself. He couldn't let Oliver leave without selling something. Huh. Alright, I am willing to lower the price if you buy something else as well. It was not a bad deal. Then give me that. Oliver pointed his finger to one of the glass boxes that had a material placed under it. A black material that was somewhat transparent and mirror-like. It was known to be very light, malleable in solid form. This substance had a waxy texture in solid form. This material's melting point was one of the highest known. Not to mention it was superconductive. It was called hypon. It was generally used to make tough Esper specialized weapons. He had some use for it, so he decided to purchase it. Thank you for your purchase. Your total will be 2,000 Neden after discount. Here. Oliver quickly received a bag containing his items and paid the owner his amount. It was a lot, but even a small quantity of hypon was considered quite expensive as it was a rare material. With that, he left the shop. Back at the market, he purchased a few more things, until suddenly something happened. No way, there's no way. Oliver widened his eyes as he looked at the bag containing his things. Where the fuck is my wallet? That's right, he had been pickpocketed. Someone actually dares to pickpocket, more importantly, I did not even realize it until now when I needed it. He could not help but mutter in utter disbelief. Someone dared to pickpocket one of the young masters of the clan in broad daylight. The same clan where they were walking right now belonged to his family. Yet they dared to rob someone from that family. He frowned as he realized that not everyone was aware that white-haired people were the members of the Mystic family. His clan might be popular, but the main people of the clan were always shrouded in mystery. It was no wonder he got robbed. A normal young master of the clan wouldn't allow themselves to be pickpocketed, it was just that Oliver also had heightened senses, but he was walking around like an idiot. He had never seen such magical items in his previous life, all of this felt new and mystical to him. Everything here was supernatural in his eyes, he was just so lost in exploring everything like a child in a candy store that his guard was lowered severely, which resulted in this. The clan market provided him with a sense of security, and thus he unknowingly didn't notice. Not to mention, no sane young master would walk around a market like him. His circumstances were different and he had to do it in order to buy resources for himself. I should have been careful. His eyes turned mystical once again as he looked around, hoping to find the one who had pickpocketed him. But to no avail, he could not find the thief. It was quite evident that he had been robbed some time ago, and by now, the thief was probably quite far away. Sigh. His hands went to his pocket and retrieved a couple of notes. He barely had any Neden left now. Most of his money was in the wallet that had been now stolen. This is so frustrating. He shook his head. After thinking about it, he could not help but suddenly have dark ideas. He glanced at the few near shops and the crowd of customers bargaining. No. What am I thinking? He felt ridiculous, although it wouldn't be an issue for him to rob these people secretly by taking advantage of the crowd, he felt it was just too low. He had read how protagonists would fall low after their reincarnations and transmigrations, and he felt it was understandable, but right now his mind was not ready to rob the innocent ones who might be poorer than him. What difference would there be between him and the person who stole his wallet? Instead, his eyes narrowed. With cosmic void gaze, he could see quite far, and there were a couple of presences that made him a little interested. He followed the path all the way there and noticed a group of people. Compared to others, they looked more refined and had better-looking clothes than the normal Joe. They were surrounded by exorcists who were probably serving as bodyguards. The exorcists were hired to be bodyguards because there would be times when intense fights would sometimes break out between fellow business owners. The clan did not care about what happened inside the market area. If you die, then you die. As long as the clan was not affected. Of course, this also applied to all the official members of the clan. If you were going to enter the market and cause trouble and later get caught in trouble, then naturally, no one dared to try that. Everyone knew that official clan members would be given immunity to such rules whatsoever, so no one messed with them even in the market. Oliver blended in with the crowd that was gathering around them and asked someone about the situation. "Hey, what's going on here?" "What? You don't know? One of the biggest auctions of the year is going to take place soon. Those people over there are important guests invited by the clan." Oliver was stunned. Auction? Indeed, there were auctions too that took place all around the year, at different scales in different places. It would seem that there was going to be an auction soon in the market, and these people in expensive clothing were probably traders or merchants invited by the clan to auction their items or buy items. Receiving an invitation from one of the 5 clans was no joke. These people must be really influential to get invited to the auction. Oliver's eyes shone with intensity as the world around him shifted. From the special eyes, he was able to see that the important-looking person was not an exorcist but a normal human, but his body was glowing in multiple auras. Aspera was flowing through vital parts of his body, such as his chest, shoulders, abdominal area. There are probably multiple artifacts on his body. Sach*THNovelFray.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Oliver concluded quickly as there was no better explanation. He shifted his focus to the exorcists around them and his eyes immediately narrowed. They were strong. Their bodies were leaking abundant aspera. It was flowing out continuously. He could feel tense just seeing that amount of aspera through. The vibrations in the air and the fluctuations around them were quite strong and erratic. One of the exorcists within the group suddenly looked around. He felt like he was being watched by something, and it was giving him chills for some reason. But upon looking around, all he could see were normal people. Imagination. He decided to leave it at that and focus on his job. In the distance, Oliver also left the crowd and went his own way. He now wanted to participate in the auction. There were always great items listed in auctions. He wanted to take part in the auction, but he had no money. It would be useless to go there penniless. Is penniless the correct term even? Should I say nettless instead? He wondered as he could not think of any normal way to earn cash. Robbing strangers, robbing shops, threatening the weak with my superior strength, abusing my status, begging, blackmailing weak exorcists. Fuck. Why is my mind filled with such dark thoughts? Could it be that I am a scumbag? Oliver seriously wondered this. Apart from shady ways that would definitely land him in trouble sooner or later, he was not getting any ideas. If I must choose a shady method, then I should go with something that is the least shadiest, and won't land me into too much trouble. He thought, a variety of dangerous ideas going in and out of his mind. Young man, how about checking out some stuff? I got plenty of stuff over here for ya. Oliver looked to his side and saw a man with a small wooden stall at the corner of the road, talking to a customer. Although he barely had enough money left, he also went over to the shop. He was now thinking about selling some low-price artifacts at a higher price to make some profits. Auctions were rare and he didn't want to miss one now that he knew about it. Oh, hey there, another exorcist youngster. Come on over, I've got loads of stuff you might dig. The stall owner looked to be in his middle age, with a bald head and a few yellow teeth missing. The stall owner did not care about Oliver's height and childlike appearance. There were many exorcists roaming around with stopped growth or cursed bodies, so it was not a surprise to see one in flesh, although it was quite rare. Ignoring him, Oliver looked at the items with his special eyes. He decided to start with this shop first and then move on to search more. All of them are fake and cheap replicas, Just as he was scanning the items on the counter, his eyes caught something shining. It was a marble that was shining brightly. As he focused on the round marble, the colors became even more evident. A strong aspera was flowing inside the ordinary-looking red marble. The marble was not ordinary at all. How much for that sword? Oliver concealed his excitement and asked in a low voice, pointing at a random old sword, which was also a cheap replica. You got good eyes, young man. This sword used to be a possession of a great warrior in ancient times. I had to specially enter the ruins to get my hands on it. But for your cute face, I'll sell it for 2,000 Neden, how abo? Forget it. Oliver cut him short and looked around pointing at a few more things, but even before the stall owner could complete their prices, he directly cut him off. The stall owner felt quite infuriated at this presumptuous nature. Finally, he pointed at the red round marble and asked in a somewhat colder tone. How much for that marble? 700 Neden. This time, the stall owner did not weave any bullshit story. He knew that Oliver was not a weak player. He seemed quite experienced in bargaining. 50 Neden. He put up his own price. Impossible. Are you trying to rob me? The stall owner protested immediately. Then give a normal price. I know what you are doing here. Listen, I don't have time for these scam games. Put a good price or I'll just leave. Oliver said in a bored tone. And as expected, the expression on the stall owner's face changed. Forget it. I will buy from others. The expression on the stall owner's face changed when he heard that. This made the stall owner feel pressured. Even he knew that what he had brought was all trash, not worth selling. Oliver had already changed several options, and he felt that this time he might really leave. If this went on, then he would not be able to scam him. Sigh, 150 Neden. Don't bargain, this is the lowest I can do. I have a wife at home and 2 kids, wait. He saw that Oliver began to leave without listening to his sad story. Alright, I will do it for 70 Neden. Please, I beg. Fine, here you go. Oliver paused and showed a smile as he handed over a 70 Neden bill. He felt quite proud that he directly had the seller reduce the price by 10 times. From 700 to 70 Neden, his skills were quite useful. In fact, this small marble that was now in his hands was probably an artifact of some sorts and could even fetch tens of thousands if sold carefully with negotiations. He could tell from the strong and turbulent aspera flow inside it. Haha. Oliver felt funny, although he had basically just robbed the stall owner, he did not feel that bad. The owner of that stall reeked of cheap booze and had the eyes of a big scammer, who knows how many people he had scammed in the past. So it was only right for him to be scammed back. His eyes lit up. He knew that he might just be able to generate enough income to at least get one item from the auction, probably. No, there will be ultra-rich individuals, it's possible I might not get anything at all. He quickly suppressed his emotions and looked straight at the various shops ahead. *THNT website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He still had some spare left. So he visited various stores at random, collecting anything that looked useful but was being sold at the wrong price. In the end, he managed to buy some things. A round red marble, an ivory rope, a broken shard, and last but not least, a shiny purple metal. And now he was officially broke, with nothing in his pockets or savings at his home. Haha. He let out a nervous laugh. He was a spender, a dangerous one. It would be a terrible situation if no one bought what he had purchased just now. Now I have to sell all this. He scratched his head, thinking, otherwise, I won't even be able to buy meat for Zippy. Fortunately, there is a place just right for that. Black Codex Federation. An organization that was spread all across the exorcist world, single-handedly competing with the top 5 clans in terms of wealth and resources. It was an organization that had a huge influence and dealt with all sorts of business. They had their stores in almost all major cities, dominating all the businesses around them. In the novel, this organization dealt both in light and dark. On the surface, they were an influential merchant organization, while in the dark, they did all sorts of shady business, from taking assassination requests to infiltration. They were so bold to even provoke the top clans, sometimes during the multiple arcs. Oliver recalled what he knew of the organization. Right now, he was heading straight to their established store that was also located in the clan's market. They had to provide the clan with heavy resources and treasures for them to be even allowed to operate inside. In the novel, the Black Codex Federation had a neutral relation with Mystic Purge clan, both wary of the other. Even in the Blood Arc, they did not provoke the Mystic Purge clan. He thought as he reached before a humongous structure shadowing everything around. A tall, well-designed building, a miracle of this world's modern architecture. The building gave Oliver an intimidating vibe. He smiled wryly, just the guards stationed at the doors were full of aspera. As he went near the gates, the guards did not stop him, nor did they perform a mandatory check they always performed on normal visitors. So they know my identity. Oliver was not even surprised by this. If such a big organization did not have their guard memorize the important people of the place where they operate, how could they be so successful? It was not like in the cliché novels, where the guards would stop the protagonist and treat him as a beggar only to be face-slapped later. After he entered the building, one of the guards took out a rectangular device. If Oliver was here, he would instantly recognize that as a smartphone. This world was just a few years backward from his previous world in terms of tech, so it was not a shock that they had started to develop smartphones. Not to mention, this world had some strange things, thanks to the presence of Aspera and other magical elements. The guard pressed a button and said, "An unknown boy with white hair has entered the establishment." I did not stop him. I am not sure if he belongs to the main family or not. The voice on the other end was silent for a moment before it said, "No problem, I will inform madam, you did good." With that, the call ended instantly. It was a mesmerizing sight, filled with gleaming gold and silver artifacts, precious gems, shimmering jewels, and relics and artifacts radiating ancient aura. The sun's soft rays seeped in from the glass windows, casting a warm, comfortable glow throughout the pavilion. It was an amazing architectural build with exquisite mastery and hard work of the designer. At the front was a reception counter and behind it was the receptionist. Oliver went up to her and asked, "I want to sell some things. Willing to take a look?" He made it short and crisp, no nonsense talk. The receptionist stared at his face for a moment. Even though Oliver was just a little kid, she recognized his white hair and amethyst eyes. He was definitely a member of the main family in her eyes. If some other random little kid had wandered in the store, she would have asked them to leave and not cause trouble for Candy, but she could not ignore his presence. She had strict orders from above as well. "Very well, sir, please follow me." "Very well, sir. Please follow me to the room behind, where I will appraise the item you wish to sell," she answered in a professional tone and led Oliver to another room. This room was relatively normal, it had 2 sofas facing each other and a table in between. The rest of the room was occupied by various shelves and accessories. "Well then, please show me what you wish to sell," she asked him to take out his items. Although she was not an expert appraiser, but she still had her fair share of experience as an appraiser and was a little confident in evaluating the little young master's materials. Oliver glanced at her once and then withdrew. Just one look from his eyes, he could tell she was not as strong as the guards outside. He could even overpower her with brute strength. But he still did not say anything. She might have extensive knowledge, or else she wouldn't be the receptionist of the store belonging to Black Codex Federation. Tap. He put his bag on the table and took a seat comfortably, crossing his legs like an arrogant young master. He told her, "All the items in that bag. I want to know the price you could provide for them." The receptionist's lips twitched slightly when she heard this, and her expression could not help but strain a bit. She was now wondering if this spoiled young master had only come here to make some extra cash off them by selling his house furniture or something. If that was the case indeed, and then later he realizes that all he brought along were ordinary things worth nothing, then it might not be good. This kid was someone from the main family of the clan, one of the heirs probably, so if she refused him or hurt his high ego, he might create trouble for their establishment. Saw the elfire.nt website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sigh, what a troublesome brat. She sighed internally and opened the bag to look at the items. No matter if the situation escalated, her superior would be the one to handle him, not her. She was here only to tell the honest review of the items. Her eyes could not help but widen slightly when she took out the items one by one. All of them are artifacts. She could not help but exclaim as she looked at Oliver's mocking expression. It was as if he already knew what she was thinking and how she felt embarrassed now. She shyly lowered her head and began seriously inspecting the items one by one. Oliver was provided with a cup of coffee to drink while the receptionist did her work. "This does not taste good, ugh." He could not help but feel weird at the bland or plain taste of the coffee. Half an hour later, Oliver was sipping his bland coffee with a dull expression. The drink had successfully managed to ruin his mood. "I will definitely introduce some fine coffee to this world in the future." He made a mental note as he finished the coffee. The receptionist was also done appraising everything, and she had a flabbergasted look on her face. She coughed to clear the awkward atmosphere and said, "I've appraised all of the things except this," she said as she picked up the purple metal Oliver had picked up earlier from one of the old stalls he forgot about. He narrowed his eyes as he remembered that this was the thing that had costed him the most to purchase, but since he saw the strong Aspera bursting out of it, he purchased it in the end. He did not expect her to not be able to appraise it. It was indeed a great treasure. Is that so? Then what? Is this what your establishment is capable of? His tone was superior, despite being the smaller one in stature. If one looked closely, he barely reached her waist if he stood up. The receptionist frowned and quickly said, "Sir, please don't think so low of us. We have experts with us, they will quickly assess the item for you. I am just an intern." "All right, then bring it to them and get it appraised. Before that, would you like to know the total amount you will receive if you sell everything excluding the metal?" The receptionist questioned. "How much?" "It'll be around 300,000 Neden, sir." Oliver could not maintain his composure at the moment no matter what. She directly dropped a bomb on his head. He was not expecting his items to fetch so high. At maximum, he had expected around a 90-100k Neden, but this was unexpected. Although being able to see the Aspera waves inside an object was very difficult task even for an expert exorcist, he was able to achieve it quite easily. The receptionist could not help but show a smirk as she looked at him, losing his arrogant composure. "Well then, take them away and give me the money. Also have the metal appraised quick. As you say, please wait here while I prepare your amount." With that, the receptionist left the room, and he sighed. "Damn, I shouldn't act like this. I am sure 300,000 Neden is nothing to a young master of the clan. I must maintain my dignity or else they will not take me seriously in the future." He calmed down, and the receptionist returned shortly. She was carrying a silver tray, and on it, there was a black metal card placed. It had the official symbol of the bank. "Sir, here is your amount, we have stored all 300,000 Neden in this card." Oliver picked up the card and put it in his pocket safely. He was not going to lose it this time. "As for the metal, actually, about that, I have something to tell you." The receptionist paused for a moment before she added. "My supervisor is directly appraising the metal and is very interested in the metal. She has invited young master to discuss something important. If you don't mind, I will take you to meet my supervisor," she said in a calm tone. Oliver could not help but be puzzled. It was so good that they wanted to discuss it personally? "All right." Seeing her expression, he agreed. With that, he followed her as he saw her enter a corridor and then take an elevator. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they stopped, and she exited the elevator followed by Oliver. They were now in front of a room as he saw her knock at the door a few times and say, "I have brought him, madam. Enter. Enter." Oliver heard a sharp feminine voice on the other side of the door as they entered the room. What greeted him was a normal room with carpeted floor, walls with a wooden finish, multiple shelves carrying various books and antiques placed in them. In the middle of the room was an office desk and behind it was a woman sitting. Oliver looked at her stunning appearance and could not help but shake his head secretly. In the novel, it was often mentioned how beautiful the people were. The beauty standards in this world were way ahead than his previous world. A supermodel from his previous world could be a commoner on the streets, and no one would care. Only the most beautiful were looked up to and praised. He wondered if it was due to the presence of Esper in this world that boosted people's vitality and kept them young. Status. Underscore 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 underscore. Name, Oliver Mystic. Race, human. Strength, level 3. Aspera, level 1. Charisma, level 3. Luck, level 2. Underscore 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 underscore. My charm is level 3. This should be considered pretty high, considering that even my tenfold increased strength is also at the same level. Seeing that he could grow up to be handsome, he felt relieved as he focused back on the woman behind the desk. She had long raven black hair, she was tall and had an athletic build with proper curves. Her beady eyes were piercing ice blue. She had jade-white skin that looked smooth and beautiful. Her eyes looked cold and had a piercing gaze, which would make others uncomfortable. The overall air around her reeked of superiority and power. She was wearing a stylish dress that further emphasized her curves. Her lips were painted with cherry red lip gloss as she threw the receptionist a glance who quickly left the room, leaving the two alone. Her cherry red lips moved as she picked up a document and read it out. Young Master Oliver, the 4th son of the main family, not allowed to live with the main lineage despite sharing the same blood but no talent whatsoever, practically isolated from your own family. First time in the market and you visit small stores and coincidentally pick artifacts out of trash? Saw the VL_fur.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She placed the documents back on the table as she once again met his eyes. Little boy, being branded as talentless, and hiding such terrifying appraisal talent? What are your intentions exactly in coming to us? She clasped her hands on the table and looked at him just how a noble would look at a commoner. Oliver tried his best to maintain a poker face, while his heart was beating wildly. He didn't expect her to be able to gather so much information about him in such a short duration. He didn't believe that she even knew who he was before he stepped inside this establishment. What a terrifying information network! He secretly exclaimed to himself. He had not expected her to even know about all his activities in the market as well. He looked at her as a glint passed through his eyes. In the next moment, his eyes widened, and a sharp headache followed afterward. Ugh dash. He could not help but suddenly groan slightly. The woman tilted her head, a bit confused as to what happened to the little boy in front of her. In her perspective, he was just standing there trying to maintain a poker face to show his courage, but suddenly his eyes widened and he pressed his forehead as if in pain. And this was understandable. Cosmic void gaze was an inherent ability that was literally undetectable unless Oliver intended to let others know about it. It could be seen that when he asked the second brother to look into his eyes before, he intended to directly attack his mind, so the second brother was able to catch a glimpse of its power. Otherwise, it was not detectable at all. At most, others would feel someone was looking at them, but that's it. If someone was especially perceptive, they might even feel threatened, but since he was just in front of her, she didn't feel any of the above. Also, it was not a shock that she was able to see through his facade of trying to act nonchalant. She was a lot more experienced than Oliver and dealt with all sorts of people, so she knew of such tactics. And not to mention, Oliver was just a kid in her eyes who was trying hard to keep his facial muscles relaxed, but was unable to do so in her presence. Fuck. What did I just see? On the other hand, his body was tingling as goosebumps made his hair stand to no end. Just now, he had caught the glimpse of her power. He wanted to know what her level was and how strong she was actually. But when he saw her Aspera amount, his eyes almost got blinded. It was too strong. She was suppressing a massive amount of Esper inside her body. Her Esper was like a blazing sun, radiating a brilliant glow that filled his entire vision. It was overwhelming, despite not flowing out of her body. It was stronger than anything Oliver had ever seen. He knew the moment he saw that he was in the presence of a true powerhouse. He forcefully suppressed the anxiety in his heart. At the same time, his mind was filled with curiosity. He wanted to know what secrets she was carrying within her. Why was she in their clan with such strength? It's nothing. He smiled, a bit softly as he replied to her. I just want to make a couple of Neden. Since you already know my situation, then you should know that I am not provided with a budget like my siblings and I have to survive on my own. He answered, carefully considering the situation at hand. What could she want from him? She wouldn't call for him just to appraise an item, would she? He took a deep breath. I heard you want to talk to me about the metal. Have you appraised it? He couldn't help but ask. The woman was silent, observing his demeanor before she opened a drawer by her side and placed the purple metal on her desk. It has been appraised successfully, and I must say this is quite the thing you have stumbled upon. Her tone carried a hint of amusement. This metal is not an ordinary exorcist artifact. It is the metal of eternal pain. This metal is not an ordinary exorcist artifact. It is called the metal of eternal pain, she said to him. Oliver heard her, and for a moment, he stopped whatever he was thinking. Metal of eternal pain? Is this? He glanced at the metal placed on the wooden desk and could not help but be taken aback. He was taken aback not because he realized that it was a precious treasure, but because he knew what exactly it was. Metal of eternal pain? Wasn't this supposed to be in the hands of Caden Falcon, a minor antagonist in the early Academy arc? What's it doing here? Oliver was a little surprised by this. In the novel, the metal of eternal pain was supposed to be an opalescent orange color? But this is clearly different. Does it change according to its owner's Aspera or something? He quickly pretended not to know anything about it and curiously asked her, what does it do? According to me, metal of eternal pain has two effects, agony infliction and curse endurance. She tapped the purple metal with her sharp fingernails. Saw the N0VL.ir.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Oliver saw how she had painted her nails with silver-colored nail polish. Agony infliction allows the possessor of this artifact to send excruciating pain to a specified target upon physical contact. The level of pain depends on the aspera of the user. Curse endurance, on the other hand, ensures that the pain inflicted by the metal persists indefinitely until the owner of the artifact wills it to stop. Not to mention, it also provides some resistance to curses in general as well. The woman finished her explanation and looked back at Oliver. Her eyes held a strange glint as she eyed Oliver. In her eyes, he was clearly a little kid who has yet to step out of his clan. Although she could not sense any aspera from him, she was not much disappointed knowing that he was extremely talentless. She was more interested in how he was able to pick out such interesting artifacts on his first try. It was definitely not luck that he managed to do all of this. She knew it was impossible. How about it? If you are interested in selling this metal, I'll give you a really good price. She asked him, feeling greatly interested in this artifact. She needed this in order to commence her own plans. A good price? How much is that? Oliver raised a brow and did not speak much. Let me guess, how does 1,000,000 Neden sound? She said casually. 1,000,000 Neden. Oliver hissed internally. He suddenly felt that this woman was very rich. But it's too low, he said. The slight moment of need in her eyes towards the artifact did not go unnoticed by him. Aware that she wanted this artifact, he decided to take a little advantage. Little? Look at your little body and brain. Do you know how the market works? What price do you think this would sell for then? The woman had an intimidating and commanding aura as she leaned back and crossed her legs, which were clad in silk black stockings. Looking at the pair of long and curvy legs, Oliver was not distracted. His mind was occupied by benefits he could extract from her. I know how the market works, 300,000 for all the artifacts I brought and this, Metal of Eternal Pain, which is quite clearly an ancient and powerful artifact. You aren't fooling anyone here, he boldly told her as she watched him in surprise. There were only a few people who could act so casually in her presence once they get to know her real identity. Her aura alone was enough to silence masses. Perhaps because he's just a little kid. She shook her head. She didn't expect Oliver to be able to sense even a glimpse of her strength. In her eyes, he didn't have much aspera inside his body, which restricted him to feel her aura. Ignorance is bliss, as they say. She felt a little amused by his behavior. It's been time since she was feeling the urge to play with someone. Then how much do you suggest, little boy? She had a smirk on her face as she said it, which Oliver felt like she did to provoke him. He remained calm against her silly acts and told her straight. 30 million Neden. The woman almost choked when she heard him casually utter 30 million as if he was asking for 30 Neden. Are you kidding? Little boy, do you even have the capacity to bring that much money back safely? She felt he was intentionally asking such an outrageous sum of money. 3 million Neden. 25 million Neden. 5 million. 20 million. 10 million. 15 million. 13 million, a middle take. You accept it or leave, she firmly told him after a series of fierce negotiations. Oliver was also helpless. She was surely capable of giving him more but was stubborn, and he could not just leave from here before selling the artifact. He admitted that she was quite strong when it came to making deals, but still, he did not feel that he made a loss. At least he made her increase her previous price by 13 times, which was quite good. He knew that he might be able to sell the artifact for more, but he was in a hurry to sell it before auction, and finding a buyer who could offer such a sum of money before that was very hard. Plus he did not want to be near this artifact for a reason. So, in the end, he just accepted it. On the other hand, Oliver did not realize that the woman was thinking the same thing. He sure has a knack for business. If raised in the right way, he could make great profits in the future. Although he's lacking and easily concedes, he can improve that growing up. She was getting interested in this little boy in front of her who was carrying a bunch of secrets within himself. There was a reason why Oliver. Deal. Oliver accepted the money. He believed it should be enough to buy him at least one artifact from the auction. There was a particular reason he did not take the artifact for himself. Yes, one of the reasons for that was that he wanted to purchase something from the auction and did not currently need the metal. The second and most important reason was that he knew about the bad side effects this metal had. Metal of Eternal Pain, with such an ominous name, had a dark history associated with it, as explained briefly in the novel. It was told in the novel that this artifact was originally found by a camper when he visited an ancient forest with the intention to explore. At first, the camper was not sure about the forest. It was rumored to be famous for its notorious death rates and ghostly activities, as claimed by the nearby residents. He wanted to prove everyone wrong and become famous. He knew of demons and exorcists, yet refused to believe that something dangerous would be in the forest. He wanted to try something that no normal human had ever done before. But as he went forward, ironically towards the same direction where he found a broken skull, he started to encounter strange things. He didn't think the skull belonged to a human, it could have been animal remains. His mind would sometimes hallucinate about things that shouldn't exist in the world. Very dark thoughts started to cloud his mind as he went on silently. He was unaware that he was being affected by something. His mind was distracted towards a particular direction. It became even worse when he started to find strange dead bodies one by one. All those corpses had signs of extreme torture being performed. The corpses were rotting, but their state was beyond tolerable for the camper. He puked blood, yet strangely enough, he wanted to keep going, and he did. It was as if all of this around him was just another imagination. The number of corpses he encountered started to increase, to the point that he could probably stack them up to form a small hill. All of them had expressions of pain. It was clear that none of them had received a peaceful death. The strange hallucinations in his mind intensified. Scenes of an unknown cannibalistic tribe flashed through his mind one after another. A tribe that was savage, cruel, and inhuman. They were demons or humans, he didn't know. They messed with something that they shouldn't have, and it spilled their doom. He soon reached a broken shrine, and in the middle of everything, he found the medal. Whispers in his ears prompted him to take the medal, and he did, quickly leaving the area. But alas, he couldn't even leave the forest as he slowly died. *THVL_fur.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The medal clawed at his soul as he kept walking. Unbeknownst to him, he was in severe pain, but his legs refused to stop, and he died at the edge of the forest, where people saw him and retrieved his belongings. And thus, the medal was also brought out into the world. Wherever the medal went, it brought misfortune, pain, and death. It was cursed. The souls of humans were like fuel to the artifact. People would get intoxicated by the allure of its power only to die miserably in the end. If that was it, then there was no problem, but the real problem was that every person who once owned this artifact caused irreversible damage to their surroundings. Conducting mass murder, spreading blood, experimenting with torture, all sorts of inhuman acts were performed by the owners of this artifact. It was not until a group of people called for an expert exorcist to help them. The exorcist took the artifact in his hands and instantly felt the immense dark aspera inside the thing. He foresaw the danger it posed to both normal humans and exorcists, and thus decided to seal the artifact and keep it in his home. He didn't destroy the artifact. He believed as long as someone used it limitedly without being consumed by the strange artifact, they could use it against demons in the war. The exorcist himself had participated in multiple wars and was thus not afraid of the curse within the artifact like normal humans. But unfortunately, later the exorcist was killed by demons when they ambushed him in his home, destroying his village alongside him. Since then, the sealed artifact was lost. It was nothing more than an ordinary medal to normal humans. The exorcist, in his time, had only recorded what uses the artifact had. He never thought to write down the dangers associated at that time. But over the centuries, those records became blurred and not believable. And thus, people now only knew about what powers this artifact carried, not what dangers it had. In fact, since most of them had never seen the artifact personally, no one believed it existed, and only thought it was just a hoax artifact crafted out of someone's imagination. This was why Oliver wanted to trade this artifact for money. The risk associated was too great considering he was not even strong enough to handle a single use of this artifact. Well then. You can collect the money from the reception, she will add it to your card. Oh wait, do you even have a bank account to transfer the money? She asked curiously, to which Oliver shook his head. Then how are you going to access the money? She looked at him speechlessly. Actually, he himself had not thought of this matter. He thought that at the time he purchased something from the auction, he could directly hand them the card to deduct the amount. But having a personal account should ease things in the future. He looked at the smirking woman and sighed. No, he'd rather do it himself than ask her. she was a terrifying person, and having less contact with her would be better. And I don't even know her from the novel, so she must be a minor, overpowered character. Oliver was sure that he did not want to mess with her lest he fall into serious troubles. I will see to it myself, he said as he started to leave the room. But before he could reach out to touch the door, his body froze. He realized that his body could not move, no matter how much force he used, it was frozen still in place. Did I allow you to leave? Did I allow you to leave? A cold voice sounded from behind him. Fuck. Oliver's back was drenched in cold sweat as he realized what was going on. She was using her aspera to lock him in his place, and since he had almost close to none aspera, he was unable to feel the flow. Fortunately for him, she was using a minimal amount of force so as not to crush him by accident. What do you want? He could not help but ask involuntarily, wanting to know the accursed reason why she was stopping him from leaving. What do I want now? She leaned on her desk, holding her chin in her hand as she observed his back. To be honest, she was not sure herself about what she wanted from him either. It was more like an intuition of sorts of hers, it told her that she should not let Oliver leave. She had been in the world of business for many decades, she had a very sharp intuition whenever it came to deals that generated massive profits. And right now, it had been tingling in Oliver's presence since he entered the room, but it became excessive when he casually took out the medal of eternal pain, so she just stopped him. She frowned when she could not think of a proper response. This made her a little irritated, given his small age and childish bearing, she was unsure of what to ask for. It was not often that she felt troubled. She could not keep him here for long either. This was a young master from the main lineage of the clan, no matter how useless he was, he shared their reputation and name even if he had an insignificant contribution. There would be complications if he kept him here for no reason. Suddenly her eyes lit up, as she tapped on her desk slightly, and Oliver's body moved on its own as he came face to face in front of her. They both looked into each other's eyes. Oliver felt she was quite beautiful, but she was a devil, so he didn't care. The woman also felt that Oliver's features were quite delicate and cute, especially his eyes. For some reason, they seemed to draw her towards them with a mysterious charm. Does he have some sort of special eyes? She made a wild guess that would explain to her how he was able to sort out artifacts from the trash. More importantly, she was quite immune to charm and mind-affecting techniques, but she felt a strong force of attraction to his eyes which made her feel she had guessed correctly. Or maybe he had a special constitution. As expected, he should be a perfect fit. She thought of something and her eyes once again focused on him. Her lips curled and she had an expression that made others feel that she was about to offer something great, she said. Do you want to join the Black Codex Federation? No. Far from the market in the central area of the clan was Nadia's courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a metal dummy placed, the metallic body resembled a human body. In front of the metal body, there she was standing with a calm expression. In her left hand, she was holding a long red rapier with a golden tip. It was an ordinary rapier, but was made by a fine blacksmith. It was no artifact, just a slightly strong rapier to use. She looked at the metallic dummy with a serene expression, her eyes devoid of any emotion. She gripped the rapier's body and disappeared from her spot. Bang! 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 A loud series of banging sounds were heard before Nadia reappeared on her spot. She was still holding the rapier, and nothing had changed on her expression. However, in the next moment, the metal dummy, which was intact just a moment ago, suddenly broke down into pieces. The cuts were all made at weaker joints with fine precision and controlled strength, showing her level of handling the weapon. She glanced at the broken dummy and then to her rapier. I should be able to master this technique in a few weeks' worth of time, she thought and closed her eyes. This rapier technique was called Press of the Liberty, and it was a powerful rapier technique that had the capability to pierce through tough metals and armors like paper. She was about to practice and revise another martial arts technique when she suddenly heard a small clap. Clap. She froze and looked behind her instantly. Behind her was the most terrifying existence she had ever known. Her mother. Ophelia had appeared behind Nadia without her noticing anything. It was unknown for how long she had been behind her, concealing her presence. Nadia's eyes shone in a strange light as she met her mother's eyes. She unconsciously used her abyss eyes, whenever in the presence of her mother. It just showed that her body felt uneasiness and instinctively used means to protect itself. Ophelia was wearing a white kimono with black design patterns, her graceful figure was properly emphasized by the dress. Her silver eyes was as cold as usual, it was unknown what was on her mind. She did not care about her daughter using special eyes, knowing it could not pose her a threat. Although she was clapping, there was not even a hint of happiness on her face. Her face, which resembled Nadia a lot, was a whole more expressionless. "Mother, since when?" Nadia said in a low voice, not bearing a hint of confidence she showed around others. At the same time, she also controlled herself and stopped using the special eyes. "You have improved." Ophelia spoke a few words, but to Nadia's ears, it was the greatest praise. She did not even answer her question and directly ignored that. Nadia lowered her head as she nodded a little, she felt happy that her mother acknowledged her growth. Oliver's face suddenly came to her mind, remembering the scene where he gave her the elixir, but she quickly shook away the thoughts. Ophelia narrowed her eyes, watching her daughter's antics. She felt that her daughter was showing too much emotion and that was not what she wanted. But she decided to let it be for the time being. Nadia had improved significantly as compared to the last time in killing her emotions. It was normal, she was a growing child and all sorts of emotions and feelings would course through her. It was good as long as she kept eliminating them as they appeared. Ophelia considered giving her special medicine to suppress the limbic system present in her brain. The limbic system in the human brain was responsible for regulating emotions. The medicine was something she had concocted herself. It limited the effects of the limbic system in the human brain, specifically targeting the emotions while boosting the prefrontal cortex, which was responsible for decision-making. The medicine had little to no side effects, and it helped improve the memory as well. It would improve the person's ability to take quick rational decisions in intense situations. But she wanted to wait some more years before feeding it to Nadia again. Nadia was still a child, and taking the medicine too much would reduce the benefits, if anything. She had already fed her the medicine once, so she must wait for the second round. Ophelia's eyes shone in a silver light, just like Oliver's special eyes. Unlike him, she possessed a special constitution and it was one of her abilities. With that, she looked at Nadia. Her mastery over her eyes was far superior to Oliver's mastery. Oliver was nothing in front of her. One instant was all it took for Ophelia to analyze as her eyes narrowed once again. She noticed something abnormal about her daughter's body. She calmly looked at Nadia with a piercing gaze and then said in a cold voice, "Punch that metal puppet with your full strength," Ophelia said, her tone more of a command as she looked at another metallic puppet in the courtyard. Nadia also followed the direction and directly went towards it without any question. Her fists clenched as she punched the metallic puppet with all her strength. Boom! Crack! 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 In the next moment, cobweb-shaped cracks appeared on the ground where the puppet was standing just a second ago. In its place was now nothing but tiny broken pieces of what was left of the metal. "Your physical strength has increased by a large margin unexpectedly," Ophelia's calm voice sounded as she keenly observed her daughter, who also looked at her expressionlessly, not saying anything. This sudden boost in her strength was out of her calculations. Was this really it? Was it really due to her talent that her strength had a boost? Or was it due to some other reason? She felt suspicious. Nadia's heart stirred for some reason. She felt proud that her mother had acknowledged her improvement, but she didn't know why. But when her mother said the last line, she was asking her why. "Why won't I say that I received a body-strengthening elixir from him?" She asked herself this question. She felt that if she said that, something that she didn't want to happen would happen. Her mother would not sit still. The thought of what might happen made her heart clench suddenly. Looking at her daughter being silent, Ophelia didn't ponder on it for the moment. Nadia has always been obedient to her commands and would provide her with a detailed report of her actions every time. So if there was something, she would know. "I want you to be prepared. Your first demon hunt will be soon. All the heirs of the clan will be participating in the demon hunt, and I expect you to triumph over others," Ophelia said as a matter of fact. She made it clear that she would not accept anything but victory from her daughter. The demon hunt was a competition of sorts, which was part of the training regimen all the young heirs of the clan must go through. There were a total of 5 pairs of siblings in the main family as of the moment, and every single one of them would need to participate in that. It was mandatory. They must gain experience as they trained so as to be prepared for the future war that could break out at any moment and not die early. Not to mention, the clan would provide the children who perform excellently with some excellent rewards that could make anyone drool. Yes, mother, Nadia replied in a tone devoid of any warmth. She was just like an emotionless robot who followed her mother's commands and replied when asked to. Ophelia did not stay any longer, and in front of her daughter's eyes, her figure disappeared into thin air as if it was never there in the first place. Do you want to join the Black Codex Federation? These words dropped like a thunderbolt in Oliver's ears. He didn't hesitate and directly declined her offer in the next moment. No. He didn't even need to think that this woman was plotting something devious and he was a part of her plans. He didn't like to be controlled like this and be a pawn in someone's plans. Although being a true member of the Black Codex Federation was something exorcists would kill for. Joining the Black Codex Federation as a true member was extremely difficult, and only through invites from already present members could one enter the ranks of the Black Codex Federation. Oliver felt like he was giving up too many benefits at the moment when he replied with a flat no, but he suppressed the feeling of loss. If he became involved with such a mysterious and powerful woman with unknown intentions, he wouldn't know how it would affect his life. The woman who heard his instant rejection was stunned for a second before she asked. Are you aware what you declined? You must not, right? She felt Oliver was being ridiculous, but considering his tender age and lack of knowledge, she felt that he was just being oblivious. The Black Codex Federation was an extremely influential organization with its influence on par with the top 5 clans. It had no lack of resources either for its members, artifacts one could only dream of or martial or exorcism techniques one had only heard legends of, everything was there. Not to mention, the unparalleled security the organization offered. Half of your opponents would admit defeat if they knew you belonged to the Black Codex Federation. The organization was controlled by extremely powerful people rumored to be on par with elites of the top 5 clans. It was a superpower in its own league. I know of the benefits, I have read various books about the organization, and I also know that you represent the organization, but I must decline the offer, Oliver refused with a bleeding heart. The woman looked at the little boy in front of her. She felt even more stubborn now, she now wanted to get him even more. If she decided on something, then there were few who could stop her. Your clan treats you as heir, your talents are not recognized by your own clan. You are forced to live isolated from others. Your existence is not known to many, despite being one of the heirs. She put her hands down on her desk as she continued. The Black Codex Federation will not neglect you like your clan. Your talents will be polished, and you will be far above from where you are currently. Not only that, you will have access to the organization's massive network and resources. And you still refuse? What is there that is stopping you? Are you afraid that your clan won't leave you if they become aware of your change in affiliations? If so, you don't have to worry about that. Until you leave your clan boundaries, there will be nothing that could relate you to us. I can guarantee that. She paused for a moment and added, after leaving your clan once, you can operate independently. If it's still not enough to convince you to join, then what is? The woman folded her arms and crossed her legs as she looked at Oliver with a strict gaze that wanted answers. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Damn, she said so much, but all of this makes sense. She is so terrifying in negotiating. He could not help but suck a cold breath of air to calm his mind. She was too strong. He calmed down and thought for a moment. Joining the Black Codex Federation, But looking at it from a wider perspective, joining the Black Codex Federation is not a bad option either. Although I will be risking becoming involved in her plans if I did join, but will that even matter? He seriously asked himself. I have the system and could grow stronger than anyone else if I remain patient. Getting too concerned with my security is not optimal here. Plus she's right, the clan does not provide me with resources I should have. Oliver remembered how he had to beg for money and various permissions to enter the central area of the clan through maids. Even some maids were better treated than him. He felt that he was already strong enough physically and should be allowed resources that would be provided to an exorcist who has taken the physical exorcism path. He didn't have any weapon technique he could train, nor any martial art technique either. Neither did he have any Aspera techniques. He was really too miserable if not for the system. He had just purchased the 6 thoughtful steps of the spirits of his own money, and it was just a movement technique for exorcists. Although now he finally had some cash, but he knew it was temporary and all of it would most likely be used up in the auction. And finding artifacts that were treated as trash in the clan market was not easy at all. There were appraisers everywhere and hardly would they leave an artifact alone. It was not as easy as it was depicted in the novels he used to read where the protagonist would keep finding artifacts every now and then. People of this world were not stupid. Looking at Oliver's hesitant face, the woman secretly exclaimed that he was too cautious. Even after providing him with such strong arguments and benefits any exorcist would kill for, he still hesitated over his choice. She decided to give him a final push. If you join right at the moment, I will allow you to choose a rare rank artifact for free. Oliver, who was thinking about his life, heard this and was stunned. He felt like he was hearing things. A rare grade artifact for free? It was common knowledge to exorcists that artifacts also had grades that they were divided into. It was based on the power they possessed, their availability, their history if any, and some other factors. Artifacts were divided into 5 ranks in general. Common artifacts. Uncommon artifacts. Rare artifacts. Epic artifacts. Legendary artifacts. Common artifacts included basic weapons with enchantment, accessories with simple aspera functions, or some cultural symbols. Uncommon artifacts were less common than common artifacts, but still relatively accessible. These included specialized weapons, aspera talismans, and other special weapons. These artifacts were often related to history or had ties to being used by someone significant in the past. Rare artifacts were highly sought-after artifacts by exorcists. They possessed a great deal of power. Not only that, they had significant historical importance in the world as well. These included powerful weapons with special abilities, relics with unique powers. Some of these artifacts even had ties to legendary or mythical creatures. Epic artifacts were very rare to find. They were often legends that many had heard of but have not seen in person. Naturally, they carried extraordinary amount of power and value, being capable of changing history of the world itself. These artifacts had immense aspera abilities, were tied to relics of ancient civilizations. Legendary artifacts were the most powerful and revered of all. They were the crown jewels of any collection, had godlike powers and importance. No one knew much about them, how they were born. Some assumed they were forged by gods as relics of creation and destruction, while others believed they were formed by natural world-altering events. There were no clue if there was any legendary artifact in the world or not. These artifacts could alter reality itself. Oliver heard that she was willing to give him a rare rank artifact and was rather stunned. Did she really wanted him to join the organization so much? Or was it for everyone who joined the organization to receive an artifact or something else? One had to know that rare rank artifacts were not easy to get hands onto. For reference, the Medal of Eternal Pain that he had sold to her before was an epic rank artifact. Alright, I will accept your invitation and join the Black Codex Federation. He decided to join the organization. In the novel, this organization was quite deep and had many mysteries. Not to mention, there would be many events in the future where he could use his knowledge of the novel to extract enormous benefits. Not only that, he could also remain as a member of Mystic Purge clan officially while also being a part of the Black Codex Federation. The Black Codex Federation has played an important role in the world during many arcs, not to mention it also had a dark secret that he knew about. From his knowledge, he was sure that they would be more than happy to have a member that was also a part of the 5 great clans. It was akin to having a mole in another country's government at a high level. Many decisions could be influenced. The woman who heard him felt quite happy inside. She had finally gotten what she wanted and was deeply satisfied by her victory. Sure enough, she could make others bend to her will as long as she was rich, had many resources. But after calming down, she realized she was being too happy. She had to give him an artifact to convince him to join. Who even does that? People would beg just to be related to the organization, and he was being like this? She scolded herself for being too hasty, and now she felt that she might have looked desperate to him. She won't take back what she had said. She was a woman of her words. Shaking her head, she looked at the little boy in front of her who was also looking at her curiously. I am Jenna. Jenna Sullivan, and you will be under me from now on. She got up from her chair, and Oliver got a view of her full body. She was lean and had proper curves of a lady. She had long legs and thick thighs whose appeal was enhanced by her outfit. Follow me, she ordered and went up to the bookshelf. And under Oliver's excited gaze, she shifted one of the books and a secret passageway revealed itself from between the shelf. This was the dream life. Oliver had always wanted to experience something like this once in his previous life, entering through a secret tunnel located right beside him in ordinary places. He quickly followed after his new boss as he saw her enter the stairway. Finally, they reached the secret room and he was amazed by what he saw. The stairway was not too long and they both soon came into a room with black tiles. Oliver could not believe that there was such a space present in such a building, and most likely this room was built using space manipulation using Aspera. He felt all of his senses were blocked in this room. He could not even feel Jenna, who was right in front of his eyes. Take any one of the artifacts present in that area. All of them are rare-ranked artifacts, Jenna simply said and pointed to a corner of the room where a bunch of instruments were placed in an orderly manner with name tags underneath or beside them. Oliver did not stand on ceremony and quickly went over to take a look and get an artifact for himself. You have so many. He could not help but say. Jenna, who heard his awe, crossed her hands under her chest as she said with a hint of arrogance, of course. Who do you think I am? Looking at her, Oliver suddenly felt that she seemed somewhat gullible. Although she still had that aura of superiority and power around her, looking at her actions and listening to her words, he was not sure if she was gullible or he was a fool. Earlier, she offered him an artifact to join the Black Codex Federation, which made him feel she really wanted him there. But he could not understand why. Was it for his appraisal ability that she seemed to think he had? If so, then she shouldn't have been like this. He knew how many great artifact makers and experts were a part of the Black Codex Federation. He was just a little kid. Not to mention, he had no clue about her from the novel, so it was likely that she was also some random side character like him. A powerful side character who belonged to a superorganization but never met or interacted with the protagonists of the novel. And I also don't have an impressive Aspera either. I would say my Aspera is as low as that of a normal human. He thought that there was no way that she sensed he had an abnormal Aspera for his tender age either, since he didn't have any to boast and for her to sense. And although he had a great amount of physical strength, he had not done anything for her to know of it either. He knew that he would not receive the invitation to join such a big organization for no reason. There had to be a deeper reason. But since he had no clue about it, he was just rolling with the situation since joining the organization was in his good at the moment. There were many things in life that people had no control over and had to adjust accordingly. He also knew that not everything would occur as he wanted it to, there would be differences, and he was preparing himself to be prepared to face those. He looked at the numerous rare rank artifacts and used cosmic void gaze, and confirmed that all of them were 100% real. He looked at them one by one and their descriptions. A bronze-headed mace that dealt twice the damage than a normal one. A cloth keeper crop that was created for defense, looked quite old and had a long list of previous owners. A copper scythe for practical use, has the ability to harvest Aspera from flora and fauna to a limited degree. A marble-headed warhammer, capable of shattering robust shields and bones with a stun effect. A cursed sickle, that cannot be sheathed until it has killed, bloodthirsty, and a dark artifact like that metal. I don't need these. I want something that can be incorporated into my daily life so that others don't even suspect it to be an artifact. These artifact weapons seem too big and flashy. He withdrew his gaze and looked more and sorted out the artifacts that could be used in daily life and look ordinary in appearance. After a full 10 minutes of endless search, he finally managed to sort out 3 top choices that he could use. The Wrap of Quantum Darkness, as the name suggests, it allows the owner to manipulate the element of darkness to conceal presence, but use depends on the mastery of owner. Energizing Sun Shoes, shoes that can absorb solar energy and grant the wearer an enhancement in speed and agility, further boost when exposed to sunlight. Movements become fluid and swift. And lastly, an artifact named Helm of Wings, which allowed its owner to fly for a short duration and some protection from projectiles, providing defense in battles. Oliver wanted all of them, but knew he could not have all of them. After thinking hard for another minute, he looked at Jenna and then said while holding the artifact. I want this. Jenna raised a brow at his choice of artifact. Well then, come with me. Since now that you are an official member of the Black Codex Federation, there are some things you need to keep in mind. She said in her serious and strict tone, her black hair flowing behind her back as she walked back upwards and sat down at her desk. He quietly followed her back to the office room. He couldn't help but ask her once again. Wouldn't my age be a hindrance while joining the organization, Boss Sue? Oliver nicknamed her as Boss Sue, short for her surname Sullivan. Jenna, who heard him, dismissed his worry as she replied, no. Age is just a number for us exorcists. We could extend our lives by hundreds of years easily and still maintain youth. The youngest to join the organization was as old as 13 years, due to their ability. So you will be just a little younger. Oliver was speechless. Didn't that mean that he has become the youngest ever to join the Black Codex Federation? He shook his head. She was indeed correct. Exorcists didn't have ordinary lifespans of humans, but could live as long as they continued to get stronger. The stronger an exorcist was, the greater their lifespan. Exorcists had pseudo-immortality in a sense. To normal humans, they were like deities walking in plain sight, and that's why exorcists were respected everywhere in the normal world of humans. Not to mention, humanity was being protected by exorcists, so they naturally shared a higher status in society overall. But there were strict rules set by the clans for exorcists not to meddle too much in normal human society unless it was for demons or something important. **novelfire.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It was believed that exorcists and normal humans should live separate lives. There have been incidents where heretics would abuse the powers of exorcism to rule over a village or small town of humans with tyranny. Of course, such heretics were quickly hunted down as soon as the news reached the clans or other organizations. Demons were already enough of an issue, so they could not afford to let their fellow species cause more trouble for them. Now that the war was at a stalemate for the time being, these heretics were being hunted down actively by other exorcists. Exorcists were also humans, but at the same time, they were different from normal humans. It was best to draw a clear line between the two, as there have been since ancient times. Other than that, there were many rich normal humans who hired exorcists and whatnot. Firearms, technology, and everything was actively supplied to exorcist clans to make their lives and war easier. Here. Take this. Jenna opened a locked door in her desk and retrieved a black chip with a cursive letter C written on it in golden color. A chip? What is it for? To inject it into your bloodstream, she said calmly. What? He could not help but doubt her words. Inject the strange chip into his bloodstream? That sounded so uncomfortable and dangerous. Even in his previous world, no one ever dared to experiment with something this crazy on a human before. Yes. You heard that right. Don't be a kid, a coward. This chip will directly register your blood signature into the organization's main database and allow you access to their virtual network to connect to. Not only that, this chip would also serve as proof of your loyalty to the organization. She looked at his hesitant and uncomfortable face and knew that he was worried about something foreign entering his body. Don't worry, it's not painful at all, just lightly press the chip against your skin for a few minutes, and it will automatically enter you. Oliver felt this was quite terrifying. The Black Codex Foundation sure lived up to its name as he had read in the novel. It was not that he was worried about the chip or anything, but he just felt uncomfortable letting something inside his body, something foreign like this chip. From the novel, he was aware that this chip just served as a connection between the individual and the Black Codex Federation's main database. Almost all members of the organization were given one at their joining. Jenna probably said the words like loyalty and all to keep him aware that he must never betray the organization in the future, as the chip would keep him in check. But he knew better. There were many ways he could hack into this chip and cheat the system. The chip did not have any monitoring function in it and was just a slightly advanced piece of machinery to maintain connection and authenticity. There were many unknown details, but he believed he could find them himself. Not to mention, the organization cared a lot for its true official members and won't do them any injustice so long they don't harbor any evil intentions towards the organization itself. Plus, any exorcist would not accept the idea of being controlled by someone or being monitored. While the organization had guts, they were not bold enough to upset their own members. He remembered the faces of some of the characters with extremely erratic personalities, but yet they were treated like elites in the organization. Well, anyways. He decided to give it a try and pressed the chip against his left arm, holding it still for a minute before he felt a cool sensation around the area. He saw in excitement as the chip slowly started to assimilate itself into his skin before turning invisible. Using cosmic void gaze, he could easily see the chip flowing through his arteries, slowly shrinking until it was as small as 1/10 of a fingernail. It might be done to prevent a member from trying to extract the chip through manual means. He could see how the small chip had mixed deeply in the blood, finding which was impossible. Oliver knew that this chip was very advanced technology that the Black Codex Federation's best engineers have had developed. It was definitely prone to various medical analysis machines and wouldn't be detected in them either. Well, he could still spot the chip through his special eyes. No big deal. Great, you are now officially a true member of Black Codex Federation. I'll provide you with the starting kit that all members receive upon joining, she said as she opened another drawer under her table and retrieved a black box. Oliver curiously looked inside and found a variety of things inside the box. Firstly, there was a syringe containing a seaweed green-colored liquid. She looked at him and answered his curiosity. This is an attribute awakening essence. It's a potent essence extracted from a mysterious site. Upon injecting this, it will help you awaken a random attribute to your Aspera. All the members receive one. He heard her say and couldn't help but ask, what essence is this? Which attribute will it awaken? It's completely random. The place from where this essence was extracted and refined from is also unknown. It depends on your luck which attribute you can awaken when you inject it. She paused before adding, the only thing that I can tell you is that this was refined by the most skilled alchemists of the Black Codex Federation. You can inject it when you go back. He nodded, looking at the other things. Jenna then picked up a device and handed it to him. What's this? He asked. A smartphone. I am aware of that. I wanted to ask what this thing is to be used for? He clarified. He wanted to know if this was just an ordinary smartphone or had to be used in specified circumstances only. Why do I feel like a spy? This is a normal smartphone both in appearance and function, but I'll provide you with an access code that upon being used will allow you to enter the organization's secure web as well as the common exorcist web of the world. Pulling out a piece of ivory paper, she wrote a special code onto it and gave it to him. You can use it as you please. There are many things that are sold on the exorcist web. From online resources to specialized training modules. Of course, you can't let anyone know of this. Memorize this code and destroy it afterward. She handed him the piece of paper. Oliver looked at the code, and it was indeed quite long and complex, but he was able to memorize it quickly. Maybe it was due to the presence of Aspera that his brain worked faster and much more efficiently. To be honest, he was quite shocked that he got the access to not only the Exorcist web but also the Codex network so easily. Naturally, he knew of the Exorcist web. It was the network that connected exorcists all around the world. This place was primarily used for resource trading and information trade. Sach*THNFire.nt website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A normal human with no background would never be able to access this web through any means. It was not a place where they would be allowed to mess. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to access the Exorcist web until he joined the academy in the future or left the clan, considering how strictly the web was monitored and regulated by the clans. But such an unexpected scenario occurred, and not only did he get the access to the Exorcist web but also the entry to the Codex web. Yes, the private network of the Black Codex Federation. He memorized the code and input it at the same time to see if it was working properly, and indeed it was. He could see a search engine and a variety of forums with different topics, all related to exorcists. He closed the phone and said, "This is quite convenient." As expected of the Black Codex Federation. Jenna looked at him and pondered about how he might be one of the youngest in the history to have access to the Exorcist web. She suddenly felt like she was that old lady who would give children candy and then take them to travel around the world in her van. No. This felt illegal for some reason. She shook her head of such thoughts. That's all, the rest of the stuff is some basic documentation. Feel free to burn them after reading it, or the ink will disappear on its own in a week. She handed him the black leather box and explained simply. Crossing her legs, Jenna could not help but think if it was the right choice to let a kid like him inside the organization just due to a moment's instinct. Was she being whimsical, or was there really something deep about this little boy? She had authority high enough in the organization to invite members, but expelling them required a series of discussions with other high-level members. So, in a sense, Oliver was more or less now a permanent member. It was one of those times where she felt indecisive in her life. But she could not help it. She felt a really strong intuition when she saw him casually bring out multiple artifacts and even an artifact of epic rank as well. He was definitely not simple. All right then, I will leave. Oliver also bid her farewell, he had spent too much time in the marketplace, way more than he had expected. He must get home quickly and start practicing the technique he had bought. Zippy! I am back, Oliver announced as he returned to his courtyard, and soon a beautiful and white cat came near him. He looked at her and was impressed. Her disguise technique was very terrifying. White fur, she looked just like a cloud in the form of a cat. He picked her up and went inside, but he suddenly froze. Fuck. I forgot to buy meat. He looked at the white cat in his lap, and she also looked back at him. The cat was clearly making an expression that said, "Where's the meat you promised?" He suddenly felt tongue-tied, not knowing what to say to her. We will have meat tomorrow. Today we must finish the leftovers from yesterday. The clan guardian. He coughed lightly and put her down and quickly excused himself to the kitchen. Hastily looking around, he searched for anything that had been left from before. Usually, it was the maid who cooked his meals, but he knew how to cook himself, albeit he was still a novice in cooking. Creak. Creak. He opened one shelf after another to look for ingredients he could use. The clan guardian would definitely be suspicious if he didn't feed her well. Over the days, he had got to know her personality a little bit. Although she was not a cat exactly, her behavior was easily that of a cat. As long as her belly was full and she was fed regularly on precise timings, she would remain calm and happy. If someday, due to his training or whatever reason, he forgets to feed her, she would act grumpy and even scratch him. Sigh. He suspected that the clan guardian didn't even require eating, yet this cat was quite demanding. Well, at least I don't have to clean after her. Oliver tried to think positively about having the clan guardian as his cat. Ultimately, he found some rice and uncooked fish. His eyes lit up. He could definitely coax her with this. He quickly cooked rice with vegetables and cooked the fish, not forgetting to season it according to her taste. He made the rice for himself and fish for her. Soon, a strong aroma spread in all corners of the courtyard. The clan guardian, who was earlier infuriated at being lied to about meat, was instantly attracted. Meow. She jumped over and quickly came near the table where Oliver ate his meals. A freshly made fish was soon placed in front of her. Just smelling the aroma was enough to make her salivate. She had eaten countless delicacies in her lifetime prepared by the best of chefs in the clan, but it has been a very, very long time since she tasted this simple and good food. It gave her a comforting feeling, and that's also why she ate his cooking regularly. She felt that this life was not half bad. A few weeks later, Oliver was behind his courtyard in the small secret area where he often hung out when he was alone. But at the moment, he was not there to relax, but for an entirely different reason. 50 marks were drawn on the ground, each some distance away from the other. These marks were in the form of different shapes, circles, triangles, squares, and so on. Since the time he had returned to his courtyard, he had been diligently practicing the 6 thoughtful steps of the spirits. According to the movement technique, he must train his feet in such a way that they move with a grace that only spirits could exude, a fluidity that promotes his physical powers and aspera alignment. Rooted in the principles of balance, coordination, and intention, a calm mind serves as the core requirement. Feet hip-width apart, knees slightly bent, Oliver was in a state of focus. His feet rooted to the earth beneath him, stabilizing his core muscles to adjust his posture and align his spine, he gazed at the various marks in front of him. He closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath to center his focus and calm his mind. He suddenly moved. Swish. Swish. From one shape to another, he stepped on the center of each shape, his movements partially mindful and a hint of grace becoming evident as he moved from one to another. Taking the support of the earth beneath him, his body transitioned between the shapes, a strong intent of fluidity taking form. If someone were to look at him at the moment, they would quickly notice that he was imitating gestures and flowing movements as inscribed in the technique scroll. Oliver narrowed his eyes. He could see that as he moved, the distance between the shapes widened. He had to move from one shape to the same shape distance away, meaning if he stepped on a circle, then he could only step on a circle next and then to another shape. Novelfra.t website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In fact, there was no such absurd method mentioned in the 6 thoughtful steps of the spirits technique, but from his wide knowledge of the novel, he knew that the teacher of the protagonist who taught martial arts recommended this method to train in the beginning. According to that teacher, when training in movement technique, This was one of the best methods to choose from if one did not have any equipment or materials to support. So, Oliver naturally adopted this method. He knew just how fast the protagonist became in the future. Swish! His pace quickened as he moved even faster, his eyes catching everything in his surroundings, nothing escaping his sight. Apart from training his physical strength, he always focused on cosmic void gaze, his trump card at the moment. And he could feel his mastery increasing gradually as days passed by. Fuck! He exclaimed as he suddenly lost balance and could not step on the next shape. Huff! I need to learn to coordinate my body with the line of sight. He thought as he wiped his sweat with a towel and drank a few mouthfuls of water. But how do I achieve that? He wondered as he looked at the clear blue sky, his mind unable to help but wander to the scene he remembered from the novel. In that scene, when the war between demons and exorcists resumed, all hell broke loose. Countless lives were lost and formed, rivers of blood became as common as water. The exorcists were unyielding, and demons were terrifying. The protagonist slaughtered demons left and right, without mercy. The ground cracked, and the area of the battlefield was described to have formed a crimson-black sky. Both demons and exorcists brought out one artifact after another, massacring each other with no end. Many powerhouses were killed as if someone was plucking out cabbages from a field. Thousands of children lost their parents and vice versa. It was one of the saddest periods of history. Whenever the war between the two parties intensified, the world would suffer and cry tears of blood. His mind went back as his eyes became focused again, and he saw the sky was still blue and beautiful. He sighed, it was still too early for him to worry about the war. There was a lot of time until then, and he knew all the clans would be dragged into the war no matter what. He had to prepare for that time to ensure that he didn't die. Suddenly, he heard it. That familiar sound. Ding. Target has mastered the rapier technique belonging to the Mystic Purge clan after undergoing rigorous training. The Press of Liberty. Ding. Obtaining 10x benefits. Sovereign Strike of Infinite Freedom has been obtained. Just as the notification ended, a tornado of memories rushed into his mind, making him clutch his head in pain and close his eyes. Cood dash. His muscles and bones stirred as his body became adapted to accept the reward. A few minutes later, he calmed down. Huff. Huff. Taking deep breaths, his body relaxed as his tense forehead relaxed. He clutched his hand, a strange yet familiar feeling spread through his body and mind. He wanted to hold a rapier at this moment very badly, but unfortunately, he didn't have any. He looked around and saw trees everywhere. He got up and went to a nearby tree, slowly climbing it until he reached a branch. Twisting the whole branch from the tree, he jumped down. Using his bare hands, he started to tear apart bits from the wooden branch, trying to make something similar to a rapier. Although crude, he did make something similar to a rapier. Holding the branch, he swung it into the air, producing a strong series of vibrations. It was as if the air was acting as the string, and he was the musician playing those invisible strings as he swung. The Sovereign Strike of Infinite Freedom was an extremely powerful rapier technique from the knowledge he had obtained. According to the information, this technique was so strong that the Sovereign Strike of Infinite Freedom was an extraordinarily powerful rapier technique from the knowledge he had obtained. According to the information, this technique was so strong that it could pierce through an army of armed soldiers when mastered to perfection. Not only that, but its name was derived from the Press of Liberty. The Press of Liberty was created by an ancient exorcist who excelled in rapier combat. He had no rivals when it came to using a rapier at that time, and he used his skills to fight against the tyranny of the Lord of the Kingdom where he lived and his army, ultimately freeing thousands of slaves from the tyrant. Later, the exorcist fought against demons until his last breath in order to let every single person on earth be free of their fear of demons. This rapier technique at that time was not named by the exorcist, but by the people who recorded his art and skills. Due to his admirable attitude of providing everyone freedom and liberty, this art of rapier was later called the Press of Liberty, as it helped countless people achieve liberty. The ancient exorcists were unparalleled when it came to refining their arts and exorcism techniques. The Sovereign Strike of Infinite Freedom, a technique obtained after evolving the Press of Liberty tenfold, was undoubtedly better. Using this martial art could help him exorcise an entire legion of demons at its full power, which was terrifying. Of course, he must master this technique first for all that to happen. From Nadia, although he received tenfold rewards, the training experience he received, however, was also tenfold, but the requirements for the evolved techniques were also much higher than the normal ones. Saw thvl_fur.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. So, he must put in his own hard work to be able to master the technique, or else his own body would not be able to endure the burden of using such overpowered techniques in the future. He also felt it was reasonable, otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense. I found the answer to my earlier question. He looked excited as he found out from the experience he gained from Nadia about how to properly control and coordinate his body and mind with his line of sight and strength. Holding onto the branch, he closed his eyes and focused in front of him. He slowly aligned the branch straight in line with his chest. A moment went by, and he stood still. The world around him was still at this moment in his mind. He was alone in this world, no one was there to disturb his calm. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and made a forward motion with the wooden branch. Ha! Boom! A strong shockwave blasted through the trees, wrecking them. The branch he was holding onto was also destroyed, unable to bear the load. Oliver looked in front of him. Just the shockwave produced from his strike was enough to graze through the toughness of these thick tree trunks. He could only imagine how strong an Esper-infused strike of this technique would be. Looking at what was left of the branch in his hand, he felt satisfied. He should get himself a decent weapon soon. But for now, it's time to finally awaken an attribute. Oliver returned to his courtyard and got out the black box that he had received from Jenna. Click! With a clicking sound, he opened the box and saw the syringe containing the seaweed green-colored liquid. He hadn't forgotten about this mystical thing at all. Instead, he had been reading the documents Jenna had given him, plus the Exorcist web, to learn about this strange liquid. Although he could not find many clues about this syringe on the Exorcist web, he was able to obtain information from the Codex web. This liquid in the syringe was called the Honorable Star's Essence, a mysterious essence that was concocted during a special phenomenon when the planets were aligned in a certain order. It required many precious materials to be made, from the dew of stars to lunar lotus. Overall, this was a very rare and expensive potion that could not be bought with money alone. It required connections with expert alchemists. Oliver felt it was a waste to drink it on his own. He wanted to give it to Nadia and receive tenfold benefits, but over the past weeks, he could not get an opportunity to enter that area. Those brats had ordered guards not to let him enter. He knew the guards would obey their duty and wouldn't dare to be careless. Plus, he was sure that even if the brats had not told the guards, the state he put his second brother into would definitely raise serious concern among his backers in the clan, which would lead to tighter security of the area. Any unauthorized person would need to undergo a serious scan to enter the central area, and he was sure they would find the Honorable Star's essence instantly if they scanned him. He was quite in a bind at the moment. Oliver, however, was not one to give up easily. He must make Nadia drink this no matter what. This was for his own benefit as well as hers. So, to counter the tight security measures in place, he had come up with two ways. The first way was to use his lazy cat to secretly reach out to Nadia. What he meant by that was that he would have to let this cat of his carry the Honorable Star's essence and get it to Nadia safely. Although it would involve the clan guardian knowing about his affiliation with the Black Codex Federation, and he honestly had no idea how she would react to that, overall, it was a risky gamble that he wanted to avoid. So, he felt more inclined towards the second approach, which was to abuse his newfound powers that he had gained. It was now the moment for him to make use of some of his cards. First, he might have to create a strong disturbance or distraction large enough to divert the guard's attention for a short duration of time and utilize that moment to reach Nadia. After that, he could give the essence to her and return back and wait for the benefits. Although he knew that the Mystic Purge clan must also have their own Honorable Star's essence made by the best alchemists in the clan. But he knew that Nadia would not be receiving them anytime soon. In the novel, Ophelia was an eccentric woman who followed her own ideologies and never respected the common sense of the world, and to her, Nadia was the most important person in the world. Not as a daughter, but as a tool, apparently. She was obsessed with the idea of creating the perfect being, the perfect exorcist to ever exist. And Nadia so far was the one among her other children who had the potential to reach that stage, so she was very careful with every aspect of her daughter's growth. Oliver believed that his mother did not know that he had secretly fed Nadia a body-strengthening elixir, or else he wouldn't be in his courtyard chilling, but instead somewhere dark. He shuddered, not daring to imagine the atrocities Ophelia had committed in the novel to achieve her goals. The guards in tight security would definitely pose a huge problem. He knew of their strength. They were way above an average exorcist in the world in skills. In such situations, usually typical novel protagonists would be aware of secret passageways or something similar to evade the guards, but he was not in such a situation. Using common sense, will a novel ever include the routes and layouts of a clan that the protagonist didn't even belong to? And let's assume even if there was such a route or layout mentioned, would a normal reader ever bother with memorizing that? No, of course not. If you are a normal reader, most of the normal readers would usually skip through such content. And Oliver was the same. There was no mention of any routes or layouts of the Mystic Purge clan in the novel, and not only that, even if there was, he had most likely skipped that part when he was a reader. So, even if there was a hidden path right below his courtyard leading directly to the central area, he would never know. This was the reality as well. The world was not always run by clichés. He was facing harsh situations over in his new life. No matter, everything was connected. He had already made a plan to slip through. He just needed the materials for the distraction. Afterward, he visited the clan market once again and purchased some stuff from different shops. Although the thing he purchased was the same, since he was buying en masse, he had to make sure to purchase from different shops at a good distance from each other. In the worst case, if everything crashed, he could at least try to make sure that he won't be traced back if he bought things like this. Not to mention, he was also wearing a cap to hide his hair color as well. Returning to his courtyard, he looked at the huge boxes of items. It was some thick smoke bombs and concentrated aphrodisiac that were enough to make even elephants unstable. He was going to use them to deter the guards, at least for a short duration. He knew these smoke capsules might not work for long against the guards, so he had especially purchased the aphrodisiac. The best way to attack an exorcist with Esper as a common person or a person with lesser Esper was to attack their mental state or make use of their emotions or urges. While he doubted that all of them would fall for it, it was enough. He could do well with that. Phew, I am ready. He was slightly nervous for the stunt he was about to pull. Never in his life had he expected that he would be doing something like this. Even in his previous life, he was a normal boy that rarely got into troubles with others, much less pulled any serious pranks. So, this was going to be a new experience for him. With that, he picked up the syringe and left the courtyard, not forgetting to leave some food for the sleeping cat. He knew the clan guardian would come in his use sooner or later, but probably now was not the time. And it's done, he said, wiping sweat off his forehead. Oliver set the capsules at different spots and arranged them in a specific way. He made sure that it was close to the guard station to the central area. This should release the smoke and aphrodisiac together at the same time in around 20 minutes as the stick burns fully. With this, nothing will be left behind once the smoke capsule activates. He thought to himself as he quickly went to the opposite side of the entrance, far away from this arrangement. He wouldn't want to get caught up in smoke mixed with concentrated aphrodisiac. He secretly apologized to the oblivious guards in his mind. And then he finally took it out. A light cream-colored cloak, a cloak that looked like a normal cloak a traveler would wear on their journey. But this was actually an artifact. At that time while at Jenna's secret room, he had ultimately chosen the Wrap of Quantum Darkness. An artifact that let him conceal his entire presence by letting the owner manipulate the element of darkness to conceal presence, but use depends on the mastery of the owner. For Oliver, this was the best choice indeed. If one can remember, he had the Cosmic Void Gaze, and its first ability was Dominion over Cosmic Voids. It provides control over not only darkness, but the vast void between cosmos. Superior form of the darkness element, void. So naturally, the effect he would have on this artifact which utilized the darkness element would be amplified a lot considering he could directly use void element too. Awakening the Cosmic Void Gaze automatically gave him access to the void element itself. So, the Wrap of Quantum Darkness, that would help its owner conceal their presence using the darkness element would have an enhanced effect. It would be something like having your entire existence shrouded for a short period of time. The void literally translated to nothing, so in a sense, upon using the artifact, he would be something akin to nothing. He would be very difficult to spot, but since the artifact itself was rare rank, it had limited capabilities and worked for a certain period of time. He must use that time to reach Nadia and make her drink the Honorable Star's essence. He wanted to know what sort of effect it would have on his awakening, if she awakened an element. Oliver activated the artifact, and he turned invisible to the naked eye and went towards the gate of the central area. "Hey, what is that?" One of the guards patrolling the gates suddenly pointed in the distance and asked in a loud voice. Others also followed the direction and looked to see a huge and thick screen of smoke spreading towards them. "Divide into 2 groups, one of the groups will go and verify what is going on with that smoke. Just in case, prepare to battle and apprehend anyone nearby for interrogation." The guards coordinated well and quickly split into 2 groups. They all knew that doing anything funny or strange near the residential area of main members of the clan was a serious offense. If the perpetrator had no good intentions, then the punishment could be as severe as execution. No matter who it was, they would be punished according to the clan rules. These were trained professionals, not fools who would easily get distracted. In the novels, it's just that the plot armor of the main character simply reduces the IQ of other people to make things work, but it won't work like that here. The first group of guards stayed there near the gates themselves, and the second group went over to the smoke to look for anomalies. They could not see through the smoke at all, it was quite thick, and their noses felt funny for some reason. Saw thnfire.nt website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. On the other hand, the group that remained was also vigilant. "Keep looking around, we wouldn't want any unexpected individuals to sneak through in our presence," the guard announced and kept a tight watch around his surroundings. Oliver managed to easily sneak past the guards while they were splitting up into groups, and now he was back in the central area. Some troublesome memories returned to him when he remembered the faces of his third brother and sister. He would not forget them so easily. They were going to suffer a fate worse than the second brother since they were the ones who had beaten him. For now, he silently moved towards Nadia's courtyard. Upon arriving in the courtyard, he saw that it was empty. There were many metal puppets in her yard. Some of them were showing signs of wear and tear, while others were still in perfectly fine condition. She trained relentlessly. He looked around and could not see her. His expression turned weird. Could it be that she's not here at the moment? He had not considered the possibility of her not being available at all, he just assumed that she was going to be there when he visited. He frowned and thought about what to do. He cannot stay for too long either. Nor could he trust that no one would visit her courtyard if he left behind the syringe in here with a note or something. It would be even worse if his mother decided to come in while he was still there. Not to mention someone else who might as well just take this for themselves. It was a really precious thing that exorcists would shed blood for if they knew. "What are you doing here again?" A chilling voice sounded behind him as he froze for a moment. He almost believed that his nightmare had come true and Ophelia was behind him, but although the voice was similar, he could tell who it was thanks to his keen memory. He turned around and saw Nadia standing behind him, her eyes expressionless and facial features stiff. He could not help but exclaim internally. She had grown quite strong in this short time, he could not sense her approaching him in the least. It's a pity that this was not considered a milestone by the system, or else he would have gotten the respective benefits too. He was not using Wrap of Quantum Darkness at the moment, so it was not a shock that she came behind him without him knowing. Bypassing his senses with Esper was very easy, and Nadia had abundant Esper for her age. He envied having access to so much Esper, but he was not worried much. Sooner or later, she was going to make a breakthrough in her ranks. When an exorcist steps up in ranks, their Esper increases significantly, and when Nadia finally becomes a rank 1 exorcist, he would naturally get access to Esper and a lot of that. His Esper talent would directly become tenfold of hers. He was just waiting for her to make a breakthrough. He suddenly felt a chill as he looked at her staring at him coldly as if waiting for an answer, her patience wearing thin. "Oh. I was here to, give you something," he said awkwardly. He did not know why he always felt the need to act formally when she looked at him like that. Her presence was imposing, or maybe it was just that since she was a character from a novel who later turned out to be quite cruel that he felt such a way. Nonetheless, he took out the Honorable Star's essence in the syringe under her narrowed eyes. "Here." He wanted to give it to her quickly and leave, but something unexpected happened. "I don't need this," she replied in a calm tone, her intent hard to know. "What, why?" He looked at her in surprise. Did she think he was giving her something suspicious? Well, the color of the liquid was indeed a bit weird, but it was definitely not poison. "I don't need your favors. I can grow strong on my own. I have told you before to not come here again, but yet you do? Do you not take my words seriously?" she asked as her expression darkened. She did not know why, but she was feeling angry at him for some reason. Anger? Was that how her emotion could be defined? She was told by her mother to be always calm in every situation no matter what, never show happiness, never show anger. Your enemies must never figure you out. Always remain rational. For happiness, show satisfaction, for anger, show dissatisfaction. Nothing more. Yet she felt angry now that Oliver was in front of her. And her reason for anger? Yet she felt angry now that Oliver was in front of her. Saw the n0vulfur.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. And her reason for anger? Was it really due to the fact that she thought he was looking down on her by giving her another precious medicine or elixir? Was it due to the fact that he had ignored her previous warnings to not come here again and he ignored her and came again that made her feel he did not take her seriously? Or was it that she was angry because if he kept on coming here again and again, their mother would find out? Was it that she was angry because he kept giving her those precious potions, elixirs, and whatnot instead of using them himself, for his own strength? Why, just when she would feel she has finally become what her mother expected of her, she would again come at the starting point. It always was because of him. Did she feel angry because of this? She did not know. She was supposed to be the vessel for being the best exorcist, yet she could not even control herself. Leave. She did not want to be in his presence anymore, or she would just feel pressured. She could still remember how she had cried in front of him so shamefully. Oliver was silent as he saw her complicated expression. He was not a fool and understood her condition. He wanted to help her, but knowing his own lack of strength and his mother's strong ambitions, he chose to remain silent for the moment. Plus, he was not sure how the plot would change. He had already made many changes, and he was sure that Nadia would definitely grow stronger than she was in the novel. He shook his head and felt her trouble. He also wanted to get her stronger as he could also rely on her and become stronger quicker. But she wouldn't just take his help for reasons he was not sure about. Will you really not take it? I had to go through many troubles just to acquire this. Oliver asked her in a small tone. He wanted her to know that this thing was not ordinary and could boost her strength significantly. Nadia raised her head and looked at the syringe containing the seaweed green liquid. She knew nothing of it. She had not yet read about this medicine or elixir or whatever miraculous it was supposed to be. For a moment, a desire rose in her heart, the desire to take it and become stronger so she could stand proud in front of her mother and earn her praise more. But she suppressed herself and decided not to accept it. She had no doubt that if it was something that great, then her clan would provide her with it someday when her mother deemed her worthy for it. She would not accept another favor from him. It felt embarrassing to her. She hadn't even made it equal to him after the body-strengthening elixir she had received from him last time. Although she knew that she was definitely not inferior to him in terms of strength, she knew if she took things from him like this, then sooner or later, she might feel the opposite way due to her pride. She did not question him either on how he got his hands on such items. If possible, she wanted minimal interactions with him and no less of him. Otherwise, she might not be able to contain the budding curiosity in her heart about him. Fine. If that's how you want to be. Oliver was too lazy to force her either, not to mention, he also didn't like being treated like this again and again. Every time he met her, she would always want him to leave and not come back. He knew of her circumstances a little, but even so, being told no repeatedly made him annoyed. He always told himself that he was mature and did this for the benefits of both of them. He looked at her once again, seeing her straight face. He knew that she was suppressing herself. He was never the best when dealing with people emotionally. He was also not a protagonist who could understand others' feeling with a glance, and a few words from him would directly make the female lead bring out of depression. He was just a side character. He sighed. Anyways, you don't need to feel embarrassed in receiving things from me in the future. We are twins, I am your brother, and this is not a favor that I'm doing for you, but rather treat them as a gift from me to help you improve faster. There are no favors done here. This is how a normal sibling relationship works. He further said, remember, there are no favors done between us. If you ever need help, you can always visit me. Well, I might be sounding ridiculous considering my meager strength, but trust me, not everything is solved by brute force. Also, I am a very intelligent kid as my tutors say so. Finally, he put the syringe back into his pocket as he left. I'll leave for now. Think about it with a calm mind, you should be able to come to a conclusion. I'll visit some other time. With that, Oliver left under her somewhat shocked gaze. Although he had not succeeded in giving her the essence this time, he believed he had given a valuable lesson that might help her understand others more in the future. He felt bitter about going through so much trouble only to be rejected, but he understood that this was life. The protagonist would give stuff to female lead and she would always accept. Ridiculous, those female leads were just poorly brought out with no personality of their own. Underscore 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 underscore. Nadia saw him silently leaving. His earlier words were still ringing in her ears. No favors. Only gifts? She had never thought of it this way. Her mother had always taught her that she should never owe others no matter what. As the heiress of the Mystic Purge clan, she could not fall so low as to accept others' favors, as it would only tarnish her image in front of others. So why did she feel such a strong emotion when he mentioned that there were no favors done between them? Her chest felt warm, and her eyes were fuzzy. Overall, it was a comfortable feeling that she never experienced in her cold life. Normal sibling relationship. She looked at the gates of her courtyard from where he had left and could not help but wonder if this was how twins behaved. Was this the feeling of being normal? Was it right for someone belonging to the Mystic Purge clan to be normal? Was it normal for siblings to help each other like this? Did normal siblings really have no favors between them but just gifts? She didn't know. But she felt that he might be right. She should focus on her growth and become stronger to find out if he was really right or not. She touched her heart to feel it beating fast. She felt comfortable and wanted to remember this feeling if possible. A sibling, what was it? Oliver activated the wrap of quantum darkness and turned invisible to leave the central area. He soon heard a commotion as he neared the exit gates. He looked over only to see the guards panicking. Sir. The situation seems to be getting out of control. The guards are losing control and engaging, among themselves. They have gone insane. I will have to increase their training by twice. Such low self-control. I believe the preparator has mixed concentrated aphrodisiac in the smoke, and before the team could realize what was happening, they had already inhaled it, resulting in this. The preparator must have an ulterior motive, I suppose. There's no way anyone would pull out such a prank on the guards. Go inside the central area. I have obtained Elder's permit and see if there are any suspicious individuals inside while we handle the restless guards. Subdue them for the time being. Oliver, who heard everything, felt awkward. They were indeed talking about him. He could not help but feel pity for the guards who inhaled the potent aphrodisiac enough to make elephants go wild. He had not intended to be so excessive, but he didn't want them to not be affected at all. He was not sure if their strength could help them evade the effects of the drug, so he put a huge amount of it inside the smoke capsule. In the end, he finally had his answer. Shaking his head slightly, he quickly left the area, leaving the guards oblivious. In the end, he heard from the maids that since there was nothing suspicious found, the guards were forced to believe that all of this was just a prank by someone shady. Although they have announced to investigate properly and apprehend the person responsible. Oliver had no worries. He had ensured that they would not be able to trace back to him unless they spent a lot of resources, and he doubted they would go so far for something they thought was a prank. Nonetheless, he didn't have anything to worry about for the moment. He looked at the white cat with a bulging belly, sleeping like a log, and felt speechless. The clan guardian was so unguardian-like? All the clan guardian had done after coming to his courtyard was eat and sleep. He could not even feel a wink of responsibility from her bearings. He sighed, she was too useless. After throwing a blanket over her, he silently left the room. He took out the syringe and went behind his courtyard to the secret spot to finally use it. Since Nadia was not going to accept it, he would have to use this himself. The Honorable Star's essence was going to help his Aspera gain an elemental attribute. Let's begin. Pulling the syringe back, he rolled his sleeves and injected the seaweed green liquid in. Swish. In the next instant, he felt his body heat up, his mind feeling a slight current as he sat down in a meditative position to maintain his balance. Swish. Swish. Energy flooded into his body, and a foreign feeling engulfed him. His throat felt dry and thirsty, his eyes shook as he felt a turbulent force within him. This went on for a while before everything calmed down and returned to normal. Saw the novelfra.t website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He relaxed and let out a breath of fresh air. I awakened an element. He mumbled, a certain excitement and eagerness in his eyes. Moving his left hand in front of him, he summoned his minuscule Aspera, which took a while, but he did manage to finally see his element up close. In front of him was a small orb of water floating just in front of his palm, clearly visible in the night. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the moonlight. Oliver felt as if he was holding a beautiful gem in his hand. Like a silver transparent round gem floating in the air. He clutched his palm, wanting to feel it, but it quickly burst, and water splashed around, wetting his palm. He smiled. He had awakened the water element attribute to his Aspera. It was just that he would need to train hard to be able to control his Aspera properly in order to use the elements. Earlier, he had intended to benefit from Nadia. If she drank, then he would obtain a tenfold boost, and it was also possible that she might have advanced to rank 1, giving him the benefits. It's not useful to think of that. What's done is done. He looked at the blanket of stars covering the sky and felt it was beautiful. While his Aspera talent level was pathetically low, he might still be able to achieve some improvements through hard work and various elixirs. He was happy that he was able to obtain or awaken the water element attribute. Haha, I should get back now. There are many things to prepare for. I should be prepared for the auction. Oliver huffed as he got on his feet and looked at the sky. Not far away from him, Zippy, the lazy cat who was supposed to be sleeping, was not asleep. Instead, she had her eyes opened and was looking at the wall, the direction where Oliver had left. She watched the blank wall silently with calm eyes. After a while, she closed her eyes and went back to sleep as if nothing had happened. She let out a small smirk unconsciously. It was unclear what she was thinking at that moment. Had she seen what Oliver has been doing? Or was she just in the middle of a dream? A month went by just like that. In this time, Oliver remained low and focused on his training, casually leaving to buy out some resources to improve his body and Aspera. The auction was going to be held soon. The dates had not yet been announced, so he had been keeping himself updated through the Exorcist web. One more thing he got to know about was the demon hunt organized by his clan. Something unexpected had happened. He got to know about the demon hunt organized by his clan. He was one day suddenly informed by his mate about it and how it was mandatory for him to participate in it as well. He argued about how he would not be able to contend given his strength, but received a counter that stated that all the heirs of the clan must participate. It has been a long tradition of his clan to nurture the young heirs. And not to mention that the event would be supervised properly to ensure that no one dies by the elders themselves. All the clan's heirs were potential assets of that clan, so it would be extremely stupid to let them die out in hunt early on, when they could grow to be powerhouses in the future. Oliver felt confused by all of this. They clearly knew how talentless he was, but still ordered him to participate. Not to mention, he had always lived in isolation, so suddenly calling out to him was a surprise to him. What was the reason? Was it just mismanagement on their side? Probably not. Was he supposed to be a bait and be eliminated for good during the hunt? Unlikely, considering they could dispose him any time they want. Or were they aware of his recent increase in strength? That would definitely explain why they wanted him to also join the hunt. They must want to determine his worth at the hunting ground directly and possibly uncover his secret to the sudden growth. If this was so, then how did they come to know of it? Would they have not directly detained him the moment they realized that he had somehow gotten strong and had awakened strange powers? Normally, a common person with no talent or power suddenly becoming strong one day would definitely arouse suspicion. The suspicion that they had come in contact with a demon and had formed a contract with them, thus becoming a heretic who had betrayed humanity and embraced demons. Such people would directly be taken by the clans for an interrogation and cleansing. Yes, cleansing. The clans were aware of how fickle-minded people were and how cunning demons were. The demons would approach them when they were at their lowest, offering countless benefits and allures, brainwashing their minds into thinking they were allies and forming contracts to enslave their souls and control their bodies like puppets. Not only ordinary humans, but even exorcists were victims of such tactics. Demons were skilled and cunning. They used emotions like anger, jealousy, lust and pride to establish control. Thus, the clans had special cleansing and purification techniques that helped the possessed heretics to become free from demons' control and regain their senses. Once successful, the demon was either eliminated by banishment or captured. Of course, the stronger the demonic presence, the harder it was. Overall, the silver lining was that he was not suspected of being a heretic, which further complicated things for him to decipher. He could not understand what the clan elites and elders were thinking about him. Were they aware of his special existence or not? Just as he was deep in thought, he heard a sound. Meow. He looked up and saw the lazy white cat yawning while stretching her body. She looked at him and extended her paw as if demanding something. Her face showed what she wanted to say. It was clearly saying, "It's time, go and prepare my meal, what are you dozing off to?" Oliver looked at her speechlessly. He finally understood the reason about why he was told to join the hunt as well. It was all this damn cat's fault. She had probably used her authority to add his name in the list of candidates as well. You. He let out a strained smile as he controlled his facial expressions. He was super pissed at the moment. The clan guardian must have used her authority, or else there was no other way to explain the situation. His powers were not exposed and he was still required to join the demon hunt event. He would be a fool to not know why this happened now. And looking at her shamelessly extending her paw while laying on the mat further made him lose his mind. He took a deep breath to calm himself. You want food, right? I will prepare a special treat for you today because of your good work. Saw thnovelfire.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Oliver smiled in a strange manner and announced as he slowly got up. Zippy's ears perked up when she heard of special treat as saliva started to form in her mouth. She had to admit that the meals this boy cooked were quite good. Although she did not understand what he meant by good work, she didn't care. Her entire focus was on imagining what special treat was she going to get today. She was quite excited to try what he was preparing. Oliver went to the kitchen and started preparing something. He had no expression on his face at this moment. His eyes were dull as he chopped off a vegetable into two. It was quite scary how nonchalantly he was cooking. Zippy, you won't mind a little spice, right? He asked in a soft voice, to which the cat replied with a soft meow as well. For some reason, the cat felt a strange chill in her heart that she quite didn't understand. Are demons ready for war? She puzzlingly thought of why she was feeling this bad premonition in her heart, but she soon discarded the notion of war taking place anytime soon. Nonetheless, she looked at Oliver and gave her consent. She liked spicy things. Seeing the cat nodding like a human, he didn't react and looked back at the dish. Besides him were 2 bottles of suspiciously labeled sauces. It was unknown who had brought them and for what purpose. Oliver looked at those familiar bottles, and his mind had flashbacks of him bargaining with the shopkeeper for this, and the warnings the shop owner repeatedly gave him to use it in very little amounts. He picked up the bottle and poured it on the dish, without stopping. His eyes had no light as he prepared the dish. It's ready. He placed the dish and softly called for the cat, who eagerly rushed. Sniff. The cat sniffed and felt the dish smelled funny for some reason, but glancing up at Oliver's smiling and peaceful face, she felt she was being too sensitive. Well then, let's dig in. Crunch. She took a huge bite. In the very next instant, an explosion happened. Well then, let's dig in. Crunch. Saw thnovelfire.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She took a huge bite. In the very next instant, her mouth exploded in fire. Meow dash. Meow dash. Meow dash. She cried out in shock. The dish tasted extremely horrible and disgusting, not to mention it was too spicy. It was as if someone had directly poured lava inside her mouth. I am glad you enjoyed. Oliver replied in a happy tone as he slowly got up and left the wailing cat behind. After coming out in his courtyard, he looked at the trees and admired the scenery. He fell into thought. I can't understand one thing. He pondered about something that has been bugging him for a while. In his memories, the Mystic Purge clan has always been cruel and indifferent to everything around them. This same principle was also applied to raising the heirs of the clan as well. They only valued strength and did not even acknowledge the weak. If he, who had been born as a talentless child with no strength and potential, then why were they raising him? He felt quite conflicted about this. They had already appraised him to be worthless at his birth, but still decided to let him live, albeit in isolation, and bear the clan's name. This was a big deal. Assuming the name of one of the top clans was no joking matter. It was extremely serious as it defined your affiliations. Why were they acknowledging him as part of the clan, despite his weakness? Knowing his mother's cruel and maniac attitude, it was quite possible for her to dispose of him just after he was born. No one would have opposed her either. It would have been extremely simple and efficient. Although he was not provided any resources or privileges like other heirs, his overall life was much better and peaceful than the commoners. It was befitting that of someone from noble heritage. He had a whole isolated courtyard to himself, had multiple maids doing his chores, like cooking, washing, cleaning. Not only that, he also had a teacher who taught him regularly about academics and strategies of war. Is it because they pity me and wanted me to raise a strategist for the clan's future heirs? Or did they appraise my intellect level somehow after birth? He felt that only these were the reasons they would keep him alive. His clan was filled with cruel and psychotic bastards who wouldn't even show kindness to a newborn in war. They would gladly commit all sorts of war crimes to win. That's how they were. Or is there a deeper reason for this whole situation? He felt a bit anxious when he thought of this. Ophelia, his mother, in the novel was portrayed to be very manipulative and ambitious. Even after feeling the minimal of emotions, she understood human psychology too well and was thus an expert when it came to influencing others through her actions. She always kept everything under her control. She would prepare deliberate and long-term plans and slowly make everything flow according to it. He felt uneasy thinking that the only reason he was allowed to live and grow was to be used by her in one of her sinister plans. If this was the case, then he felt that he had made a correct decision by joining the Black Codex Federation earlier. He must become independent fast, although there was no guarantee that he would be completely free from her control if he left the clan and severed all ties with her. It was still reasonably safer if he did that. The world and its people are complex. I might not even realize before I get dragged into someone's scheme. He should be cautious of who he associates with and build his own strength first and foremost before anything. Fortunately, he still had the backing of the Black Codex Federation, so even if he left the clan in the future, he could still be involved in world matters while also being safe. Oliver felt more inclined to believe that his existence was a part of Ophelia's greater future plan and the sole reason he was left alive and not bothered. But of course, he could not let her succeed in whatever it was that she was planning. Tap tap. 2 small knocks were made on the paper door of his room as he saw a feminine silhouette on the other side. "Young master, may I come in?" The soft voice of a woman sounded as he replied with a simple word. "Enter." The paper door slid open and a woman dressed in maid clothing entered the room. In her hands, she was holding something long wrapped in a brown-colored cloth. He was calm as he saw his maid enter. He had ordered her to buy him something from the market earlier during the day, although he very rarely asked anything from the servants knowing his status. This time, however, he asked them. The thing she was holding was a rapier that he had asked one of the local blacksmiths in the clan market to prepare for him. It was when he had gone to the market to buy the smoke capsules and aphrodisiac to cause distractions among guards. He had also ordered for a rapier at that time that he could use to train and practice the sovereign strike of infinite freedom. He had paid for it beforehand and just asked the maid to visit the blacksmith and fetch it for him. He was initially going to go himself, but when he was informed of his mandatory participation in the hunt, he decided to give the clan hints about his strength. Naturally, he could not just keep hiding his strength and then suddenly stand out on the day of the hunting event. That would put him under more suspicion. So he had decided to let his clan believe that he had taken the path of a physical exorcist, training his strength and learning martial exorcism techniques. Being a physical exorcist was quite easier in general as compared to the other two, Espera-based and tool-based. It was a known fact that even a person with below-average Espera talent level could eventually train physically daily and start on his path as a physical exorcist. The requirements for this type were quite minimal, and a large population of exorcists were physical exorcists. Oliver felt that this was an appropriate action from his side. The maids reported all his actions to the higher-ups so naturally, such an anomaly in his daily actions would be reported quickly. This way, he would have to face less trouble once he reveals a portion of his strength. He knew there was no other choice than this. The clan elders and his mother were not stupid. They were all veteran exorcists and could discern his capabilities at a glance if he slipped out even slightly. At that moment, he wouldn't be able to handle the consequences for it, so he decided it was better to let them know beforehand that he was not entirely useless. Not to mention, he barely had any Espera, and Nadia was not going to break through to become a rank 1 exorcist anytime soon, most probably. So even if they thoroughly sensed him, they would only find that he had slightly greater strength and nothing more. He unwrapped the brown cloth from the weapon anew, and a shiny rapier came into view. It had a silver body and a bluish handle to hold it. The rapier was beautifully designed and looked robust to some degree. He swung the rapier around and felt that it should be enough for him to freely practice the sovereign strike of infinite freedom daily. He felt that the rapier was just an extension of his hand as he moved the weapon very gracefully with slow movements. The maid looked at him in a trance as she felt that the rapier was moving very beautifully. It was as if an expert was making the weapon dance. She got out of her daze when he stopped the movements and put it down. "You did good, you can leave now," Oliver said to her as he folded his hands. The maid understood that he wanted to be left alone and quickly got up. "Understood, if the young master wants anything else in the future, please call for me," she told him in a professional tone, indicating that if he did something like this again, he should inform them first. Naturally, he didn't care what she meant or not. His purpose was fulfilled. He was now sure that soon his news would reach the ears of those who were interested. "I might even receive slightly better treatment as well if all goes well in the future." Oliver mused, strength was everything after all. He took out his smartphone from a hidden box and looked up to see updates about the auction, and sure enough, the date has been released. It's in about a week from now. Finally, it's here. For the rest of the following week, all he did was train his special eyes, martial techniques, or his water element. He had become quite proficient in using the 6 thoughtful steps of the spirits technique. The shape training method was indeed very useful for a beginner like him. He had been slowly increasing the number of shapes every day as he improved, and now he could easily cross 150 shapes without breaking a sweat. His speed and strength were quite good now, although it was not much in this world's standards. To him, who was once a normal person in an ordinary world, it was incredible. He has also been practicing Sovereign Strike of Infinite Freedom daily this whole week, and he had to admit, although he felt familiar the more he practiced, the technique was quite tough to master. It was 10 times harder than Press of Liberty, so while its impact was tenfold stronger, all the other requirements were also harder. Well, at least I still have the experience from Nadia's training. As for his water element, the progress was slow, but it was there. He knew that unless he awakened a good Aspera talent, the speed would remain slow like this. The auction was today, and he was just getting ready to visit the market where it was going to be held. "Zippy, I'll be going to the market, we'll probably be late, your food is on the table," Oliver shouted behind. The clan guardian has been docile ever since the previous incident, which made him satisfied. By now, he had gotten used to living with the cat. Considering the fact that the cat also had intellect, he treated her as a person and thus prepared her food before leaving. He was carrying a bag behind his back which had the rapier he had purchased a week ago. Of course, the auction house would not allow him to bring any weapons inside, so he intended to leave it outside. He had brought it just in case some situation developed. Zip. He opened his bag and took out a black summer cap and a plain white mask, which he quickly wore. The market was noisy today, considering the special day it was. Rich and influential people from various places had come to visit the clan today in hopes of joining the auction. So the market was bustling with activities. Of course, this was entirely limited to the market. The place where the auction was going to be held was quiet, and multiple exorcists in uniforms were patrolling the area around. Oliver could spot multiple people in fancy coats and gowns entering the extravagant auction house. His features were concealed, and unless someone deliberately removed his cap and mask, they wouldn't easily recognize him. He went to the gates of the auction where he was stopped by the guards at the entrance, who looked at him weirdly. After all, who wouldn't feel weird upon seeing a small boy in black, silk-made kimono with a weird full-face white mask and black summer cap coming to them? They were, however, professionals, and since there was no formal dress code specified, the guests were free to dress however they wished. Plus, all the people here were very powerful and influential. The guards wouldn't want to offend a powerful exorcist in disguise. "Guest, please show the ticket and verify your identity." "Guest, please show the tickets and verify your identity." The guards pointed towards a screen where Oliver scanned his smartphone. The auction had issued tickets months ago, and only those with the tickets were allowed to enter. After successfully scanning the ticket, one of the guards politely pointed him towards a direction inside. Oliver was not too impressed by the scanning system. He had seen plenty in his previous life. These tickets had sensors embedded into them that would help authentication. Of course, there was a chance that someone would steal your ticket and impersonate you. There was no biometric information required to participate in the auction house to maintain their guests' privacy and background. If you let your ticket get stolen, then you are simply not worthy enough to enter the auction house. Not to mention, the person who stole the ticket should also have enough wealth to even dare to dream to bargain in the auction. Sir, please, this way. A woman called out to Oliver, who walked towards the woman in staff clothing. She handed him a white metallic plate with the number 69. Sa th Nvlfur. NT website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She smiled and explained, Sir, this is your ID number until you leave the auction house. If you wish to bid, then simply raise this plate up or tap on it thrice. You will be allowed to bid the amount. He took the metallic ID plate with the number 69 and asked, Where can we store our belongings? He wanted to store his bag outside since he knew he wouldn't be allowed inside otherwise. The guards would look at every item the guests had brought along if they wished to bring it inside. For that, you can use one of the lockers for public use, or you can pay to get a private locker. The latter being more secure and spacious. He looked at her speechlessly. Even in the auction house, they were trying to make profits. He sighed as he realized the rich big shots would directly get themselves the private safe, but he decided otherwise. First of all, he didn't intend to waste money on the private safe, considering the public locker was just equally safer due to its location and the guards outside. Secondly, if there was an emergency, he could directly access his public safe without needing a middleman to get to the private safe. I'll take the public locker. Definitely, please follow me. After placing his bag inside the locker, he was finally ready. Let's begin. The main hall was dark and spacious. There were multiple seats arranged in front of a huge stage. When Oliver reached the hall, there were already multiple people seated inside. Just as he stepped foot inside, his body felt a slight invisible pressure from all sides. He felt as if he was being pressed down by something invisible. He took a deep breath and slowly adjusted to the invisible pressure. He had already expected a room filled with strange and mysteriously powerful people to be like this. No sooner did he enter, he felt multiple gazes on him. In the dark, many exorcists were slightly curious about this new arrival with a strange mask and cap. The reason for their curiosity was simple: they were unable to feel his strength. Many openly sent Aspera waves to sense his level, but in the end were puzzled when they were unable to feel anything from him. Some had a strange expression as they felt that this mysterious boy was stronger than them, so they decisively withdrew their Aspera. Many followed the suite and withdrew their Aspera. It was a known knowledge that constantly trying to probe someone with Aspera was considered rude and offensive to the party, as it was akin to violating their privacy. And none of them wanted trouble with someone stronger than them. Oliver also realized this, thanks to his deep knowledge about the culture and other stuff from the novel, but he could still feel some lingering gazes. He followed the direction, and his focus fell onto the second floor of the hall. There were many small balconies over there that were hidden by darkness. Literal darkness. It was evident that they were using devices to harness darkness element to provide the cover before the auction begins. What a privilege. He could himself sense that all the gazes that mostly still remained on him were from up there. Those balconies were attached to private rooms behind and were specially assigned to VIPs. It could be seen that even among such a powerful gathering, there were VIPs which told about the strength and influence they had. He felt slightly annoyed by their persistent gazes. In the end, he directly used Cosmic Void Gaze and started looking towards each balcony one by one where he felt the gazes from. With the Cosmic Void Gaze, he saw all hidden details. The other party was as clear as an elephant in a crowd of humans. Sure enough, they are VIPs, each of them is dangerously strong. He felt goosebumps looking at the cluster of Aspera radiating from the individuals. It was wild and fierce, ready to claw at the enemies. All these people were definitely expert exorcists. There might be exorcists as high as rank 2 present today. This showed how precious items were going to be today. As Oliver looked at each person back with Cosmic Void Gaze, he felt them swiftly retracting their gazes back. He was using the intimidation, albeit suppressing it significantly. He could not force too much or his energy will deplete quickly and he would become more vulnerable. It was how this world worked: unless you showed others your power, they would continue to bully you and think of you as a pushover. It did not mean that you have to directly jump into fights with others, but to show them that you are capable of countering them and handling them if necessary. Hiding his strength always would not favor him in any way. He was not a coward but a cautious person with his safety as his first and foremost priority. As he looked at them one by one, they all withdrew their senses. Satisfied, he took his seat among the many others. Naturally, he was not allowed to have a private chamber to himself since he was not actually that strong, nor was he a registered VIP in today's auction. It was just that he could intimidate others easily with cosmic void gaze, nothing more, nothing less. The VIPs who were all repelled by him earlier were stunned for a moment. They had been expecting him to be a distinguished individual like themselves, but in the end, they saw him taking the seat on the floor below among the normal guests. What did this mean? Did this mean that they were countered by someone weaker than them? Of course not. It simply meant that he was a hidden expert. It simply meant that this person had a deep background and preferred to keep a low profile. He was most likely a hidden expert. Among the many people on the second floor was a particular balcony, and there was a woman with a very feminine and enticing silhouette sitting. She had great curves and was radiating no aspera just like Oliver. Even Oliver did not look at her direction since he had not felt a gaze from her earlier. The woman in the dark facepalmed herself as she let out a sigh. What is this little kid doing here? This woman was none other than Jenna Sullivan. And right now, she was contemplating about Oliver. Initially, she had come to this auction upon being invited by the clan and receiving some information about the various artifacts. There were going to be some special artifacts that she wanted to bid for. She arrived at the auction early, and out of nowhere, he also joined the auction hall. Saw thovlear.nt website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. White mask, black cap, he couldn't look more suspicious. Although his get-up was SOSO for his level, she was able to recognize him easily. Why? Because this silly kid forgot to change his clothes. He had worn the exact same kimono he had worn when they had met. She shook her head. If someone had seen him that day, then they would easily recognize him. It was good that he was within his clan boundaries so she didn't have to look out for him as a superior. The worst that could happen was punishment from the clan if he pulled any tricks. If he had done such a carelessness outside in the world where all sorts of individuals were rampant, they would not hesitate to behead him if he somehow offended them. Could he be any more stupid? She sighed. At least he was still wearing the wrap of quantum darkness he had taken from her last time. No. I won't get into his matters. She had no intentions to get involved with this witty brat at all. No aspera, openly challenging people stronger than him, bluffing his way out. It was better not to get involved with him or else she might also get dragged if he falls into trouble. She steeled her mind and looked at the stage where the auctioneer had finally arrived holding a microphone. The auctioneer was a young and attractive woman. She dressed boldly and her makeup was not bad. This was all done to keep the audience interested. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. As you may all know, this is the yearly auction that takes place here around this time every year. The rules here are quite simple. Just like any other auction, if you wish to buy an item, simply raise your bid with the specified amount. She paused and looked at the audience before continuing, and of course, no disruptions will be tolerated. I am sure everyone experienced is already aware of this, but for the newcomers, do note that you're inside the boundaries of the Mystic Purge clan, so if you act out of order then be prepared to deal with the consequences. Rest you are all smart enough. Then without delay, let's begin the auction. She said in a cheerful voice as she pressed a button and lights became focused on the stage. A man dressed in coat and pants entered the stage with a metallic trolley. He swiftly placed a glass box on the table placed at the center of the stage. And our very first item is this moonstone pipe. An excellent choice if you're in need of peace or need enhanced focus. The starting bid will be starting from 400,000 Neden. 500,000. 900,000. 1,200,000. 1,500,000. People started bidding immediately just as the auctioneer stopped. Oliver stroked his chin as he thought of the instrument. It could be said that the auction staff did not provide the details about the artifact. It was possible that the details would be disclosed after purchase or that only some items will be described properly. During the auction, the item would only be introduced briefly. The rest depended on the ability of the bidder to discern the true value of the item and bid for it against others who recognized the item. If he had not guessed wrongly, the moonlight pipe was an artifact related to instrumental type, and probably has the ability to draw the moon's energy to provide a calming effect to the person using it. That's it. The item has been purchased by number 33 for 4 million Neden. You can collect your items after the auction. Congratulations. The auctioneer congratulated the person and moved on to the next item. The next item. It's called the Glow of the Slave and is a purification tool which is highly effective against medium-ranking demons. It has been crafted by one of the senior blacksmiths from the Forging Association. The starting price will be 1 million Neden. 1,300,000. 1,400,000. 1,700,000. 1,950,000. 2,500,000. The bids were raised fiercely. None of the guests present wanted to miss an exorcism tool, crafted by a senior forger from the Forging Association. Oliver was interested in the instrument, but did not bid. He was waiting for something even better. Although these things were quite good, it was not something he wanted. The auction continued, and Oliver just waited. There were many great items, from precious herbs to mysterious weapons and artifacts. Nothing was lacking. He was even offered free refreshments as well. One more thing he noticed was that none of the people on the second floor had bid on anything yet, which meant that they probably either had similar thoughts as him or they had special advanced information about the items that were going to be displayed. We will now be taking a short break, and the phase 2 of the auction will take place afterwards. With that, some people slowly dispersed and left, while some stayed. It was clear that they knew the second phase would be for the big shots and bids would be very pricey undoubtedly. So it was a waste of time to stay. He noticed that a good chunk of people on the lower floor had left and now it was quite sparse. The people on the upper floors and the balconies were still seated, obviously waiting for the second phase eagerly. He calmly rested his back against the chair and sighed. The true auction was about to start. The items were going to be terrifying. He was sure there would be excellent stuff that would make them drool. Oliver was just drinking green tea served by a waitress when he suddenly stopped and frowned. For some time, he could not help but feel a discreet gaze on him from time to time. He was extremely annoyed. One would ask why he wouldn't just use cosmic void gaze, like before, and repel the person again. He also wanted to do that, but the problem was that the person who was looking at him from time to time was extremely clever and skilled. For him to be able to detect the gaze, he must use his own senses to find the direction, but the problem was that the person who was watching him knew of this and thus was being extremely discreet. He tried many times, but could not spot where the gaze was coming from. His senses were unable to detect the direction of the person, and thus he felt annoyed. This person was way stronger than him and was deliberately concealing things. Fuck. Are you a pervert? Why are you peeping at me? He cursed internally as he felt the gaze probing him once again. He shook his head and took a deep breath. He must do something about it or else he would remain conscious about it throughout the auction. He did not understand why this person was getting so interested in him. Did he do something to provoke them? Or was it just plain curiosity of theirs? Nonetheless, he started to think of plans he could use to find the peeper. After thinking for a few minutes, he came up with a somewhat crude and brute approach. Since the person was so interested in him, he would let them watch him fully. At least, he would make them feel so. What he meant by that was that this was a part of his plan. His plan was simple. He was going to verify each balcony one by one until he spotted the peeper's place. It was definitely someone from the upper floor, his gut told him that. He would wait and secretly focus in the direction of each balcony, and if the person tries to peep at him, he would directly know who was doing it. Of course, there was a chance that the other party would realize what he was pulling, but he could not think of other ways that could work in this hall. He didn't intend to make a fuss here or gain attention. He could only try to be as discreet as he could so that the other party, who would be focused on him, won't notice. Soon he began executing his plan. One by one, he started filtering the people on the upper floor. His senses at the moment were heightened and he was picking up on any signals directed towards him. He could tell the person was an expert and he wouldn't know their location until they wanted him to. Should I really provoke such a person? Of course not, but their gaze is unsettling and annoying. I will just let them know that I can see them and see how it goes. Soon, he had filtered out most of the individuals. He could now somewhat tell where the person was, so instead of waiting for them to look at him, he directly looked at a particular balcony. He felt their eyes meet and the experts soon withdrew their gaze. He felt that he had implied his meaning and was satisfied that things didn't escalate for him. He once started sipping tea only to choke as he felt the person peep again. What the dash? He used cosmic void gaze and looked at the person directly, wanting to know who they were. No. Wait, suppressing a huge amount of espers. I cannot mistake it. His eyes widened as he recognized the woman in the balcony. It's her. He could not help but exclaim in shock. He was able to easily recognize her. She was none other than Jenna. What's she doing here? He felt it was stupid to think that, considering her power and influence, it was natural that she would also be invited over to attend the auction. Sach*thfullfray.net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But what he could not understand was why in the world did she keep throwing him glances. He had been quite bothered by her constant probing and felt weird. Wait, could it be that she is a... He suddenly had a bad premonition. He assumed a dark possibility that he did not want to admit. He suddenly thought about his past interactions with her and made some conclusions. He was a child? Check. She was desperate for him to join the organization? Check. She was so desperate that she gave an artifact for free? Check. She had been constantly probing him secretly? Check. He was feeling weird? Check. Surely she's not into that sort of stuff, right? He hesitantly asked himself. She looked dignified and had a superior aura and beauty. She was also an extremely powerful exorcist. She shouldn't have such a dark side, right? He suddenly felt that things were making sense. Was she a trash who engaged into those activities? That's right. Oliver was now suspicious of her true intentions behind making him join the Black Codex Federation. He had no idea who she was from the novel, so it was possible that she was some erratic side character who liked to engage in such illegal activities. And he unknowingly became her target. It was possible that she was grooming him slowly and later ask for extreme stuff. It was likely that he might become her victim in the future as well. What other reason did she have to secretly look at him, peep on him, instead of boldly displaying her intent? She must have bad thoughts otherwise. No. He shook his head. He was being too paranoid and was drawing too many conclusions, but nonetheless, he still felt that Jenna was a suspicious person and he might become her victim if he was not careful enough. He weirdly glanced at her direction with a sympathetic gaze. Even after being such an exaggerated beauty, she still suffered from such mental disorders. What a pity. A healthy grown woman only to be like this? He suddenly felt her gaze turn intense for a moment as if she felt his sympathy. Anyways, don't bother me. He mouthed the words for her to understand, shifting his face mask slightly and used cosmic void gaze to see her response. For some reason, he felt she was angry and her gaze was hostile, though she quickly calmed down soon. He read her mouth. I am not interested in your activities, don't get me into trouble, and was speechless. He could not help but wonder if she was really not interested. If she was really not interested, then why was she staring at him again and again earlier? Not to mention, she had the audacity to tell him to not create trouble for her? She was really bold. Nonetheless, he had told her what he wanted to and felt this should be enough for her to not bother him. He sighed. Even though he was the child here, why did he feel as if she was the one who behaved like a little kid? He knew that she had probably already recognized him earlier and that's why she kept looking at him. This was why he did not hesitate to shift his mask and reply to her for a moment. He thought about what gave away his identity. Did she recognize him by his height? His aura should be negligible for her to sense after all. Or did she see the wrap of quantum darkness somehow under his clothes? As he thought of this, he felt she was indeed a pervert. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The phase 2 of the auction will now be beginning. The auctioneer had changed, and her tone was more serious than before. Without wasting a second, she announced, "Bring in the first item," as two men approached the stage, holding a brown leather box. Click. With a click, one of them slowly opened the box, unleashing a dark and sinister esper from the contents within. It was a blade. A fairly long, thin blade made of ceramic, gripped by expensive ruby-red buffalo skin, greeted the audience. Its razor-sharp point made it a perfect choice for those wishing to puncture their enemies with ruthless speed. The blade's spiked, slightly warped crossguard ensured an ideal weight balance, facilitating smooth and accurate swings. Plain coils adorned each side of the crossguard, a common feature on many weapons. A large pommel decorated with modest gems adorned the weapon. Anything more extravagant would have seemed wasteful. Despite its simplicity, the blade bore no markings or engravings. Such embellishments were deemed too costly, even for demons. Engravings were magical and boosted a weapon's strength by multiple times. Some expert forgers could even add attributes to a weapon. This blade was once used by a high-ranking wraith monk in the demon army according to our sources. The demon was exorcised by the clan and its belongings were brought back. She paused, letting the information sink, before continuing for the eager audience. This blade has the power to drain the life force of opponents to some degree and induce corruption to both body and soul using the darkness element. A very great weapon for the exorcists with darkness element. The auctioneer smirked as she looked at the anticipated gazes of the exorcists in the audience. The starting price for this would be 5 million Neden. 10 million. 15 million. 25 million. 40 million. The bids were raised fiercely. No sooner did she stop speaking. It was evident that almost all of them wanted that blade. A blade once used by a high-ranking demon was extraordinary, undoubtedly. Not to mention the life-draining effect, it could significantly boost the strength of an exorcist with darkness element. The auctioneer deliberately priced the weapon so low in order to provoke the ultra-rich present in the crowd. Oliver could only helplessly listen to the absurd amounts being raised without batting an eye by these people. Of course, he was also interested in buying that blade but could not. The life-draining property was quite the rare find. It would help him a lot in the future if he managed to acquire that weapon somehow. It was basically a weapon that could grow to some potential in the future by draining life. Such growth-type weapons were extremely rare, and he was surprised that this auction had managed to get one. And they were even willing to sell it instead of using it themselves? This was weird. Did that weapon carry only a limited potential? This was likely the case, else no one would be stupid enough to sell it in an auction. Net website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He felt like he was a frog in the bottom of a well and was slightly embarrassed. Earlier, he was quite happy and proud that he managed to earn 13 million Neden and felt it would help him buy something in the auction, but now listening to these people raising tens to hundreds of millions like nothing, he fell into doubt. He felt that he might not even get a chance to purchase anything at all in this auction today. No matter, I should at least sit and look at the things they have. In the end, he sighed and just shrunk back into his plush chair as he calmly listened to the excited voices of random exorcists. His hopes were crushed, but he still stayed just to get a look at the things brought out today for them by the auction house. The Mystic Purge clan is indeed extremely rich. Just a casual weapon they put on the auction already raised so much money. As long as one had strength, making money was only a matter of time. He wondered about the precious treasury of his clan and felt that his siblings were truly lucky. If they trained hard and grew stronger, they would be nurtured by the best of resources in the clan. Nadia was the prime example of this. He felt a bit better when he thought about how he would be receiving tenfold benefits from her in the future. That's it. The blade of the Wraith Monk now belongs to number 42. Oliver was brought back from his thoughts by the loud voice of the auctioneer. He didn't hear clearly, but apparently the blade of the Wraith Monk was sold for around 100 million Neden. Oliver laughed to himself as he heard her present the next item. The next item is a powerful exorcism technique. It's known by the bold name, Predatory River Method, a technique highly recommended for exorcists specializing in using tools. She sounded excited as she read the next part. This technique has been developed from the teaching of Barcia Darby, the famous battle exorcist. Some people say that she has left to look for challenges in the demon territory. Moving on to, this technique has. Oliver's ears perked up when he heard the name. Barcia Darby, huh? A characteristic for this style is taking a life is never to be done lightly, and in battles, it can be recognized by its distinctive footwork. This is best suited for those using a two-weapon fighting style. The starting price will begin at 20 million Neden. 30 million Neden. 35 million Neden. 60 million Neden. The bids were once again raised. Oliver heard people from the upper floors also bidding for this. He fell into thought. According to the auctioneer, this technique was developed by the teachings left behind by Barcia Darby. In the novel, she was a side character who challenged the protagonist once due to her extreme battle tendencies, but was defeated by the protagonist who at that time had grown significantly. She was quite strong and even had a dedicated martial school associated with her name. She served as a stepping stone for the protagonist to grow further. From the battle, the protagonist learned a thing or two about her style and improved. That's all the purpose she had served in the story in summary. He calmly looked ahead. The technique was indeed good for him at his level, but unfortunately, he did not have enough funds at the moment. In the end, it was sold for 120 million Neden. Oliver patiently waited as more and more items came and went. Most of the items were purchased instantly by the rich, but there were still some items that were either not purchased by anyone or that were bid very low for. These items were probably too lacking for these people who remained, and he could understand why. These items were either lacking in esper and looked ugly, or did not sound too useful. While the second phase of the auction was indeed way superior and better than the first phase, there were still things and items that were not worth it. Oliver was just eating free snacks when the next item was brought out and the auctioneer announced its details. The next item we have on our list belonged to once renowned exorcist family. It was said that the family fell to ruin after the war and their descendants are now living somewhere in seclusion. Present the item. Saw THN0, free.nt website on GGL to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The male attendants quickly put the item on the display table for all the audience to see. It was an ordinary-looking stone with some esper flowing out of it and giving the stone occasional glows of light. The person who put this on auction claims that this stone is a powerful artifact that could guide the lost through treacherous path ahead, or so they said. Now audience, whether it's true or false is up to you to decide. The auctioneer said in enthusiasm, but looking at the uninterested expressions displayed by the crowd, she felt slightly hesitant. Even she could not feel anything out of the ordinary from this stone. From her colleagues, she heard the rumor that the Mystic Purge clan apparently had some ties to that family in the last war, and thus out of basic courtesy, they allowed this item to be prioritized in the second phase of the auction instead of the first. It all made sense to her that no one was interested. These people were all high-class exorcists from distinguished and wealthy families. Such an ordinary thing had no place in their eyes. Nonetheless, it was still her job to try and sell the items. Know that this once belonged to a famed exorcist family before their ruin. It might really be something extraordinary. The crowd murmured as they heard this, feeling slight apprehension. What if the stone was really something extraordinary? Ho ho, they surely have no taste, an elderly voice rang out among the crowd. It was an old man in a white buttoned coat and pants. He had a long gray beard and a bald head. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses slightly, he said, "This is just an uncommon rank artifact. I am sure the most it could do is help its owner walk at night by acting as an esper torch." Some people who looked at him could not help but exclaim, "It's Mr. Teshu. He's also here. I can't believe it." "Who's that?" another person asked in curiosity. "Don't you know him?" "He's Sagura Teshu, the retired junior artifact appraiser. He once worked with the Forging Association. Such an expert. It does make sense for him to attend this auction." The murmurs intensified as people bickered among themselves about the authenticity of the stone. Since an artifact appraiser had spoken, there was no scope left. The auctioneer glared at the old man for ruining her pitch but refrained from speaking. She did not want to offend him because of a few words, plus he probably spoke the truth. She sighed as she looked at the disinterested faces. In the end, she could only start the bid. She had done what she could, and it was now up to the people whether to buy this or not. The starting price will be 500,000 Neden. Hearing her low price, people could not help but form expressions of disdain. Sure enough, this was not worth it. They all knew that every year, some people would either provide large sums of money or use their connections to supply some ordinary ranking artifacts into the auction. So it was not an uncommon sighting to spot some trash among treasures every now and then once in a while. These people simply had one motive, and that was to be able to fool the crowd and earn big by scamming them. A risky act, considering the status of people present every year, but these people were gamblers who played such games. They were gambling addicts. Of course, there were cases every year where an exorcist would fall for this and later realize that the artifact that they had bid on was a fake or a low-ranking one. In the end, they would use their wealth and connections to hunt down the seller who might or might not be seen again. Despite such risk, there were always people willing to do that. As long as they used sufficient connections in the market and used enough money, they could slide one or two such items. Well, no one cared since it was their fault for not recognizing if the item was worthy or not. The hall was silent. Not even the people from the upper floor were interested in bidding this time. Just as the auctioneer was about to move on to the next item and discard this one, a calm voice sounded in the silent hall, shocking everyone. 500,000 Neden.